All these mystical actions take place in a universe where there is a bloody fog and a lot of blood. All that the hero saw was only blood. Nearby lay someone's weapon stained with blood. The lying dying guy shouted, "Run away! Quicker! Run away, comrade!" But the hero, who was on his feet, gave the command to everyone to take up arms, and he added that no one can destroy the human race. He argued that they would still survive and be saved. Unfortunately, in the end, he was the only one left alive. There were many human corpses lying around. All the monsters stood opposite the hero, and one of them, flying higher, asked our hero if he was considered the great god of the human race. He added that he doesn't even know martial arts. All he can do is hide behind the trash. It was Amber, the heavenly demon emperor. He said that our hero could not defeat him, and that our hero is the god of pills. He loudly shouted in his face that Qin Feng was a zero in martial arts. Qin Feng understood that it was all in vain, and he, the god of pills, lived a good life for as many as 100,000 years, and during all this time he did not delve into even the most basic area of U200B, U200B martial arts. Unfortunately, he can only helplessly look at his dead comrades and continue to fight. Qin Feng put 2 fingers to his mouth to whistle. He took a fighting stance and screamed, "Come on!" All the monsters rushed at him, but he did not lose heart and accepted that today he would fight until the very end. He began to fight the demons and tear them to pieces, not sparing anyone at the moment. But suddenly one of the demons pierced him through, blood scattered in all directions. He thought this was the end. A huge demon hand hung over him. Qin Feng had a useless body in this life. He was able to reach the pinnacle of alchemy, but at the same time, his body was not able to cultivate. In a disappointed voice, he muttered that in fact he was a good-for-nothing weakling. In a semi-living state, he muttered that if he had a chance to be reborn, he would definitely master his martial arts to perfection. There was a pendant hanging around his neck when Qin Feng was dying and said that he had corrected all the mistakes in defiance of heaven. The pendant seemed to hear his wishes and began to glow. Qin Feng woke up with an outrageous face and was perplexed by what was happening. He was in a clean, pleasant room with paintings hanging on the wall. He was very scared and did not understand where he was. He noticed that something was hanging on him. It was the same pendant. Qin Feng took it in his hands and watched as he beat it. Memories began to creep into his head, and at that moment, Qin Feng realized that he had been reborn. He remembers exactly this moment when Lin Xuan made it so that he could no longer master martial arts. Exactly 100,000 years ago, he knelt with a weapon near a pool of blood and asked Xuan why she was trying to kill him if she was his fiancée. Xuan told him that she entered into a marriage contract with him 3 years ago only in order to temporarily join the Qin family. She took him by the broken face, squeezed him tightly, and said that she had climbed to the 3rd step. She said that Qin Feng is a bastard and he is not worthy of a lady like her. With tears in his eyes, Qin Feng looked at her with disappointment and pain both inside and outside. In his past life, martial arts were exhausted, and he had no choice but to focus on alchemy. Even though he had reached his peak in alchemy, it was still not enough. If he could practice martial arts, the tragedy of the demon clan's invasion of the Shenqi continent in his past life would not have happened. If Qin Feng fixes everything, the human race will not die. Thanks to this jade pendant, he had a chance to start over. Qin Feng decided to focus on becoming stronger. Whether it's alchemy or martial arts, he should be able to handle it all and be sure to reach the top. Screams were heard as the guy started shouting state duty that things were bad. He in turn asked what was the matter. It was Qin San Chu, the guard commander of the Qin family medical garden. He said that Lin Lan, the eldest son of the Lin family, burst into the medical garden and said that he wanted to see Qin Feng. It was about Lin Xuan's brother. His name was Lin Lan. Qin Feng remembers a moment in his past life. He came to ask for the management of Medina Garden and took the opportunity to humiliate him. After his pressure, Yin Feng had to agree, and after that, in a hurry to leave the family and lie low for 10 years. The Lin family, it's a nest of rats and snakes. Qin Feng ordered him to be taken to him and emphasized that he wanted to deal with him himself. Medical Garden. Screams could be heard as that guy hurried Qin Feng. He advised him to hurry up because he really wanted to get this garden. This was Ling Lan. He said that his sister had achieved significant success in martial arts and if she did not give him the garden, she would not be happy with Qin Feng. He, in turn, laughed and said that he, as an older brother, is hiding behind his younger sister. And isn't he ashamed to show off for this? When he heard his address of the insult, it hurt him. He was at a loss. Qin Feng told him that according to the marriage contract, this medical garden should have gone to his Lin family. But now that the marriage contract was terminated on their part, they returned for what they themselves refused. This is somehow wrong, isn't it? The guys behind started laughing, and this guy was horrified and asked why Qin Feng was so sarcastic today. The guy claimed that Qin Feng was not as good as their other guys, and he was also injured from the competition. If his younger sister had not been motivated and entered into a marriage contract with him, he would have been killed long ago. This guy started screaming, and after that, he would not have been grateful to Xuan, her brother asked. Qin Feng felt disgusted. He started screaming, "You!" After all, even here he managed to attribute his younger sister, but he's really a titty guy. Looks like the Guard family has something to do. This hooligan guy was thinking in his head, damn, this guy has always been pliable and calm. Why is he so difficult to deal with today? He warned Qin Feng that in a month there would be new alchemy competitions. Qin Feng didn't care. He showed it with his appearance. But the boy was sure that he didn't have enough balls to make a bet with him. He suggested that if Qin Feng wins, then he is willing to give up their family iron mine. And if Qin Feng loses, then this beautiful medical garden will fall into the hands of this bully. The guy behind was sure that anyone with even a drop of brains would not agree to such a bet, but Qin Feng agreed and asked if they would sign a written agreement. Everyone who heard about the agreement on such a bet was shocked. Lin offered to sign, but asked not to regret what he had done in the future. They began to sign the contract with a wet brush and paint. Lin happily left after signing and said not to beg for mercy when the time comes and laughed loudly. The boy behind Qin Feng was very empathetic. He was sure that everything was over with their family. Qin Feng was confident and said that when the time comes, this bastard will kneel in front of him. Qin Feng sat in his room and meditated. Suddenly, blood began to flow from his mouth. He tensed. It turns out his strength has dropped to the level of qi and blood, 1, but he still has prospects. Thanks to the improvement of magical techniques, he solved the problem of loss of qi and blood. The warrior has 6 kingdoms. The qi and blood realm, 1, is the weakest. After it comes the kingdom of the boarded-up environment, and after it comes the main kingdom. The next ones are the void realm, the false god realm, and the demigod realm. Fortunately, he retained his cultivation base with the transformation of gods technique. This technique was obtained in his past life. The effect was to enhance perception through the 6 senses. As Qin Feng sat and gathered his strength, an assistant rushed in and informed him of the disaster that had occurred. The news has just arrived that the time for collecting medications has been postponed half a month earlier than planned. The collector will arrive in 10 days. Qin did not understand why all their herbs withered. Even if they are given all the necessary conditions for growing herbs, they will not be able to deliver everything on time. Qin Feng began to transform among the dried herbs in his garden. The transformation of the 6 senses began to occur. With this magical property, Qin Feng saw that it was liang weed grass, and it was hidden under all this dense vegetation. He wondered how such a harmful herb could appear in a medical garden. After this, it is not surprising that all the grass withered. Now he understands why Lin Lan dared to make a bet. He managed to ruin everything during Qin Feng's absence. But as it turned out, this was a wonderful gift from him, Qin Feng said and smiled. 10 days later, Lin Lan boldly began to approach. He demanded that the Qin family meet this herbalist. The guy from the guard asked them to wait a couple of minutes, and added that the young master would come any minute. Qin Feng was surprised that they came so early in the morning. The roosters hadn't even woken up yet, and they were right there. They began to be sarcastic and said that it was not respect because Qin Feng did not kneel in front of the herbalist. Herbalist Qin Yulan gave a chance to apologize and ordered him to kneel down. The boy fell into a panic and asked no one to be angry. He asked the gentleman to kneel down because the last time they angered the herbalist, their medicinal garden was fined triple the normal amount. Qin Feng sent them away and showed his middle finger. Everyone was confused as to why Qin Feng was so greyhound and confident. He said that he would not kneel in front of a spoiled chicken. They demanded normal treatment and were very angry. This giant asked if he had prepared medicinal herbs. But according to the practice of past years, "There are a lot of herbs and everything is already ready for these guests," Qin Feng said. But the evil giant informed Qin Feng that this year the standard for obtaining medicine was tripled, and thanks to their behavior, he doubled it. "And if today Qin Feng fails to fulfill the quota, he will lose his head," the giant said, and took out his sharp sword. The guy next to him began to worry a lot about this, because now they would not only lose the medical garden, but also lose the life of the young master. But as it turned out, earlier Qin Yulan had been specially courted, and a luxurious vacation was organized for him right in the residence. The conversation was that if Qin Feng lost the bet, then the medical garden would be divided 50-50ths. And a spy was hired, and he reported on everything that was happening in the medical garden. Qin Feng was surprised by the triple standard in double volume and called everyone to follow him. Everyone began to follow him, and no one understood where he was leading them. Lin Lan looked at the withered garden with satisfaction and surprise. He started laughing. They began to be indignant, and said that Qin Feng was as rotten and withered as his garden. But Qin Feng was not surprised that the selections only saw garbage and did not pay attention to the main treasure. He said, "Look here, assholes," and showed them a real blooming garden in which there was a lot of greenery. Various herbs grew there, and their fruits were very rich and healthy. Nobody knew about this. Everyone opened their mouths with envy. Lin Lan thought in his head, "How could this happen? Does Qin Feng know anything about caring for medicinal herbs?" The color of the grass was good, all of it was first class, its quality exceeded all standards. The giant thought that Qin Feng was a devil. The assistant now understood what Qin had been doing all these days. He put all his effort into tending the garden. Lin Lan shouted angrily and did not understand how Qin Feng could do such a thing, to which Qin simply grinned. Liang grass is a terrible weed in nature. Planting it in medicinal plants will naturally cause them to wither. But in this era, no one yet knows what if you plant liang grass on the back side of the sun and give it some transformation. It will change its properties and will accelerate the growth and quality of medicinal plants. But in response to Lin Lan, he said that he shouldn't care. The only important thing is that he lost in their dispute and now owes the iron mine. But he said that he would not give anything away, and no one would do anything to him. Qin Feng at this moment took out the contract and said that he would go to prison for the rest of his life. He began to call Brother Yulan for help, but he said that he had nothing to do with their bet and told him to pass by. Suddenly Lin Lan gets hit in the face and falls to the floor, blood scattering all over the place. Everyone moves to the iron mine. Qin Feng and his entire family were very happy. The guy asked Qin Feng why he risked a precious garden for worthwhile iron ore. Was there any plan? To which Qin replied that there was no plan. He just got a little excited. In fact, he remembered from a past life that the mine contained a lot of valuable, mysterious iron ore. If the mine was used for its intended purpose, then its value was not lower than the cost of a medical garden. Running up to the gentleman, the assistant shouted loudly to warn that something had happened in the mine. The mine suddenly collapsed, crushing dozens of miners to death. Outside the mine, people were screaming and crying. Inside, there were their loved ones and relatives. They were in shock and did not understand why the mine was destroyed as soon as they got it. They probably thought that God hated them. The miners' families began pointing fingers at Qin Feng and claiming that what happened was because of his family. When the mine belonged to the Lin family, everything was fine. They claimed that the Qin family angered the mountain god, and he brought down a landslide on them. They approached Qin Feng and shouted and demanded that their loved ones be returned to them. The boy demanded to leave because the situation was heating up and it was very dangerous, but Qin Feng responded, "No," in a firm voice. To Qin Feng, this seemed like some kind of suspicious coincidence, and he used internal state sense. He was able to see what was inside the cave. It turned out that the miners inside are not dead. They are still alive, and judging by the traces, this is not a complete collapse of the cave, but just a landslide at the entrance to the cave. Obviously, this was a man-made explosion. Then he realized who was involved in it. Lin Lan blew up the mine after their bet. By killing the miners, he wants to provoke anger against Qin Feng. Qin shouted loudly to keep everyone quiet. He began to say that the miners were alive, and the stones at the beginning of the cave needed to be removed to save them. People didn't believe him because they had already come to terms with the fact that their loved ones had died. Lin Lan laughed loudly and realized that no one would help Qin Feng and no one believed him. The assistant asked the gentleman to leave, otherwise this evil crowd would destroy him. He looked thoughtfully, hoping to change something. He ordered the Qin family to lower their weapons and stop resisting, to which his entire family looked at in surprise. Qin Feng began to convince people, asking them to believe that their loved ones had a chance of salvation. He raised his sword and vowed that all those people's loved ones would be saved. And if this fails, then people can do whatever they want with it. He asked them if they agreed to this. People thought among themselves whether it would be right to make just such a choice and agree with this gentleman. They whispered to each other and eventually agreed to this whole adventure. They decided to all help each other together. Someone said that they would dig with a shovel. Someone would move stones. All the people rallied and began to work. Qin Feng turned to his family member and quietly asked him for something. Lin Lang stood aside, mocked, and said that they wouldn't succeed anyway. He just knew that he had put swamp miasma into the mine. This is a terrible poison. Even if people weren't crushed, they would definitely die from the toxins. 2 hours later, people started shouting loudly that they had dug. One of the people saw his son and started shouting whether he was alive. People were stunned by what they saw from the cave. Many miners lay dead and did not move. People were very disappointed and cried after what they saw. They began to accuse Qin Feng that he was a deceiver and that all their loved ones were dead. At this moment, Lin Lan approached and reminded the citizens that they can now do whatever they want with Qin Feng, because there was such an agreement from the beginning. They demanded that Qin Feng say goodbye to his life, took up their weapons and walked towards him. Lin Lan mocked suspiciously. He realized that no one had any evidence that he was guilty. Qin Feng calmly called Lin Lang to him, to which he was very surprised why Qin was so calm. Qin demanded his man from his family named Sankyu to stuff the dead people with pre-living peels. To avoid staining the medicine, he suggested stuffing it mouth to mouth. Sankyu began chewing the peel and stuffing it into the dead people's mouths. People began to get angry, because this was some kind of mockery of their families. But Qin Feng was not taken aback, and they continued to stuff the peel into their mouths. Sankyu already saw how people were starting to approach and understood that they would soon end. But suddenly, one of the dead miners resurrected magically. One of his eyes opened, which made it clear that he was alive. He woke up, and he thought that all this time he had been sleeping and had a very long and strange dream. Everyone around went crazy when they saw that the dead had risen. The man's family approached him and began to cry when they saw that he was alive, because a couple of minutes ago they were sure that their breadwinner had died. As it turned out, swamp miasmas are extremely poisonous plants. But if the poisoned person takes the medicine in time, the chewed peel of the Tianluo fruit can easily get rid of the poisoning effect. That's why he sent his assistant to go to the garden. It's just that in this era, Qin is the only one who knows about medicines. Qin asked the survivor to tell him what he remembered before he lost consciousness, but the victim was shocked that he lost consciousness. Afterwards he remembered and said that Lin Lan blew up the entrance to the cave and forcibly locked them there. And then he told how Lin Lan brought the swamp miasma to poison the survivors. Everyone else who also came to life began to scream loudly and confirm the man's words that Lin Lang was guilty. Qin Feng was glad that everything came out, and now everyone knows the truth as it is. All the victims rushed towards the culprit. He hid in a corner and asked not to touch him. But among this iron mine there were loud cries of pain. It seemed that the injured families had punished Lin Lan properly. Qin climbed all over the cave in search. According to the past life memory, Lin Lang's mysterious iron ore should be hidden in one of the ordinary ore pieces. The miners began to thank Qin Feng for saving their lives. They began to bow and said that they would never forget his display of humanity. Qin Feng, as a sign of such a difficult situation, gave the mine a couple of days off. The miners promised that they would carry out any order. Qin asked where that bastard Lin Lan had gone, and one of the miners began to remember something. He recalled how he took hold of him and was ready to punish him. But unfortunately, Lin Lang escaped, but there is definitely no place for him in the city anymore. Lin Lang must have hidden the miraculous ore earlier. If Qin Feng knew that he would run away, at least he would get the information out of him. Sankyu took the horse with him and was already getting ready to go home since she had sorted out all the matters. But Qin Feng asked him if he knew the moneylenders of Yunying City and if they were strange people. To which the assistant told how moneylenders in their city terrify even those who do not deal with them. If money was taken from them and not returned, they risked remaining disabled for life. And it's almost impossible to repay because the interest rate is too high. Only desperate fools would ask them for money, he said with beads of sweat on his face. Sankyu laughed. and asked why Chin needed such information. Did he need to borrow money? To which Chin replied that he took 500 zlotys from them. They laughed at this situation. But then Sankyu realized that this was not a joke and did not understand why he borrowed as much as 500 zlotys if an ordinary person only needs 20 zlotys for a year. Chin said that he took a lot of money to look after the medical garden. The assistant did not understand how they could now repay such a large debt. Chin began to think the original plan was that if he took all the wonderful Zhuanfeng ore, he could repay the debt. But now the situation is such that Lin Lan fled, and he never found the wonderful ore. He began to wonder where to get the money. The assistant began to scream and complain. For him, this was the end. All that remains is to sell the medical garden, and without it the whole family will die. A stranger girl heard all this from the side. Chin Feng had some kind of plan. This is Chin Wanli, Chin Feng's father. He was glad to see his son. He had not seen each other for many years. The assistant began to shout that Chin lent him money, but did not have time to finish this because Chin Feng closed his mouth. In his previous life, his father went out of his way to take care of Chin Feng, and he risked his health. In this life, Chin will never let his father worry about him again. He doesn't want his father to suffer again. He spent a lot of money and bought him body-tempering pills. With their help, Chin Feng would definitely be able to restore his cultivation base. Chin said that his body is much better than before, and he doesn't want to take these pills from him. He understood that his father tried again and did a lot of work to buy these pills. His father grabbed him sharply by the hand. He began to ask how his cultivation base had grown to the highest stage of qi and blood, to which Chin Feng promised to tell him everything about how they would return home. They moved home and sat on the terrace discussing business. Chin told his father that he had found a teacher who helped him and would teach him alchemy. He was shocked that his son could become an alchemist. Chin added that the teacher tells him that he is the best and most talented student. The father was glad that his son would succeed and asked where his teacher was. He would like to meet him. Chin said that the teacher would rather refuse the meeting because he does not like strangers. Although it was wrong to lie to his father, Chin Feng decided it was better to invent a teacher so that his father would not worry. The father had already gotten ready and said that it was time for him to leave. He gave him one last thing. This was the order of the Chin family. Chin Feng was very surprised that his father was actually giving him such an important thing. He said that Chin Feng would be given his family. Chin Feng held it in his hands and thought in his head that it was an honor and he would never let his father down. A few days later, medical garden. You can hear screams of the name of the young master. He began to worry greatly and broke into a sweat when he was told that someone had come to see him. He demanded that Sankyu raise all his guards and put them on combat readiness. For him, this seemed to be the end, because it was on this day that debts were to be repaid, and all the family's reserves were spent. There was loud pounding on the doors. Chin understood that the moneylenders could take his house away from him for his debts. All the guards are on alert. A cry is heard from behind the door as they demand to open it. Chin Feng concentrated and decided to fight to the death. When they opened the door, they were a little surprised when they saw it. She was a sweet, beautiful girl, and she introduced herself as an Haochen. She said that she came to thank the gentleman for saving her life. Chin Feng thought that it came from a loan shark for a debt, but as it turned out, this girl is a minor, and Chin saved her yesterday. She said that she came for her future husband. Chin remembered that this was the only girl he had fed Tianluo fruit mouth to mouth yesterday. He didn't pay attention then, and it turned out that he unintentionally took advantage of her defenselessness. Chin Feng didn't understand how she would pay since she came because he has huge ambitions and is not going to get married. But she said that in order to save her life, she could tell him where the wonderful ore was hidden. Chin was a little confused and began bombarding her with questions about how she knew where she was and that Chin was looking for her. At that moment, she did not immediately lose consciousness. She took a homemade detoxification pill and was more conscious than others. And that's when she heard about the location of Lin Lan's miraculous ore. What confused Chin Feng was not that she knew where the ore was, but something else. He grabbed her hand and started asking how she could prepare a detox pill without proper knowledge. She had one of the pills in her hand, and she said that she learned it from books. Although this pill has a couple of shortcomings, but she was able to prepare it herself without a teacher, Qin Feng saw that this girl had the talent to become an alchemist. He asked her if she wanted to become an alchemist, to which she replied that she needed to support her parents and work as an honest miner. Qin offered to take care of her parents upon himself and invited her to be his student. She just needs to follow him. The girl was a little confused. In his previous life, Qin Feng focused on alchemy, but in this life, he wants to practice martial arts, so he wants to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and take on an apprentice. The girl swam from his manipulative statements and agreed to follow him. Qin thinks that he has found a good slave, and the girl at this moment thinks that she has found a good husband. A few days later, Fengming City, here Qin Feng wants to sell wonderful ore. He said he needed to sell so much ore to pay off his debts. He pointed with his finger how much he wanted to sell. The assistant was horrified, because it was 1,000 zlotys. They wondered where they could save so much money and for so much money. Qin Feng said that he needs to sell for 10,000 zlotys because the payment was leaked and now he owes more. It was too much and unrealistic. They thought that no one would want to buy that much. But Qin Feng simply said to trust him. He thinks that all the ore will be taken away in a matter of seconds, because he and that girl worked hard and improved the quality beyond recognition. They were in too much of a hurry, so they didn't achieve the level of quality they were aiming for. People didn't want to buy for such a lot of money. One shouted that he wouldn't regret even 100 zlotys. This is the largest shopping store in the city. The goods appraiser said that the iron ore was pure and gem-shaped, and he did not want to handle this pebble. The guy from the store didn't believe it was ore and asked me to convince him of it. Suddenly, the owner of the Huineng Fang store, the treasurer of the Gao, came out of the hall in response to the noise. The seller immediately began to claim that the visitor, that is, the gentleman, wanted to sell them fake ore. Suddenly, the gentleman and his assistant were abruptly thrown out the door and told that they did not work with fakes. Qin Feng took a 40-centimeter knife from the guard, became furious and began to threaten why they didn't want to buy his wonderful ore. They were still not accepted, and they decided to move to another city. The owner of the store said next time to immediately throw out such people, and this was a lesson for the seller. He looked and said why there was dirty coal on the counter, to which I received the answer that this was the guy's ore. He was surprised that there was an ore mine nearby. The owner took it in his hands and began to examine this stone from all sides. A bright flickering suddenly appeared in all directions. It was very bright. The owner and his seller were very scared. He worked in trade for so many years, but among all the ores he saw, this was the first time he heard about the glow of iron ore and called his seller stupid. He hit him in the face and said that he had offended an important person. The boss said to prepare the money and they would go to apologize to this important gentleman. He hoped that it was not too late. Qin Feng was walking to another city at this time. He still didn't believe that they were kicked out in disgrace. They decided to reduce the price upon arrival in another city, because people don't understand and don't buy. Suddenly, the owner and the seller from the store suddenly appear from behind. They asked them to wait and said that they were ready to buy all the ore. He said that there was a misunderstanding, asked for forgiveness, and was ready to pay 10,000 zlotys for the ore. Qin Feng said that he understands goods. Everyone was happy. They were very lucky that they wanted to buy the ore. But Qin Feng said that he was not ready to sell it to them. He said that his subordinates were offended by his comrade, and because of this he was not ready to cooperate. The subordinates went crazy from this statement. They understand that their lives depend on his further agreement. The owner grabbed his salesman by the ear and forced him to apologize to them. He said that ordinary miraculous ore is crystal clear and shines like precious metal. This is because regular miracle ore contains a lot of useless crystals and is extremely difficult to remove. But in reality, the purer the ore, the darker its color. The seller was shocked that this black and strange ore was so rare. She had an excellent level of cleaning. It seems that behind this young man there is an incomprehensible and powerful alchemist, the owner thought. Qin Feng used a method for cleaning that he had perfected for 100,000 years, and when he realized that this guy understood it, he wanted to ask for more money for it. Qin Feng looked at them with mockery and remembered that the seller promised to stand upside down if these stones turned out to be precious. He was shocked, but Qin Feng encouraged him. The owner clenched his fist tightly, but as soon as the guy saw this, he immediately began to run away. He hit him hard and said that he had to answer for his words. He bowed upside down and believed that he had been treated unfairly. The owner offered to buy the ore for 30,000 zlotys, to which Qin Feng agreed. The assistants were shocked by such figures. They were amazed at how Qin Feng earned money. Qin said that they are now rich, they will also pay off the debt, and there will be something left on top. They went shopping, joyful and rich. It's night. Some conversations can be heard quietly. Lin Lan asked his father for help and claimed that Qin Feng had cruelly abused him. He said that he was beaten and humiliated. He demanded justice from his father. The father was shocked that this scumbag Qin Feng dared to frame his son. He strongly asked for help and said that Qin Feng was now in Fengming City. He told his father that he would punish the bastard and he would not survive tomorrow. There was fake blood on his face. Lin Lan deliberately lied to witness his death. Qin family estate, night, a warm light is burning in one of the rooms. The pills that his father gave Qin Feng were not bad. Thanks to them and reading the gods, he will be able to rise to the 5th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Very good. He is gradually becoming stronger and will definitely be able to change the sad fate of his previous life. He suddenly could feel something. It was something unusual. Qin Feng began to use divine sense and felt that there was some movement outside the house. He saw the silhouettes of the villains, but he did not invite anyone home. He decided to screw them over for fun. The villains had a plan. One distracts, and at that moment the other sneaks home and kills Qin Feng. To distract, they pierced the window with a stick. One of the villains was already standing ready and prepared his sharp, large knife. Suddenly a kick hits the door. Qin Feng suddenly rushed straight out of the main doors of his house to punish his opponents. He politely greeted them with sarcasm and asked if they were looking for anyone in particular. The villains were shocked that Qin Feng was not afraid to approach them and came out himself. He said that he knew that they were killers, but unfortunately he had not waved his fists for a long time, so he would have to practice. They had killed people many times before, and this was the first time that the prey itself came to them with open arms. Unfortunately, in his past life, Qin Feng did not have to fight with anyone for 100,000 years. It's time to test the results of his work. The enemies laughed loudly and decided to reduce the guy's confidence. They want Qin Feng to pay for the lesson with his life. But he was already ready and was not afraid of anything. For him, it was like a game. One of the enemies said that this guy was finished. He had already killed 80 people like him. He began to use all his strong skills to win. He thought he should do his best. This guy may be trash to him, but he shouldn't take it so lightly. He ran shouting, "Die!" to strike the first strong blow. Qin Feng understood what the 8th level of Blood Qi stage was. It was very strong. Qin finally had his first fight in the first 100,000 years. He struck his opponent hard in the face with his fist. He slammed into the ground. The force of the impact was so intense that the entire environment around him vibrated. One of the villains looked at his partner and began to say that he was killed. Qin didn't understand what happened. He didn't think he could kill with one blow. The villain was shocked from Qin Feng's level, but Qin still didn't believe that he could kill with one blow. He suggested to the one who remained alive to fight and not kill with the first blow, and smiled impudently. His eyes popped out from what was happening. He thought that Qin was a devil since he had such a smile. He said how dare Qin kill his brother. They were inseparable all their lives. He quickly ran away and said that it would never be too late for him to take revenge for him and said goodbye. Qin Feng did not expect that reading the gods would make his core strength so powerful. He got the idea why not follow him and find out who exactly sent these two idiots to kill him. Fengming City Lord's mansion. The killer came running here and disappeared. Qin realized that the person who ordered the murder must be here. Suddenly, someone appeared behind Qin Feng with torn clothes on his sleeve. The guy ran and asked for help to help him. He claimed that they wanted to kill him. He was hit by an arrow and fell to the ground. The customer seems to be getting rid of his own. People with torches came out and started shouting that a thief had gotten into the house and he couldn't be allowed to escape. Qin Feng did not understand what was happening and what this was all for. Everyone suddenly surrounded him. They are all level 8 Blood Key Masters. Someone suddenly appeared and said that there was no need to set him up. Oh, and he caused him trouble. Now he will pay for everything. It was Lin Lan. He thought that Qin Feng had come because he couldn't finish him off. Qin Feng laughed loudly, and it's strange why he didn't realize earlier that those villains were directed by Lin Lang. Lil Lang began to act like a fool and not understand what Qin Feng was talking about. This was the mansion of the City Lord. Lin Lan wanted to use the City Lord's power to plot against him. Suddenly, someone pulled out a knife from the dead villain. There were traces of blood on the knife. A stranger approached and asked if Master Qin had called him. It was the Fengming City Lord, and he was wiping his knife with a white handkerchief. Qin Feng was shocked by the news that it was his father, because he thought that he was on the side of the Qin family. The Lord laughed loudly and added that no one had said such a thing. A lot of time has passed, but his family still takes the small deposits that were once made to him so seriously. He gave the order to get rid of Qin Feng, and the Lord's assistants broke him. He reported that the former bride, Lin Xuan, had not only made great progress in the development of martial arts, but was also going to become the third prince's concubine. Her plans are to oust his family. Now the Lin family has a bright future. No one cares about the Qin family, which is going through difficult times. Lin Lan asked his father what plans he had for Qin Feng. He said he wanted to get rid of it forever, to which Lin Lan thanked his father. Night. City Lord's mansion. Qin Feng sat in the basement and realized that this time he was careless. He did not expect the city lord to side with the Lin family. He suddenly felt something. Sankyu's assistant crawled through a hole in the wall to him. He was worried like his master. He asked how the gentleman could do such a stupid thing, but Qin did not understand what he was talking about. The people in the Lord's mansion are discussing Lin Xuan becoming the third prince's concubine, and that because of this news he fell into hatred and killed 2 members of the royal family. So tomorrow morning Qin Feng will be executed, the assistant told him. Qin thought that he would be sentenced to exile. He didn't think that the Lord would use the royal family to kill him. Now the Ye family is a collegiate family and the strongest. The assistant forced the gentleman to escape through a freshly dug hole. Now is the time for the guards to change. Qin didn't want to run away like a dog. He knew that he was not guilty. He believed in justice. He said that he was a member of the Qin family and couldn't just leave. He wanted to get out of this situation with dignity. The guards changed and Qin Feng kicked his assistant in the ass and told him to leave if he didn't want to be here together. Qin covered the hole with straw, and at that moment the guards passed by. They looked and did not notice anything strange. Qin Feng, sitting in his cell, took out what his father gave him. There was no other choice. He was forced to use extreme measures. A flare flew from the camera high into the night sky. It exploded in the sky. It was very bright, and it all happened over the heads of the guards. Everyone began to rush towards the sound. No one understood what was happening. It looked like someone dared to come to the prison in the middle of the night. Qin Fake looked at the crowd of running people with a concentrated gaze. It was the guards of the Qin family who came running. They crushed and killed everything in their path. All the walls and bars of the prison were covered in blood. The main guard of the Qin family was assembled. They asked what happened. Qin said that it's nothing like that, it's just that someone relies heavily on their daddy. He stood up and gave the order to deal with it. These were true martial arts masters. It was early morning and this was already the road to the place of execution. Sankyu hit the guard on the head so that he would not think that the young master could die. The young gentleman himself figured out everything and escaped from prison on his own, the assistant claimed. They began to approach the place where the execution would take place. People were happy that it was still morning and the culprit had already been hanged. Cheerful man. All the people pointed their fingers at him and were very happy. Sankyu did not believe that this could happen and the gentleman was hanged. He began to cry loudly, tears flowing from his eyes in a stream. They were ashamed that they were not present even in the last minutes. The whole family cried and knelt. Qin Feng suddenly appeared and said that he missed his assistant. The assistant responded to his name and everyone had questions about how Qin remained alive. They attacked Qin Feng with kindness and love, wondering how he managed to escape. He started pushing away people close to him because he was ashamed and everyone was looking at him. Lin Lang wanted to use his father to kill Qin Feng, but his father is not as good as Qin's father, he said, and pointed his finger. This is Lin Lan's cheerful godfather. It was the same city lord. He was dead and could no longer move. The assistant wondered how Qin did it alone. Qin replied that it was easy, took out the thing that his father gave him and asked if he knew what it was. He said he knew. This is the martial order of the Qin family. This orin is equivalent to a military aid treasure. The main security group of the Qin family only needs to see the sign of the military order, and then they will come running to unconditionally obey the order of the ruler. Sankyu asked what order the gentleman gave. He grinned and said that Lin Lang and the others dared to kill him. It was clear that he could not allow this. The masters destroyed the city lord's mansion in a few tens of minutes. And naturally, they forced his body to forgive several circles of hell. So now that the order is spent, all that remains is an empty shell. Sankyu asked where Lin Lang had gone. He couldn't run away again. and Qin Feng called him along. They walked a little further, and there Lin Lang was chained, and he was called names and humiliated by the city people. They said that he would no longer have a good reputation. They threw everything they could get their hands on at him. He screamed loudly and was in great pain. He finally admitted that he falsely accused Qin Feng and that Qin did not try to kill anyone at all. He said honestly that only he was to blame for all the troubles. The assistant recognized the hole through which he himself had crawled. It turns out that Lin Lan tried to escape through it and got stuck, after which the people began to humiliate him. Qin explained that he did not want to kill Lin Lang because his sister was going to marry the prince, and he had more than enough power. And at night, he asked Lin Lang to clear Qin Feng's name. The assistant was upset that they were missing out on this opportunity to kill Lin Lang. This bastard has done a lot of shit around here. He gave them permission to do whatever they wanted with him, as long as he didn't die. At this moment, the guys gained strength. Qin laughed sweetly and hoped that his assistants would not finish off Lin Lang. They tensed up, clenched their fists, and told Lin Lan not to strain too much. Lin Lan didn't understand what would happen to him now. Well, the feeling wasn't good. The sounds of screams of pain could be heard throughout the city. Even the birds flew in the other direction. Looks like he got his ass kicked hard. Now it was time for Qin Feng to prepare a brand new plan. Lin Lang was severely beaten. His face was covered in cuts and bruises. At night he tried to sleep. He was in a lot of pain. The big guys came. He thought that this was the main guard of the Lin family and she had come to free him. They swung a sharp axe at him sharply. His eyes popped out of his head. It seemed to him that this was the last thing he saw in his life. He said that he would do everything. They would just ask not to kill him. But the axe hit the tree where Lin Lan was stuck, and not his head. From around the corner they said that Master Lin was not worried. It was his own. It was a relative of His Highness. His sister is engaged to His Royal Highness the Third Prince, and this guy was ordered to take him to the capital. He didn't believe it. He blessed God that he now had an assistant, and he wouldn't die in this place. He asked to tell the prince that he wanted to ask him to destroy the Qin family, otherwise he did not want to come to the capital. But the prince ordered him to be taken to the capital and asked him not to complicate the situation. He said that if his son-in-law helped him kill Qin Feng, then in the future he would give away half of the iron ore mined in the city. The assistant grinned and said that it would be difficult for him to refuse. These nasty giants didn't mind making a little fuss. Now Lin Lan was sure that Qin Feng would not be able to deal with these masters and would not take them out. Night, Qin family medical garden. Qin Feng felt something while he was sleeping. It seemed to him that something was pressing on his chest. He didn't understand how it happened, and he began to think. He understood that this happened several hours ago. What happened a few hours ago was that he wanted to go into the misty forest, but it was dangerous for his life. He stood with a self-watering doll and told how he could sit. The alchemist told him that he needed more medicinal raw materials. But his assistant told him more than once what horrors the foggy forest concealed. The misty forest is full of more than just poisonous gas, and there are countless poisonous insects and animals. The medical garden in those days belonged to Tumanov, near the forest, and in order to take a part for themselves, the Qin family sacrificed hundreds of warriors. To put it simply, it was impossible for people to climb into the fog. This is a forbidden place. The assistant told him that he would never let the gentleman go there, and showed him the rope. However, he completely forgot that for the current generation, the misty forest is the most dangerous place. He also felt that this girl treated him like a stranger. Qin Feng heard some strange sounds outside the window while he was thinking about the situation. He decided to use his divine sense skill to see what was really happening. Two masters made their way into the territory. They were talking loudly about how they were ordered to kill Qin Feng. They killed one of the guards at the entrance to get to the house. They decided not to kill much of the family's subordinates because there would be many questions, and continued on their way. Qin began to tear the ropes that tied him up because two wetland stage masters could easily kill a dozen Blood Yi level masters. He ran out of his house. If they fight there, then all the people in the area will be involved in this battle. Suddenly, these two masters saw the silhouette of Qin Feng standing with his back to them. They concentrated so as not to miss the prey. Without wasting an opportunity, they swung an axe to cut his head in and finish it off. After the impact, the head immediately flew off, but the silhouette remained standing. The head flew in the other direction. The masters already relaxed. They did not expect that it would be so easy. One of the masters decided to pick up the severed head and take it with him as evidence. But when he raised his strength, he was afraid. It was evident from his facial expression. It was the same wooden doll for watering the garden. They got scared and realized that the real Qin Feng had escaped. Qin Feng happily packed the Tianluo fruits from the garden with him and was pleased with himself that he was able to brush off the two masters. He mounted his horse and shouted at their backs that their plan to kill had failed and they would not be able to do it. They were pissed that the bastard got away. These masters were sure that he was an idiot. Instead of calling the guards, he ran away, and naturally, they chased him. They ran after him very quickly so as not to miss Qin Feng and get this over with. Qin began throwing berries out of the bag to confuse the craftsmen. The fruits hit the villains right in the face and knocked them off their path and stopped their speed. They did not understand what he was throwing at them, because after it hit them, they could not open their eyes. Fruit pollen from the fruit had the property of depriving people of vision for some time. But Qin Feng had something else in store and activated his divine sensing skill. Thanks to magical technology, he could see at night as if it were day, so he wasn't worried about riding a horse. It was not difficult for him to get rid of them. The horse ran very quickly, but they suddenly appeared from above and, swinging a sharp axe, approached to hit him on the head. They hit it, but it's not yet clear where, but they created incredible hype. The horse died and lay nearby, but Qin Feng managed to jump away and did not understand how they could do this. In theory, they cannot see yet, but how could they chase after him without vision? One of them thought that Qin Feng was lying dead nearby, but the other said that it was his horse. He was very angry that it was a horse and not Qin Feng. Qin at this moment stood aside and wondered how they could chase. One possibility is that they are hunter-killers who hunt by scent. This means that the trick with the mannequin was pulled off not because they were stupid, but because his scent remained on him. One of them pointed his finger to the side, indicating where the gentleman was. They sensed where he was and quickly began to chase him. If the prey was targeted by two hunters relying on charm, there was no doubt that it would die, and in this situation, the prey was Qin Feng. One of his solutions was to scatter his clothes everywhere in order to somehow spread the smell and confuse the villains. This was at least some chance of escape. The villains understood this and began to laugh because they knew that he had only one path ahead through which he could escape. Qin Feng stopped abruptly and began to look ahead with a frightened gaze. There was a forbidden place ahead, foggy forest. They stood on the edge of a cliff. Qin hated himself for turning onto the road leading him into the foggy forest. The villains were getting closer and closer. They knew that he would not have the courage to jump there. Plus, as soon as he appeared there, the poisonous gas and miasma would immediately kill him. They offered him to stay here and gave him a guarantee to die with joy and without pain. Qin Feng lifted the fruit up with his hands and squeezed it tightly so that its juice began to drip onto the ground. He said that his balls were huge and he was not going to give up. Squeezing the fruit with one hand, he rushed down the cliff. At that moment, the villains did not expect such an act from him. "He will never give up and die a dog's death," he shouted and flew down. They were shocked that he rushed down. Inspired by him, he is not at all afraid of death. It was a misty forest, and Qin Feng was flying straight into it. They were sure that he would die immediately from the poisonous fog, and decided to wait for the fog on the outskirts to clear, and then they would enter and cut off his head to receive a reward. These two werewolves laughed loudly that such a gentleman from one of the strongest families would die from some kind of fog. Foggy forest, some sighs of sadness and sorrow can be heard. Qin Feng was happy and greatly regretted that he had not come here earlier. There were so many spiritual herbs here, and now it was all his. He was holding back so as not to cry out with joy. He drank the Tianluo fruit juice beforehand. This is the easiest way to protect yourself from fog. This forest saved his life, and those two bastards think he died. The effect may not last long, but there was a lot of high-quality spiritual grass here. He will have to prepare a protective agent from what is at hand. He began to start cooking. Such a spiritual herb is only worthy for him, Qin Feng thought. 2 hours later, I heard some suspicious sound in this forest. It was a red coon dog, and they were hard to catch. It seems the effect of the pill he prepared to scare away the animals was so strong that it caused the animal to lose consciousness. The dog was lying near a tree stump, and Qin Feng closely watched its further actions. So he was thinking about how he could deal with those two bastards, but he couldn't figure it out. But now he has an idea. Early the next morning, as soon as the fog cleared, the two bastards began to enter the forest. They walked through the green, nasty, and stinking swamp in the hope that they would find his corpse, since it should not be far away. They thought they had found him when they saw a male corpse hanging from a tree. One of the bastards swung a sharpened axe to cut off his head and take it with him. It turns out that Feng is alive. The mercenaries are shocked that he did not die in this forest. They think that since he did not die, it means that he is very weak due to the poisonous fog. Feng says that as professional hunters, they should know at least something about swamp poisons. He asks them what would happen if the raccoon dog's blood collided with the miasma tree. They answer that in this way, a poisonous fog will be formed, and the person will die very quickly. Qin Feng begins the countdown. Fog envelops the hunters. They clearly did not expect such a turn of events. They, without knowing it, had already begun to inhale the poisonous fog. Feng says he picked up a raccoon dog last night. All he could do was pretend to be dead, let him get closer, and then divert attention, so that they don't understand what exactly he did. The hunters want to take him with them and attack him. Feng says that they shouldn't have reacted just now. It's already too late. The hunters are choking on blood. They fall dead at Feng's feet. Feng says that because they are hunters with a keen sense of smell, the poison affected them very quickly. Feng sees many red eyes watching him. Feng apologizes to the red raccoon dog for taking some of her blood. He set the dogs on the dead hunters. The people in the medical garden speculate that Qin Feng might have died in the misty forest. Sankyu is given his item as proof. He sees the bloody saddle of Feng's horse. Linlan says that they found him next to a pool of blood in the forest. Feng's girlfriend is afraid that he really ran away into the misty forest. Linlan says that Feng is very selfless for going there alone. Linlan says his iron mine is going back because of Feng's death. He orders the guards to drive away all the inhabitants. He says that from now on he will own Feng's property. Feng returns and tells him to stay out of other people's business. Feng says that Linlan is a very slippery guy. Feng says he's fine. Linlan asks how he managed not to die in the misty forest. Feng guesses that those mercenaries were sent by Linlan. Feng is told that they have come for him to discuss rights to the iron mine. This eunuch represents the Ye family, and Feng has nothing to show for it. Feng says he doesn't care who he represents. He says that he is in a bad mood because he was almost killed. He tells the eunuch that the lord of Fengming City was hanged a few days ago even though he belonged to his family. That night he activated the Qin family military order. He spoke about what happened to him that night and he allegedly used the order again. Feng says that he will also lower the order on the eunuch if necessary. Lin Flag is shocked how Feng was able to kill his mercenaries. The eunuch says that he has already felt how dangerous his military order is. The eunuch smiles and says that he just came for a visit. They all bow and wish Feng good luck. They apologize and leave the medical garden. The Ye family representatives leave, saying that Feng is crazy. Sankyu asks if Feng really used the military order. He replies that he simply intimidated them. Feng says that he picked up a lot of useful herbs in the forest. Sankyu says that he is lying because you cannot get out of that place alive. Feng says he collected so many herbs that he had to equip his horse. The horse arrives loaded and tired. People are shocked by so many high-level herbs collected. Feng says he is tired and will go rest. Sankyu says that he seems to never be able to understand his master's methods. A few days later, Lin Lang was brought to the capital for the third prince's wedding. Feng assumes that the Ye family has started to fear him. Feng says that from now on, the guards' salaries will be doubled. Sankyu asks him why such generosity. Feng says that he must create a detachment to clear the misty forest. Sankyu asks if it is possible to go to this zone alive. Feng tells him not to worry. Feng says that, according to his memories, now is the era when the cleansing of such wastelands will begin actively. So he needs to start training his subordinates now. The next day, Feng had already formed a detachment in front of him. He says that to form a team they need to undergo selection and then training. The fighters ask who will train them. Feng says that he will train them himself. The fighters are perplexed by this decision. The fighters say that the master will not be able to teach them anything because he is very weak. The fighters think he's joking. Feng tells Sankyu that he needs to buy weapons for the squad. Sankyu says that Feng was just lucky to get out of there alive once. The restaurant thinks that the Qin military order is just a fake. They realize that Feng has deceived them. The Ye family representative is very angry. He smashes the plate on the floor. Qin Yulan is angry because he spilled tea on his feet. The Ye family representative asks what he will do to him for this. Yulan says that because of Feng, he lost his powers. Qin Yulan asks to answer for the spilled tea. Qin Yulan attacks him. The Ye family representative asks how Qin Feng has insulted him. Yulan says that he lost almost everything because of him. They team up because they both want to kill Feng. They discuss that Feng has an alchemist teacher. Yulan says that the first thing they must do is destroy the medical garden. The Ye family representative replies that this could trigger a war between the families. Yulan says that he wants to set the iron bull on the garden. They discuss where to buy pills to attract animals. They agree to the deal. Feng prepares body-toughening pills. This is a very difficult process, but for him it will be easy. He prepared 24 pills of the highest quality. He tries one of them. He says that he wants to sell pills, he needs to reduce their quality. After swallowing the pill, he advanced to the 6th level of the Qi and blood stage. Now Feng is going to take a pill to calm his body. He drinks it without even looking back. He believes that to clear the wasteland they must fight to the death. His assistant wonders if he is overcoming his cultivation foundation. She thinks that Feng has started working hard to get back everything he lost. She wants to help him. The action moves outside the garden. A ferocious beast is approaching this area. His assistant thinks now is not the time for this. The warrior's spears break on the bull's armor. Warriors cannot penetrate it at all. The bull scatters them with blows. Another arrow flies at him. The warriors don't understand where she comes from. It turned out that she was Qin Feng's assistant. The warriors are very happy about her, but by this action they only angered the bull. Yulan says that this bull will be very difficult to deal with. They want him dead. The iron bull runs towards Feng's assistant. She shoots him again. The arrow bounces off his horn. She's told to be careful. She takes another arrow. The assistant says that she must help her master. She won't back down even if she dies. The bull attacks her. He hurts her badly. She is exhausted and cannot walk. Yulan and the Ye family member are already anticipating Feng's death. The bull's horn is right next to Feng's assistant's face. But Feng comes in time and saves her. The warriors did not expect to see their master here. He says that anyone who encroaches on the lives of his subordinates must die. He asks if she is okay. Feng tells her to leave everything to him. She assumes that Feng will not be able to cope with such a strong bull. Feng says that he will not leave him unpunished. Yulan says that Feng is a desperate person. The bull rushes straight towards Qin Feng. His warriors worry about their master. Feng doesn't understand why they are panicking so much. Feng says he'll just blow it up. He uses moonlight. It penetrates the bull's armor. The fighters are perplexed as to how he penetrated the armor of such a strong bull. They wonder how he can use martial arts of this level. Feng's assistant also wonders where he got such power. Feng says that he has already broken through to the 7th level and can draw qi into weapons. In his previous life, he was familiar with martial arts skills but could not use them. But in this life he is going to change everything. He sharply darted in the other direction, moving away from his wounds. The bull attacks him again, but Feng uses a new amazing technique. Feng runs close to him. His warriors warn him not to come so close. The iron bull flies over his head. Fan is nowhere to be seen. Those close to him were afraid that he had died. Feng didn't die. Thanks to the martial arts moonlight, his evasion ability had greatly increased. So for now he'll rely on her, and it's easy to finish off the bull. His associates are shocked that he was able to kill the bull. They say it's impossible with his level of fitness. His assistant says that he is dead. Feng asks if anyone still thinks he doesn't have the skills to teach them. Feng says this is their last chance to join his hunting team. All the warriors raise their hands. Feng orders the bull's body to be brought into the warehouse. Feng doesn't understand why the iron bull wandered straight into his garden. The smell of some kind of pill hovers around the garden. Feng realizes that it is a boiling blood pill. He also realizes that this iron bull was enraged by someone with this pill. He looks into the distance. On a cliff nearby, Yulan and a representative of the Ye family are fighting. They argue whose idea didn't go as planned. One of them falls off a cliff during a fight. Then he pulls the second one behind him. Together they lie at the bottom of the gorge. Feng says that they have at least some use in the form of a bull carcass. A few days later, all the guards joined the hunting party. Feng says that he will give them a medicine that tightens the equals and restores energy. He also thanks his assistant for her courage and rewards her with armor made from the skin of an iron bull. He says he will also reward all outstanding people. His assistant thanks him for the gift. Feng says that every guard who guarded the honey garden yesterday will receive a body-hardening pill from him. Feng says that in the next fortnight he will choose those worthy to clear the foggy forest. His subordinates thank him. The action moves to a tavern in the city of Yunying. There they say that Feng is assembling a team to be sent to the misty forest. The Liulis are betting that no one will survive. The Ye family representative says that only his family is betting today. Everyone else is betting that everyone else will come back alive. He says that anyone who does not support the bid will lose his head. People say he is blatantly taking their money. The man says that the boiling blood pill was too expensive. A representative of the Ye family says that he will secretly incriminate Feng's squad. Half a month later, they gathered a detachment of hunters. Half a month of selection has passed. Each of the guards is armed with a set of throwing knives and crossbows. Feng says that their expedition promises to be very difficult, but he believes that everyone will show their best. Feng asks them not to let him down. They have already gone to the misty forest, and the first danger on their way is the poisonous miasma. But they no longer pose a threat to them, because Feng gave them pills that neutralize their effect. The second danger is poisonous insects and animals. He tells them all to split up into groups and move in different directions. Feng prepares to lead the main team and tells the others to follow behind. If everyone follows the rules, Feng believes they won't lose a single person. His warriors thought that he would be here for the first time. They are shocked that Feng already knows everything. The warriors decide to move forward to broaden their master's horizons. The warriors decide to sneak up and get the loot. A large red centipede crawls next to them. The soldiers notice something is wrong. She jumps out at them. Feng doesn't understand what's going on. It turns out that this is a steel centipede. She attacks Feng's warriors. One of them says not to be afraid, but just shoot her to death. They tell him that he can be relied upon. Several more centipedes crawl towards them. Centipede corpses emit a stench that attracts other animals. The killing of one centipede attracts its brothers here. The squad is very scared. The warriors clearly did not expect what would happen here. Feng tells them to hold formation. The squad members say that there are too many of them, and it is impossible to kill them all. The centipedes are getting closer and closer. The warriors freeze with fear. They say they can't handle so many centipedes. They think it's all over for them. Centipedes surround the fighters. Feng tells them all to stand behind him. It uses a shockwave to scare away centipedes. But they keep pushing and turning. Feng fights them bravely. Centipedes are very strong. Feng covered the fighters with his body to protect them. They are very moved by this. His associates are also eager to fight. Feng tells them not to approach because they won't cope. The centipedes are still approaching them. Feng attacks with renewed vigor. Centipedes pierce his body, but he has the strength to fight her off. He is attacked from behind. His friends manage to warn him. Feng draws his sword again. He cuts the centipede in half. Feng is very strong. The subordinates clearly did not expect such force. Feng killed everyone single-handedly. The warriors exhale from the fact that they are alive. They thought they would die in this battle. Feng takes one of the squad members by the collar. He screams and asks why they broke the rules. Feng is very angry that the actions of this fighter almost led to the death of the entire team. The fighter doesn't know what to answer. Feng is very furious at what is happening. He was severely wounded in the battle. The soldiers regret that they let their master down. Feng says that he was simply poisoned by a centipede. Feng could actually die in this battle. The soldiers ask not to punish them. They say those responsible should voluntarily leave the team. Several members of the party try to leave the misty forest due to their guilt. Feng throws the bag on the ground and asks where they are all going. He says that he knows the story of one fighter who joined here to help his parents raise money for treatment, and if he leaves, he will let his parents down. He gives the fighters recovery pills. His assistants follow the master. Feng says that even heroes can make mistakes, and besides, fighters are unlikely to be able to leave the forest without dying. The squad members wonder why Feng decided to stay with them. Feng orders them to find a safe place to set up camp. 3 days have passed. Feng says that the elixir his body comes into contact with is too low, so it takes him a long time to recover from the centipede poison. He wants to use a divine technique to speed up detoxification. He is told that poisonous insects are approaching. Feng asks what's wrong. The squad is attacked by thousands of spiders. These are dangerous, bloody spiders. Feng tells them to leave everything to him and run. The head of the detachment orders to protect the entrance to the cave where the gentleman sits at the cost of his life, because he has not yet completed detoxification. Feng clearly did not expect this from them. The soldiers take out some pills, and they scatter them at the approaching animals. Feng doesn't understand what's happening. He doesn't know how they figured out that they needed to use the beast-repellent pill. The commander orders to retreat. They stretch the trap to catch the spiders. Feng stops them from doing this. After all, spiders weave webs at an ideal level. Feng tells them to run, but the fighters do not agree to do so. The web silk of blood spiders is an excellent material for extinguishing forest fires. They want to start a fire in that place. Feng is shocked by the actions of his fighters. Feng didn't think they were actually capable of doing this. How do they know all this? A very dangerous spider queen is approaching them. The warriors are already loading their crossbows. They say that since they were able to kill small spiders, they can handle large ones. They say that they must fight to the death as their master taught them. Therefore, they must act without fear. The warriors attack the spider queen. She is very seriously injured after their blows. The soldiers say that they managed to reanalyze all the information received during training. They say that they are ready to give their lives for the master. Feng is shocked by how they have grown, even managing to kill the queen. Feng says he greatly underestimated them back then. Now they must only move forward and take as many spiritual herbs with them as possible. The action moves to an area outside of the misty forest. Those placing bets hope that at least one of the Qin family survives, otherwise the city will become impoverished. Eunuch Ye doesn't believe that anyone will get out of there alive. He hopes that Feng will die in the forest and then the eunuch will make a fortune for himself. But something appeared on the horizon. People say that if they leave, it will be clear that someone from the detachment has died. It turned out to be just a dove. The day is already coming to an end. But Feng's squad still hasn't left. Eunuch Ye says that he thought correctly that none of the Qin family would survive. Therefore, ordinary people are ordered to give away all their money. The eunuch says that he doesn't care about people's problems. He needs their money. Feng returned to find the eunuch blackmailing people from his city. It turns out that Qin Feng is alive. Feng not only did not die himself, but also brought all the fighters safe. They also have a huge catch. The eunuch clearly did not expect that none of the detachment would die on the campaign. The eunuch says to consider himself lucky. Feng approaches and stops him. He reminds that the eunuch did not pay for his bet. The eunuch says that he will not give anything away because he represents the royal family. Feng says that if the royal family finds out about his deed, they will definitely kill him. The eunuch is clearly very angry. After a while, things are lying on the ground. The eunuch squad has absolutely nothing more to pawn. They gave everything they had. Feng says that if they also give away their underpants, then they will have enough money to pay. The eunuch gave them, and told Feng that he would remember this shame. The town's residents thank Feng for standing up for them. Feng says he plans to visit the misty forest more often in the future, so he's hoping for help from the town's residents. Residents of the city say they will do their best to be useful to him. The eunuch's team is still wondering how Feng managed to get out of the forest alive. Feng must be relying on the help of his master alchemist. Lin Lang sends his alchemist to help kill Qin Feng. The 1,000-pound hammer he asked for was specially made for Feng. Feng is going to try it out. He tries to raise his weapon, but acute pain permeates his body. Feng's back felt heavy. But he says he's quite happy with the hammer. He recently mastered a new skill, but not yet fully. The next day they go into the misty forest again. This swamp is home to huge mud crabs that sell for a good price. Feng feels that for some reason someone is approaching them. Feng tells the squad to find a safe place and rest, but he needs to go somewhere. Feng found someone. He sees the Ye family team. Their alchemist says that today they will definitely be able to kill Qin Feng. Feng realizes that Eunuch Ye hired an alchemist to kill them all in the forest. Feng thinks that their team is much stronger than his anyway. The eunuch is told that their tracks are becoming clearer. The eunuch orders to run there quickly. They are going to surprise them and kill them. But then something unexpected happens. His team falls off a cliff. They all end up in a swamp. The eunuch does not understand why they ended up in the swamp. Qin Feng's hammer flies towards them from above. He has already reached the swamp. They clearly don't understand what Feng is doing here. He said that he ordered the hunting team to make false tracks because he had long known that they wanted to kill him. He's holding his hammer. Feng brings his hammer down on the Ye family team. His fighters were badly wounded. Blood flowed onto the floor. Each of the fighters was wounded by a hammer. Eunuch Ye is shocked by the events that are happening. And now it was the turn of the eunuch himself. But then the alchemist appears in front of the eunuch. He says not to even try to touch a member of the royal family. Feng asks why he is minding his own business. The alchemist is very angry. He suddenly disappears from view. He ends up directly under Qin Feng. Feng didn't expect him to approach him so quickly. He is shocked by its speed. The alchemist tries to attack Feng. He says that he is a martial artist in the tempering stage. Feng is shocked by how strong his opponent is. The alchemist reveals that the royal family specifically instructed him to kill Feng. Feng didn't think he was hiding his strength. The alchemist asks if he is a warrior who relies on strength. He says he relies more on speed. He also says that speed warriors are the sworn enemies of strength warriors. The alchemist asks how he will fight him. He thinks that Feng relied only on his sledgehammer. The alchemist says that his technique of moving the body is based on the strength of the legs. The alchemist says that he is not afraid of a hammer blow. Feng tries to fight off his attacks. He understands that what he leans on depends on the strength of his legs. The alchemist says that Feng holds up well against him in battle. Feng tells him not to underestimate him. The alchemist eats some kind of pill. By drinking it, he can create precise images. The alchemist again asks how Feng will fight him. Eunuch Ye says Feng can't do anything against him. Feng has a hard time understanding what is happening, but he concentrated. The alchemist clearly did not expect such actions from him. Feng managed to attack his opponent. The alchemist's teeth fly out. The eunuch does not understand how this happened. The alchemist asks how Feng managed to hit him with such speed. Feng says that he is not a strength-type warrior. He says that he recently mastered the Great God Body technique, which allows him to travel long distances in an instant. Feng accidentally learned a new power technique while fighting. Finally, Feng can use the new technique in battle. It was his turn to strike. Feng also takes out his high-quality pill. Now he will show you what real pills are. Feng used 3 of his afterimages. He used several fighting techniques at once. He delivers a powerful blow to his opponent. The eunuch wonders how Feng was able to kill the alchemist. The eunuch begs Feng not to kill him. He says that the third prince sent him and he is not guilty of anything. Feng says that he realized that the eunuch is not to blame, but he still kills the eunuch. He thinks that their bodies should be drowned in the swamp. Now no one will interfere with Feng's trips to the forest. A few days later, the royal family learned of the murder of their family members. They vowed to execute the killer. The case is going through court. The royal commissioner says that Feng's party was in the forest at the same time as the eunuch. Feng asks what he's even talking about. Feng says that in the fear of the misty forest, he could not even think about killing anyone. His subordinates also press for pity and say that they wanted to kill them. His warriors also cry and say that they were almost killed by centipedes. And then they met bloody spiders and barely defended themselves. Feng wants to prove that he still has traces of the centipede bite. The commissioner believes them and thinks that all this information is just a cruel joke. The Qin family got away with it. His subordinates did everything their master said, so they were released. They thank their master from the bottom of their hearts. He does not feel sorry for anything for his subordinates. Feng is going to clean tiger bone and bear tendon to prepare a new pill. He says these are fairly rare ingredients. Therefore, it is better to use these pills only for personal purposes. He puts grass in the oven to wake up the iron bull. The oven is very hot. This means that the spirit of the bull is still active. The bull's entire body is under Feng's control. He doesn't think his remaining soul can escape. He uses soul grab. The pill processing mode has arrived, and now the formation of the pill. The improved pill is ready. He tries it on himself. The transformation of the gods begins. The pain from the pill can destroy the consciousness of weak people. This pill can only be used by the strongest warriors. After all, the meridians begin to be seriously damaged. Luckily, Feng has the knowledge to mitigate the damage. He must endure this suffering. His whole house lights up. He advanced to the 8th level of the Qi and blood stage, but he hasn't completely absorbed the pill. He wants more. He still wants to break through. The entire garden is engulfed in light from the transformation. Finally, it worked. He gained the peak of Qi and blood. He moved to the 9th level. According to him, this is very different from the 9th level that he reached 100,000 years ago. Now Feng's punch force reaches 750 kilograms. His assistant asks if he's finished preparing the pill. He covers her mouth. Feng says that no one should know about his success in alchemy. The assistant asks if he is taken to the capital because of his skills. Wouldn't that be good for him? Feng says he doesn't want to become a major force in his family's feuds. Qin Feng also wants An Haochen to stay by his side and help him with alchemy. Lin Xuan and the third prince are going to get married, but she made Feng so unhappy that he definitely must take revenge. Feng talks with his father about important matters. His father tells him to stay in Yunying City until the third prince is done with the engagement. Unless, of course, the royal family became Feng's target. His father really wants Feng to live a quiet life. Under the pretext of his great-grandmother's birthday, Feng wants to leave for the capital, but he needs his father's permission. Father is afraid that in this case, Feng will become a target for the third prince. Feng says that he is a strong warrior and can take care of himself. Besides this, he has something else. He's no longer a weakling. Feng demonstrates the power of his blow to his father. Father realizes that Feng has completely restored his cultivation foundation. Feng says he has grown in more than just self-cultivation. He helped 5 of his guards break through to the 9th level of the Qi and blood stage. And the weakest of the guards is at level 5. The father is shocked by what his son managed to do. He even thought that his son exchanged all the fruits from the garden for pills, and they went bankrupt. Feng tells him not to think about it. He had long ago given the clan the required amount of fruit, and they still had some left. Even if they sell everything, they will gain at least 100,000 gold. The father does not understand how his son was able to achieve this. It never occurred to him that the medical garden could change so much. Father allows Feng to go to the capital. He advises him to remain cool in case of any problems. Feng agrees and says that he will follow his advice. There was only a month left before Lin Xuan's engagement ceremony. Before Qin Feng leaves, Qin Wanli must train the hunting team. Qin Feng taught Hao Chun the technique of preparing pills before leaving to provide pills for the hunting team. After some time, Qin Feng and Qin Sanchu went on a trip to the capital under the pretext of visiting their great-grandmother. 6 days later, outside the capital, the young master is told that they have arrived at a rest stop organized by the main clan. Qin Feng is very tired, and he is also very happy that after a long walk, they finally have a place to rest. Sanchu tells Qin Feng that according to the master clan's description, the inn should be very comfortable. They arrived in the city where they kill demons. Qin Feng is surprised that this is an inn organized by the main clan. Rumor has it that 100 years ago this city encountered a powerful demon. The Da-Zi royal family sent thousands of warriors to kill the demon, and so this place was named the city where demons are killed. After the demon was killed, the city was always filled with sadness, and people believed that this was due to the dense yin energy emanating from many who had died, so they gradually left. As a result, few refugees dare to live in this city at the moment. Thanks to Qin Feng's past life memories, he knows that dense yin energy is not the cause of many deaths. Qin Feng says that this is actually a sign that the deceased demon is about to be born, and even if a person knows this, he will be helpless, because no one believes that a demon who died 100 years ago will cause harm-again troubles for the human world. Qin Feng sees the hall of the ancestors of the Qin family members who died in this city. Sanqiu asks Qin Feng why the main clan made a rest stop here. He suggests that perhaps they want them to pay homage to their ancestors, but he is still afraid that something unclean may appear. Qin Feng says there is nothing to be afraid of. There are many ancestors here. The rebel skeleton grabs Sanqiu's leg. Sanqiu turns over in the air and screams. Qin Feng fires his weapon. Qin Feng was unable to cut the skeleton bone and free Sanqiu. Sanqiu begs the young master for help. Many demons rise from the dead. Qin Feng and Sanqiu do not understand what is happening at all. The demons are very angry. They ask Qin Feng and Sanqiu if they want to die. Qin Feng says that they are as much members of the Qin family as the demons, so they have every right to enter the ancestral hall. The demon asks Qin Feng if he is indeed a member of the Qin family, and he confirms it. The demon horde says that the people they hate the most are the members of the Qin family. Qin Feng sincerely doesn't understand what he said wrong, and Sanqiu says that he made them even more angry. The demon reveals that 30 years ago, the Qin family and the Yi family became enemies, and in order to compensate the Yi family, the Qin family excluded innocent people from the Qin family and sacrificed them. The demon horde rose up and declared that all these demons were outsiders who were killed by the Qin ancestors. They accused the Qin family that it was because of them that they had to survive in the city where they were killing demons. The demon says that Qin Feng dared to come shamelessly and show his disrespect. Qin Feng is immersed in memories and wonders that those strangers 30 years ago could be a group of people expelled from the Qin clan. Qin Feng remembers that a group of these people have repeatedly committed acts of revenge against the main Qin family. He asks them what they are going to do. The demon invites Qin Feng to fight a duel since he is a member of the Qin family. The demons say that the loser will either be punished with disability or represent the Qin family in surrender. The demons want the world to know that the Qin family is not just a group of weaklings. Qin Feng asks the demons if they will free his people if he wins. The demons agree, and Qin Feng accepts the fight. Sanqiu says that his master cannot fight because his cultivation has just recovered. Qin Feng says that he can defeat them. Qin Feng sees that all the demons are pale and emaciated, so he invites them to hit him first. He says that only those who hit him are worthy of being his opponents. The demon has mixed feelings about Qin Feng's proposal. He laughed and said he couldn't ask for more. Sanqiu asks what nonsense Qin Feng is talking about, and he replies that he cannot believe that anyone is capable of defeating him. A fist suddenly appears in front of Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng did not expect this turn of events. The foreigner attacks him and hits Qin Feng directly. Sankyu asks if he is okay. The demon says that the people from their clan are smart and they can defeat anyone. The stranger says that they have mastered the fourfold purification of the body. They have already defeated many people. Sankyu is very worried and asks again if Qin Feng is okay. Qin Feng tells Sankyu not to worry. Qin Feng says that he still has the strength to cope with this. The stranger asks if Qin Feng still has the strength to laugh. The foreigner suddenly attacks Qin Feng again. Qin Feng deftly dodges his attack and jumps up. Qin Feng uses his magic. He makes several blows to the stranger. The thrown stones fell down. The stranger says that it was no more and did not even itch. The foreigner attacks Qin Feng again. Qin Feng asks if he really isn't in pain. Qin Feng attacks the stranger once again. The foreigner says that, as expected, the Qin family is full of cowards. Qin Feng says that it doesn't matter and asks again if the stones really don't evoke any feelings. Now Qin Feng seems to have feelings. The stranger was attacked again. The stranger does not understand why he suddenly felt weakness and numbness throughout his body. The demons do not believe that their older brother was knocked down. Qin Feng asks if he can still fight or just admit defeat. The stranger replies that for a bastard like him, even if he dies, he will never give up. The foreigner tries to hit Qin Feng, but he says not to waste time. Qin Feng says that his energy is not even enough to hit him. The stranger tries to attack him again. He says that this is a result of Qin Feng's arrogance. Suddenly, Qin Feng's leg is grabbed by a skeleton's hand. The stranger did not have time to hit him. He was caught by the foreigner's father and asks to release Qin Feng. Qin Feng says that he has never done anything unfair to win. His father tells him that Qin Feng is an alchemist and there is no honesty in this fight. Qin Feng tried to secretly undermine the foreigner's cultivation. The stranger asks if this is true. Qin Feng replies that he has not given up yet. Qin Feng asks if he really thinks he can win just by tapping his feet. The stranger gets angry and says that this is a duel between two men. You cannot resort to such tactics. The foreigner believes that the inner clan is full of bastards like Qin Feng. The foreigner tries to attack Qin Feng. Qin Feng attacks first, knocking him down. Qin Feng repeats that he has innate divine power. He tries to grab the stranger's hand. Qin Feng falls. Qin Feng says that strength alone is not enough to win. Qin Feng drops the stranger with the force of the blow. He screams in pain. The stranger's iron claws were broken. Sankyu tells Master that he is amazing. The stranger tries to get up, but cannot. Qin Feng asks if he is giving up. Qin Feng said that he could block his cultivation. The stranger told him to do it because he would never give in to him. Qin Feng agrees to this. Laughing, Qin Feng decided to admit defeat. Everyone around was shocked by Qin Feng's decision. The foreigner says that Qin Feng should know that he represents the Qin family. If he admits defeat, it will mean that the entire family has given up. Qin Feng replies that this is wrong. This conflict is just between the two of them and he just wants to admit defeat. Qin Feng says that in any case, if either side admits defeat, everything will be over. Now he must go and save his people. The stranger tells him that he is a shameless man. Other people approach the stranger and ask about his condition. They are very surprised that their strong older brother could be beaten. The stranger replies that he is fine. Suddenly, the stranger does not understand what is happening to his body. Suddenly, he doesn't feel any pain in his body, and all his internal damage is healed. The stranger sees stones lying on the ground. He now understands that Qin Feng did not use the stones to hinder his cultivation, but instead healed his internal trauma during the battle. The Outlander wonders if his power was out of balance due to these internal injuries. He also thinks about how Qin Feng taught him how to use his strength during battle. The stranger realizes that Qin Feng never considered him as a worthy opponent from the very beginning of the duel. He could defeat him right away. But why did he give up? Qin Feng says that they are all members of the Qin family, so do they all need to be at odds with each other? Qin Feng approaches the stranger. Qin Feng says that they don't need to fight to the death like enemies. Qin Feng returns to the building. Qin Feng addresses the ancestors of the Qin family. He says that he vows that the younger generation of the Qin family will do everything possible to make amends for the grievances of the ancestors who were exiled. He also says that one day they will rewrite the genealogy of the Qin family and restore the status of their ancestors, and then there will no longer be outsiders in the Qin family. The foreigners and Sankyu stand next to Qin Feng. The stranger remembers that his adoptive father told him that the Qin family looked down on them as outsiders. Members of the Qin family have made strangers disappear from their sight in the past. They tell strangers that if they catch them again, they will die. People close to them did not see them as people. Now he feels that these people from the Qin family are right in front of him again. He realizes that he was wrong. The Outlander admits that he has lost this battle. He tells Qin Feng to leave as they won't bother him anymore. The stranger's adoptive father stands in shock. Qin Feng thanks the stranger, and Sangchu tells him that he is the best. The stranger is attacked by his father and hits him on the back. The attacking father asks who allowed him to give up so easily. He tells him to attack again and kill Qin Feng for him. The stranger replies that the duel is over and he is lost. He won't fight him anymore, just like they agreed. His father reminds him again of what the Qin family did to this foreigner's family. Can he just let him go? The stranger asks his father to stop. Others understand that his internal trauma was caused by the fact that he had been beaten so badly before. Qin Feng stops the foreigner's adoptive father. He says that how the Qin family solves their problems is their own business. He, turning to the old man, asks who gave him the right to intervene. Qin Feng asks if he wants to continue like this. The secretary who sent him to this place is Qin Dahai from the Qin family. The adoptive father doesn't understand who Qin Feng is talking about. Qin Feng turns to his adoptive father and says that he is posing as an outsider, although Qin Feng has seen him in the main clan before. He says that he is clearly a member of the clan pretending to be an outsider. Qin Feng says that this city was not organized by the main clan for them. It was their adoptive father who brought them here on purpose. Qin Feng also noticed that the material of the rope was royal black gold. This is something that only the royal family can have, and if he has a weapon, then he must be a relative of the Yi family. The adoptive father says that he is talking nonsense and he cannot insult him just because he is an outsider. Qin Feng asks him if he dares to confront the Qin and Yi families with him. And if he is not guilty, Qin Feng is ready to meet him again. The adoptive father is in shock. He agrees and says that he did not expect that the Qin family would have such an observant person like Qin Feng. He says that he is an informant from the Qin family. He is Qin Dahai, the secretary of the Qin clan, and soon he is going to become a member of the Yi family. He also says that the Qin family is one of the main families, but they are the weakest, but the Yi family is the strongest. For many years he trained outsiders to deal with members of the Qin family, and now he had finally won the trust of the Yi family and became a part of them. His adopted son stands in shock. The secretary says that he will be able to leave the Qin family and become a member of the Yi family on the condition that he eliminates Qin Feng and brings him as an engagement gift to the Yi family. Qin Feng says that he did not expect this from part of the main clan of the Qin family. The stranger is shocked that his adoptive father has been pretending all these years. The adoptive father says that they are all just servants of the Yi family, and they should all be grateful to this family. The adoptive father says that those who are willing to follow him to enjoy the prosperity of the Yi family must kill Qin Feng for him. The strangers doubt whether they should listen to their adoptive father, because he deceived them. But on the other hand, they say that they would choose the Yi family. They say that it was the Yi family's money that helped them grow, so they are going to kill Qin Feng. Sangchu tells Qin Feng to run away. He will stop these people for his master. Qin Feng says that some people are truly ungrateful, but there are also those who are willing to sacrifice themselves for justice. Qin Feng tells Sangchu not to worry. The foreigner Qin Feng was fighting with woke up. He is ready to attack his own. It uses a shockwave to scare off other strangers. He attacks them and says that knowing the truth, they are still willing to be the dogs of a stranger. He says that they all don't deserve to be members of the Qin family. The stranger scatters those who tried to attack Qin Feng. Sangchu asks why he suddenly decided to go over to their side and help. His adoptive father tells him to hurry up and give Qin Feng to him. He doesn't understand why his son doesn't listen to him. His son hits him in the face. His father flies high from the impact. He is very angry with his father. The stranger says his surname is Qin and he belongs to this family. With the blood of the Qin family's victims flowing in his body, he says he will never kneel. Qin Feng, when he learned that this group of people were outsiders, remembered that among these people there was a person named Qin Fengjian. According to his memories, Qin Fengjian had enormous strength and extraordinary talent. Qin Feng began to act because if he wins over such a person, it will be of great help to him. Qin Fengjian killed all the foreigners. He turns to Qin Feng and Sangchu. Sankyu asks what he needs. Feng Jian replies that because of them, he now has nowhere to eat. He says that from now on he has to be reluctant to interact with them, because by following them he will at least get something to eat. Qin Feng says that there is no problem if he wants to join them. He convinces him to follow him and says everything will be fine. They shake hands. Feng Jian says it's better to starve with him than to be someone's dog. Someone came for Qin Fen. They hear the order to surround them. Qin Feng sincerely does not understand what is happening. Troops are approaching them. The Yi family's troops came after them. Lin Lan arrived with his army. He says that they learned that Qin Feng had arrived in the city and fought against the outsiders, but he was unable to defeat the outsiders and met a tragic end. Qin Feng says that Qin Dahai must be the one who is controlled by Lin Lan, so he planned this from the beginning. Lin Lan says that he can't do anything anymore. In Shadow Cloud City, Qin Feng still has some influence, but he came to the capital instead, and now his sister is the bride of the third prince of the Yi family. Lin Lan says that his influence now is not what it was before. Standing in front of them are the seasoned warriors of the Yi family. Feng Jian says he can handle one or two, but he can't defeat them all. Lin Lan orders an attack. Qin Feng apologizes to Feng Jian for just joining them and already having to deal with all this. Feng Jian replies that even if he dies, he will die with dignity. Qin Feng says that the people of the Qin family would rather die in battle than live in mediocrity. Feng Jian says he will do everything in his power to help Qin Feng escape. Sankyu said that he was no longer afraid. Together they say that, as members of the Qin family, they would rather die in battle than live in mediocrity. The old secretary comes out of the shadows. He says that a good man would truly rather fight to the death than live. Lin Lan asks who this crazy drunkard is. He orders him to be killed. The soldier swings his sword at him. The old man waves him off. The soldier is thrown far back due to a powerful blow. The soldier flies straight towards Lin Lang. Lin Lan screams to be killed and Lin Lang to be protected. The warriors gather around the old man to carry out the order. They're trying to surround and kill him. The old man uses his strength to drive the soldiers away from him. They are all blown away by the shockwave. Everyone is shocked that the old man was able to lift all these strong soldiers into the air with one blow. The old man says that the Qin family would rather die than live. He says he was useless for a long time. But today he suddenly revealed his power. The old man calls for a return to the madness of youth. Feng Jiang, Sankyu, and Qin Feng begin to realize what is happening. In the old man's hand they see a battle banner. The soldiers rise from the blow. They take their positions. The soldiers cover themselves with shields. A whole crowd gathers in the city. Lin Lan trembles with fear and does not understand how the Qin battle banner summons the Qin family army. Qin Feng says that the Qin family's battle banner and battle flag are very different from each other. The battle banner can only be used by the Qin family. According to him, only those who have accomplished great military feats for the Qin family can possess the battle banner. Once the battle banner is raised, the entire Qin family will enter a state of preparation for war. Qin Feng says that there are only a few members of the Qin family who have a battle banner. He doesn't understand who this old man with the battle banner is. The soldiers say they are at his disposal. The warriors are already ready. They say they are glad to have him back with his family. Feng Jiang and Qin Feng are shocked that he was addressed as a Grand Master. Now they understand why he was able to defeat those soldiers so easily. Qin Feng says that although body experts are strong, the scales fall apart when facing a great master. Yu Lao is the greatest strength of the Qin family, and he is at the 6th level of Great Master. This power would be extremely highly respected. Yu Lao disappeared more than 30 years ago and never appeared again, so why did he appear this time? Yu Lao says he remembers that when he was young, the Qin family began to decline. 30 years ago, he was bullied by the Yi family. He says that it was the Yi family who caused trouble first, but the Qin family was afraid of retribution from the royal family. Yu Lao was the reason his team was judged. Seeing such a weak and shameful concession, he thought that the Qin family was hopeless. Although the Qin family did not punish him, he punished himself by living in seclusion in this city. But today he has returned and sees hope in Qin Feng. Today Yu Lao saw all his endurance and energy. Yu Lao states that the lion is waking up because the time has already come. Today, Pod raised the banner to announce his return to the Qin family, and not to start a war. Yu Lao says that the Qin family should be united instead of pleasing outsiders and killing each other. Yu Lao says that he was once disappointed with his family's leadership, but when he saw Qin Feng appear in the Qin family, he became very happy. The future of the Qin family is now in Qin Feng's hands. Yu Lao says that he will leave him the right to lead the family. Now the standard bearer has changed. Yu Lao tells the Qin family army to wait for new orders. The Qin family's forces are awaiting orders from the new bannermen. They are now acting on new orders. Lin Lang was afraid that the warriors had switched sides, and now Qin Feng was going to kill him. The warriors ask what they will do with him. It is a good idea for them to gather a Qin army using a banner. Qin Feng says that the master decided to hand over command of the army to him, so he handed him the battle banner. Yu Lao asks Qin Feng how he wants to deal with those who want to harm him. Qin Feng thanks him for his trust, but says that using a battle banner to fight a pile of garbage would be a shame. Lin Lang cries and thanks Qin Feng for saving their lives. Qin Feng says that he doesn't want to kill Lin Lang, just to avoid starting a war between the Qin and Yi families over this nonsense. But Qin Feng says that he has a more murderous and heartbreaking method. They move to the third prince's mansion. On the day of the third prince's engagement, he asks what the history of the Qin family's battle banner is. He orders his subordinate to quickly find out what is going on. Lin Xuan tells him not to be angry. Maybe something serious happened outside. She hopes that the battle flag will not cause any inconvenience to His Majesty. She is ready to postpone the engagement banquet. He says that won't happen. The third prince says that the engagement banquet should be celebrated in a big way anyway. Lin Xuan says that she is not interested in fame and fortune because seeing him around is enough for her. The third prince is informed that the Qin family's army has arrived and surrounded their mansion. The third prince does not understand what is happening. The army lined up in front of the walls of the mansion. The third prince says that the great Ji dynasty is under the control of his family. Qin Feng says that he came specifically to attend the third prince's engagement banquet and congratulate him. Lin Xuan doesn't understand how Qin Feng got here since she asked her elder brother to go and eliminate him. The third prince says that they didn't invite him to the banquet, so it's time for them to get out of here. Qin Feng tells him not to rush because he did not come empty-handed. He shows Ling Lan tied up and says that this is a gift they can't refuse. The third prince and Lin Xuan are shocked by what is happening. Qin Feng reveals that Lin Lan threatened people by committing obscene acts in the demon-slaying city. He was captured by the city's residents. They happened to pass by and saved him. Qin Feng says that if they don't allow him to attend the banquet, he will send Lin Lang back. The servants whisper that the moral decline is truly alarming. Lin Xuan says that Qin Feng is talking nonsense, and she almost let it slip that she asked her elder brother to kill Qin Feng. Qin Feng asks who she asked to kill. Lin Xuan tells the third prince to allow Qin Feng to attend the banquet. Qin Feng thanks them for the invitation. He and his subordinates enter the mansion. The third prince says that Qin Feng has brought disgusting people with him, and this is lowering the standards of their banquet. Sonic asks his master what they should do next since the third prince is very annoyed. Qin Feng says that Miss Lin is the center of attention on this long-awaited day for her. He also says that he has to impress her. The wedding banquet began, and the third prince was asked to give a speech. The third prince introduces the audience to the woman he loves most in the world. He says that this is Lin Xuan. He says that she is ready to be the woman behind him, despite the fact that she has been given such an honor, and she has vowed to be only his woman for the rest of her life. Lin Xuan is very embarrassed. The third prince married a good, pure, kind young woman, and the audience was moved to tears. Sankyu says that this is all bullshit, and this woman only wants to be the wife of the third prince. The young master tells Sankyu not to be angry. Sankyu asks if he is really going to let her go that easily. Qin Feng says that instead of fighting, he will fight. He asks permission from the third prince to allow him to convey his warmest congratulations. Lin Xuan says that he doesn't have to say that. The third prince allows him to make a speech because he wants everyone to hear how beautiful his bride is. Qin Feng thanks the third prince and says that the simple kindness of his bride goes far beyond his imagination. He tells the story that when the Lin family was weak and broken, Zhuan grew up with the Qin family, and it was she and her father who supported her and helped her grow up. Zhuan even entered into a marriage contract with him to pay for this. People are shocked that Miss Lin entered into a marriage contract with another person because she promised that she would only marry the third prince. Sankyu and Feng Jian play the roles of Qin Feng and Lin Xuan. Qin Feng says that it was great that His Highness the third prince fell in love with her, but Xuan didn't want to cause him any trouble. Feng Jiang and Sankyu are still playing them. Feng Jiang, playing Lin Xuan, says that he actually wants to kill Qin Feng. Qin Feng says that Xuan took the initiative to seal his martial skills. This broke off the engagement and she left him. Qin Feng says that her condition has improved in the end, and he is just the one who helped her become like this. So why can he interfere in her life? Viewers say that Lin Xuan is an ungrateful fraud. Lin Xuan realizes that he is actually just laughing at her. She also says that he is turning everyone against her. The third prince denies everything Qin Fen said, and says that it is a lie because he does not know who Ling Yuxuan really is. Qin Feng throws a plate at him and says that he knows one thing for sure. The third prince asks what thing he knows. Qin Feng says that he will be responsible for the consequences of use. The third prince is very angry. Lin Xuan says that for Qin Fen, offending her is nothing, but offending the third prince is a big deal. The third prince tells his servants to go and arrest Qin Fen. Guards flock to Qin Fen. Qin Feng picks up something from the table. This is a sign of battle. He pushes the chair back and puts his feet on it. Qin Feng says it's just a big toothpick. Qin Feng says that makes sense. The warriors are shocked by the situation. All of the Yi family's guards knelt down when they saw the banner. People are surprised to see the Qin family's battle banner. The third prince doesn't understand how the Qin family's battle banner could be so far away. The third prince is informed that they have conducted an investigation and found out that the new standard bearer of the Qin family is Qin Feng. The third prince is surprised that Qin Feng is now a standard bearer. The guards say that they should not do anything reckless, because sitting next to Qin Fen is one of the 10 masters of the Qin family. The third prince is surprised that the master is some clumsy old man. He asks again if he is truly the overlord of the Qin family. Yu Lao asks the third prince what he just ordered to do. The third prince says he just wanted to offer him a drink. He just wanted to enjoy his meal. The guards report to him that they investigated Ling Lan's case, and it turned out that it was Qin Feng's slander. It doesn't matter to the third prince anymore because Qin Feng now has a battle banner. Who now dares to touch them or refuse them? Lin Xuan thinks that from today on her family could be famous in the capital. But now that Qin Feng has made a fuss, her family has become the object of ridicule for the entire city. She will not let Qin Fen get away with this. Sanchu and Feng Jian say that Qin Fen is really good at making people angry without even swearing. Qin Feng says that he will not be proud even if he is praised. Qin Fen was attacked from behind by someone. Grabbing him by the shoulder, he throws him to the ground. This is one of the guards. The Qin family members don't understand who dared to arrest their family's Ophiuchus. Qin Zhan, the head of the Qin family, arrived. He says that under the orders of the Qin Family Elders Association, he is here to return the battle banner. He wants to bring war criminal Qin Fen to the Qin Family Law Enforcement Hall and bring him to justice. Qin Fen and everyone else sincerely don't understand what's wrong. They move to the Qin Family's Law Enforcement Hall. Qin Feng is told that he used the battle banner to cause a huge commotion at the Yi family's banquet, which almost led to war between the two families. Qin Fen is asked if he admits his guilt. Qin Feng replies that the Ye family was the first to attack him in Demon City, so he counterattacked. And also, since the war hasn't started, they can't call him a war criminal. Qin Fen is told not to think that he can get away with it just because there is no evidence against him. He must know that they are not the ones who will judge him today. He will be judged by his grandmother. Qin Feng is shocked that his grandmother will give his verdict. It is said that Grandma Lu is the most powerful in the Qin family. Anyone who falls under her power will die, even if they are innocent. Qin Feng is told that they never thought they would see him in such a situation. He is told that he will be imprisoned. This man was the first to tell the court about his use of the battle flag. Grandma Lu has arrived. She says that Qin Feng used the battle banner to go to the Ye family and cause trouble. In addition, he violated family laws and associated with strangers who were exiled a long time ago. Grandma asks if he is aware of his actions. Qin Feng admits his deeds. Grandmother comes down to him. She says give her a reason to do so. Qin Feng chuckles and says that the Ye family has always underestimated them. He also says that he's always been disgusted by the laws the Ye family made to drive out foreigners. He says the family's laws are pedantic and despicable, so it's time for a change. They tell him that this is a rebellion. Grandma gets angry and asks if these are his real reasons. Unlike all the Dream Masters, Grandma has the level of a great master. Qin Feng is told that his name will be erased from the Qin family. Grandma hits his chains. She says that's what she expected from her fearless grandson. Qin Feng is shocked and delighted. Grandma Lu is asked if she really wants to free Qin Feng. It is said that Qin Feng has committed too many crimes and should be expelled from the family. Grandma says they need someone as brave as Feng to break the unjust laws. Grandma says that Qin Feng treats all people equally and without discrimination. And besides, Foreigners are good people. She is again asked about Qin Fen's judgment. Grandma says that soon Qin Feng will take part in the Five Great Families Wasteland Conquest Tournament. People are shocked that not only was he not punished, but he was also awarded. Everyone is surprised that Qin Feng gets what he wanted, and besides, it is illegal. Grandma says that, according to the rules, the seats are already taken, but he will take Qin Yulan's place. Yulan is shocked by her words. He asks his grandmother why she gave him his place. Grandma says it's because he's a snitch and she hates feuds. Qin Feng thanks her. In fact, the tournament is the best way for Qin family disciples to become stronger, and if he performs well, he will achieve great success. The grandmother says she will create a new youth team and select a group of young people with experience in land development. She turns to Qin Fen. Grandma says he will be their leader. Fan's supporters are very happy about this. Grandma tells him that the level of leadership he will eventually be able to achieve depends on his hard work. Qin Feng says that he will not disappoint her. If he can become a leader, he will build great relationships and gain power. He moves to the library. It's been a long time for him since he's been away from his main family, so he's going to learn a few new tricks. Learning and mastering new techniques certainly won't hurt him. He is looking through books in the library. He can learn how to fight fierce monsters, and he can also learn the turtle breathing technique, but he thinks that 2 books will not be enough for him. Yulan comes to see him. He asks how he dared to take his place in the tournament. He wants to fight Qin Fen. Qin Feng says that Yulan does not deserve to be his opponent, and his grandmother gave him his place, so everything is fair. Qin Feng tells him to go to his grandmother if he really wants to go fight. Yulan says he's not afraid of it. He should have taken an interest in the training he had been doing for 3 years to participate in the tournament. Qin Feng accepts the offer to fight. Yulan says his secret technique is to crush 800 pounds at once. He asks Qin Feng if he can handle it. Other people are very happy to see his secret technique again. They say his strength is equivalent to that of a legendary warrior. Yulan orders Qin Feng to fight him like a man. Yulan says that he will prove that Grandma was wrong. He will also prove that he can destroy Qin Fen in one move. Qin Fen slaps Yulan in the face. Qin Feng tells him that he is very annoying and asks him not to disturb him while he is looking through the books. Yulan is lying on the floor. Qin Feng says that searching for books is stressful for him, so he doesn't need to be disturbed anymore. Otherwise, it will make him fall asleep forever. People say that he is very strong because he knocked down Yulan's brother with 1 blow. Qin Fen is told not to dare to become arrogant because he defeated Yulan. Qin Feng says that he did not hear this person. Yulan says that he knew that raising these boys would not go to waste, and they would support him in difficult times. People tell him that Feng is now their new big brother. Yulan does not understand what is happening. He asks his brothers how dare they betray him. His brothers ask him who he is since the position of eldest brother belongs to the strongest. Feng says that they may be his younger brothers, but they must help him find books on martial arts techniques. Feng's new brothers quickly help him find the book he needs. Feng says that since so many people help him find books on martial techniques, it can save him a lot of time. Feng asks the brothers what they said about the auction of the 5 great families. His new brothers tell him that in a few days, the 5 great families will hold an auction to exchange resources and offer their prices in the auction. This auction is designed to demonstrate your power. His brothers tell him that the Qin family has nothing to show, and they are afraid that they will simply have to watch the other family's display of strength. Feng thinks that this is strange because the family is equal to other families in almost everything, but the Qin family is less significant than the others. Seeing that the Qin family has been so weak all this time, the new generation feels disappointed. Feng believes that if the new generation loses self-confidence, the family will not develop. Feng says that in fact, the Qin family has always hidden its strength. At this auction, they will see the strength of the Qin family, because there will definitely be some rare pills on display. Feng, like a 100,000-year-old alchemist, wants to take care of the family himself this year. Feng says that even though the Qin family didn't have an alchemist before, they still didn't skimp on the cost of alchemists. He sees in front of him the alchemy room provided for him, but in this room he doesn't even find a stove. A girl greets him. She says that she collects herbs in this place and is in charge of helping Qin Feng create pills, so she asks him to give her instructions. He greets the girl and remembers that the Qin family allocated alchemy rooms according to the strength of the herbal gatherers. Looking at this room, he wonders if this girl could be the weakest of all. Still, he sees that the girl classified the herbs according to their healing properties. He understands that if she were inexperienced, she would not have assessed them so accurately. He wonders why they made her work in the worst office, and if there is something hidden behind it. As long as he has an iron pill-making furnace, he will not interfere with anything that does not concern him. Qin Feng asks what her name is. The girl asks to call her flower girl Huaju. Feng drops his plate upon hearing her name. He asks her about her last name and origin. He wants to know if she happens to be the granddaughter of old man Hua. The girl asks him how he knows her grandfather. Qin Feng says that her grandfather Hua was a hero who collected herbs for the Qin family for many years. He asks how she could be assigned to such a simple house and whether anyone bullied her. The girl burst into tears and recognized Qin Feng, about whom her grandfather had talked so much. She wants to introduce him to her grandfather. Qin Feng bursts into his house and asks his grandfather if he is okay. At that time, Grandpa Hua was the best herbalist in the Qin family. An excellent herbalist can collect many high-quality herbs for her family. Grandpa Hua was the one who introduced Feng to herbs as a child, and he was his mentor. Without him, Feng would not be the person he is today. But now Grandpa Hua is lying chained to the bed. Qin Feng asks who hurt Grandpa. Grandfather replies that it is Qin Yulan. After Yulan learned that Feng had become an alchemist, he remembered that Grandpa Hua taught him everything. He came and beat my grandfather. Huaju also says that he took advantage of his brother's authority and gave them the worst room for alchemy, and she does not have the money to treat her grandfather. The grandfather tells his granddaughter not to create problems for Feng, because Feng's family was transferred to Yunning City, and they are already in an unenviable position. Qin Feng is very sorry that this happened to his grandfather because of him. Feng tells his grandfather that without his guidance, he would not have gotten to where he is today. Therefore, he wants to avenge his grandfather. He moves to the Qin family's largest alchemy room, where Yulan says that Feng didn't just hit him, but also stole his students. He says Qin Guang must get justice for his brother. Qin Guang says that he has already given Feng the worst alchemy room, and this is his first step to take revenge on him. After this, Qin Guang will further suppress Feng and force him to reform. Feng opens the door to the room with his foot. He goes inside with Huaju. Yulan says that he was going to come to him to settle scores with him, and he did not expect that he would come to him himself. Qin Feng hits Yulan's face with all his might. Yulan loses several teeth from such a strong blow. Yulan flies away, passing everyone else. Qin Feng says that a real man does not fight helpless people. He asks Yulan if he hurt Grandpa Hua. Qin Guang asks Feng what he is going to do. Feng says that they will challenge them to a herbal harvesting competition against Huaju. If she wins the competition, they will take this room. If she loses, then Feng will be at Guan's disposal. Yulan and Guan agree to such favorable conditions for them. Huaju tells Feng that she cannot do this, because in the past, her grandfather collected herbs, and she only watched him and learned. Feng might get into trouble for this. Feng tells her not to be afraid, because she definitely can. How else could he lure them into a trap if he didn't use himself as bait? So, it's time for the traditional herb collecting competition. Participants will travel to a barren mountain for 2 hours, and the one who collects the highest level herbs will win. Guan introduces the highest level herbalists to Feng. Feng says that she believes in Huaju since she studied with Hua's grandfather. Qin Guang declares the competition open. All the herbalists quickly ran towards the mountain. Huaju was afraid of not winning because she was late from the very beginning. Will she be able to do it? Huaju noticed the renewal grass. This is a rank 2 spiritual grass. If she takes it, she might even be able to win. Then another herbalist snatches the grass from her hands. She shouts that she found her first, but he runs away. Feng tells her not to take it into her head because Grandpa Hua said that second-rate spiritual grass does not matter. Yulan asks how she can win if there are dozens of people competing against her. Yulan and Guan mock Feng because he thinks that one girl can defeat their people. The girl looks around and sees an empty field. She realizes that the other herbalists have collected everything. There is nothing left on the mountain. She thinks that if there was grass there that could be collected, they wouldn't have left even a piece. Guan and Yulan tell Feng that he is doomed because Huaju has not collected a single herb. Huaju, upset, sat on the ground and thought about the fact that they had already lost, and she involved Qin Feng in this. Feng tells her that she still has a chance. She suddenly beams with hope. Feng tells her to use Grandpa Hua's method to find the grass with her heart. She will definitely be able to do this. Grandpa Hua is her mentor, so it is impossible for her to fail. She promised to find him because otherwise she would not be able to become her grandfather's heir. Huaju sees the peak of the mountain. She realizes that there are still herbs that can be collected. Finally, she found him. She climbs the mountain after him. People say that there is nothing left to collect there, because they have already collected everything, and in vain, she risks her life. The girl convinces herself to believe in herself and remember what her grandfather taught her. Finally, she reaches for her last hope of victory. After inspection, it was discovered that what Huaju brought was nothing more than a bunch of ordinary weeds. Yulan and Guan tell her that she is truly the worst herbalist. Huaju can't believe it. Yulan tells Qin Feng that the winner is determined, and he will not beat him too much if he admits defeat. Feng asks who said they lost. After all, it seems that Yulan is blind and Feng burns all the herbs. Guan says he's trying to destroy all the evidence. Feng says that real gold is not afraid of fire. He wants them to open their eyes and take a better look. Yulan says that he sees only ashes, because all the medicinal herbs have been burned. But they see another grass. Yulan says that the highest grade of grass they found was the second one. But can it turn into third-rate grass after burning? Guan says it's more than third-grade grass. It turned into a fourth-grade magic grass because it is a fire stream flower. Feng is pleased with the work done. Everyone is surprised because this is one of the rarest herbs in the entire region. Feng says that the fire stream flower looks like dry grass and grows on the slopes of mountains. To reach it, you need not only good eyesight, but also great courage. Feng says that many of the gatherers were unable to find this flower even after beating Huaju to it. He asks who is the main herbalist here now. The rest of the collectors are very unhappy about this. Yulan asks Guan if this is true. Guan invites Huaju to sell him this herb for any money. He offers 500 gold, which is equal to 2 annual salaries of Yulan and 10 salaries of the rest of the herbalists. Huaju thinks about the offer, because this money is enough to buy her grandfather medicine for several years. Feng intervenes and asks if Guan is ashamed of trying to fool the poor girl. Feng says that the fire stream flower is being sold at auction, where only the most experienced herb collectors can find it. Feng invites Huaju to buy this flower from her for 10,000 gold coins, which is twice the market price. This is enough to buy medicine for Grandpa Hua and live a decent life. Guan and Yulan cannot guess when Qin Feng managed to get rich to such an extent. Qin Guang admits defeat. Feng invites Huaju to join her team and become a herbalist, and he will take care of his grandfather. Huaju beams with happiness and agrees. Guan says that if Huaju continues to work for him, he will give her a better room than this one and provide her with better places to gather herbs. Huaju says that she doesn't want to work with Guan, but will do it with Feng. Guan and Yulan are crushed by their loss. Master Qin Feng is the first person in Huaju's life who believed in her talent besides her grandfather. He also helped her and Grandpa Hua. Feng thinks that a good herbalist is a powerful support for an alchemist. From now on, this room will belong to Huaju. Feng asks everyone else to leave this place. All losers leave the room. Guan and Yulan argue with each other and blame each other for their loss. It happens again in the alchemy room. Feng says that this is indeed the most luxurious alchemy room in the Qin family. With the help of the furnace there, he will be able to refine the pills and put them up for auction. Before this, Feng wants to use the fire stream flower to improve his strength. He believes that the healing properties of this flower can help a person penetrate his body, and its main use is to defeat inner demons. There is a tournament coming up soon and he needs to perform well, so he wants to take a chance. Qin Feng consumed the fire stream flower. His struggle over internal demons began. The entity that emerged from him grabbed him by the throat. The entity said that he is a sinner who could not keep his family alive, so why does he deserve the right to survive himself? Feng is in great pain and cannot believe that this devil lives inside him. They say that if a person is killed by an inner demon, his body will also die, but this does not matter to Feng. Feng tries to push his demon away, but he meets with resistance. The demon says he knows him too well. The demon says that Feng is just a coward who hurts others. He also says that Feng has nothing to fight for and nothing to protect. The demon says that Feng does not deserve to live at all. He hits Feng and he spits blood. Feng forgot that this was his 100,000-year-old demon. It's too strong for him. Feng is already thinking about the fact that he might die here. The demon is already approaching him. But then he hears the voices of his loved ones. He understands that he cannot die like this. This is all because he still has hope, so he must give it all he has. He is also working hard to get some chance. He beats the demon, saying that even if he dies, he will never surrender to anyone. And that includes himself. Feng kills his inner demon. Now he had broken through into the realm of body strengthening. Finally, he would be able to fight against level 4 body strengthening experts, and alchemy would now be much easier. Once again, the view opens onto the alchemy room. Sanqiu tells Qin Feng that Qin Julan and Elder Qin Wen have arrived here. Looks like they've come to cause trouble for them. Feng is going to go and visit. Qin Wen says that Feng came to sow confusion in the clan and take over the alchemy room. He didn't even ask the elders before doing this. Qin Wen reminds that the auction is approaching and the family is in dire need of an alchemy room to make pills. Qin Feng tells him that he was already an alchemist's disciple, and he took over the room in order to prepare pills for the family in time so that they could compete with other families. Qin Wen says that Feng has only studied alchemy for a few days and already thinks he deserves a better room. He says that the pills created by a newcomer would certainly cause problems for the family. Sanqiu opens the chest and Qin Feng asks them if they are sure of their decision. Feng asks him to look at the pills he has made over the past few days. They are all shocked by his pills. They say that all these pills are of high quality. Even a good alchemist, in their opinion, cannot achieve such quality. Yulan and Guan tell Feng that the family will not ignore the fact that he took over this room, even if he prepares a batch of good pills. Sanqiu and Qin Feng are blindfolded and say that they have something else for them. The pills glow so intensely that they blind Guan, Yulan, and their father. They can't believe these are third-grade pills. Feng tells Elder One that these are not only third-grade pills. Guan and Yulan shout that it is fake and Qin Feng could not make such pills. The elder tells them to shut up because they belong to the same generation as Qin Feng, but there is such a huge gap between them. The elder shakes Feng's hand. He says that the room will be treated as a reward from the main family, and Qin Feng will go with him to represent the Qin family at the auction. Yulan and Guan can't believe what their father said. Qin Feng thanks the elder for his kindness. The auction of the 5 largest families is officially declared open. Auctions are a demonstration of the strength of the family, and only influential families have the right to vote. For 50 body-strengthening pills, the Ye family offers 40,000 gold coins. The large bone bow was purchased by the Ye family for 20,000 gold. The Yi family pays 300,000 gold for a grade 7 pill. People from the stands say that the Ye family has stolen everything again. This happens every year, and the Qin family can only watch. Since Qin Feng dared to come to the auction, the third prince wants to make him lose face. He wants to do this to take revenge for the shame of the banquet. He thinks about how in the past the Qin family looked embarrassed when they didn't succeed. But this time he sees a completely different face. This is the face of a winner. The auction is declared closed. Feng asks him to wait with this because the Qin family still has something to offer. The auctioneer says that if they have any good things, they can come and sell them. Qin Feng takes out his pill and says that ordinary strengthening pills are not effective for warriors, and his 8-unit quality pills can effectively increase strength. The third prince says that the quality is indeed rare, but is one pill really that good against the 57th grade pills that the Ye family bought? People laugh at Feng because he only brought one pill. People say that Qin Feng is humiliating himself. Feng says it would be funny if he really only had one pill, but it's only a small part of his collection. Feng opens his chests of pills. He says there are hundreds of them. People from the stands are shocked that there are so many of them there. The third prince is very angry about what is happening. He does not believe that the ordinary Qin family was able to obtain 8-fold quality pills. The Qin family members are very happy that their family will now be rich. Now all the other families are fighting to get these pills for themselves. The Ye family offers 200,000 gold coins. The third prince says that anyone who dares to oppose this will be considered an enemy of their family. People are very angry that the third prince is once again relying on the power of the royal family to dominate everything. But 200,000 gold is indeed a lot of money. The third prince thinks that Feng is really stupid for wanting to sell such things instead of leaving them to his family. Qin Feng says that the body-strengthening pills were bought by the Ye family. In fact, these were extra pills that they didn't need, and the third prince thinks that he won the deal. Now they are going to show their main lot. People are surprised that 100 high-quality pills are not their top lot. Feng represents the third-class elixir. People say that the third-class elixir is not exactly a grand finale, because there was just a family who also came with a similar elixir. Feng says that this is a third-grade unusual elixir. People will understand it when they see it. A white spirit in the form of a beast bursts out of the box. He growls at the crowd of spectators. People realize that this is an illusion created by changing the elixir, and this elixir is extremely rare. Wen believes that an ordinary third-grade elixir is nothing compared to this. Wen asked Feng to accompany him when he said that this was a third-grade change elixir. The third prince is extremely angry and thinks about the fact that the Qin family hired an alchemy master. Representatives of all families are fighting again for this elixir. The third prince wants to buy it on behalf of his father. He says that anyone who tries to take him away will be accused of disobedience to the imperial family. People are very angry that he is again using the imperial family to put pressure on them. Feng agrees to this deal, but asks the third prince for 500,000 gold coins. The third prince says to give him the money. He is told that due to his purchase of 100 body-strengthening pills and his reckless spending, he has already spent all the money allowed by the emperor. People laugh at the fact that the third prince has no money. Feng asks the third prince if he really has no more money. Feng calls him a clown. The third prince is very angry. In the end, the Qin family auctioned the pill for 700,000 gold, becoming the most respectable family. Everyone praises Feng. This time, the Ye family became the laughing stock of the auction. Wen thanks Feng and says that the Qin family has not had such a good time at the auction for many years. Qin Wen tells Feng that he has brought great glory to their family this time, and he will celebrate his great achievement. Qin Feng thanks the elder. The elder tells Feng not to be too happy because he is the center of attention, which has its advantages and disadvantages. Feng shined today and will be remembered by many, so he may become a target at the tournament. Feng thinks about it. Wen gives the example of the third prince and says that he has a good bodyguard who can defeat many. He also talks about Bai Ling, whose martial arts skills are so strong that he has no rivals below the 6th level in the realm of body strengthening. He mentions Nangong Xueqin. They say that when she fights, no one can defeat her. He also remembers Situ Xuan. He relies on the fighting style of his ancestors and is good at killing, which is why he is considered an extremely dangerous enemy. Elder Wen thinks that Nangong Xueqin and Situ Xuan are the most dangerous, so Feng must be careful. Feng thinks that the elder thinks that the third prince is the most ordinary, but he is precisely the biggest threat. He remembers that in his previous life, the third prince had a strange ability to hide his strength. No one can tell what he's up to. The countdown has begun. Feng still has a lot of work to do before the tournament. 3 days later, a banquet was held to celebrate Grandma Lu's birthday. Representatives of the 4 great families arrived. All the families sent her big gifts. Grandma Lu thanked everyone and said that it was a great honor for her. Lun Xuan also arrived. She says that the Qin family cannot afford a decent gift for Grandma. Guan and Yulan are very angry because the Ye family constantly compares their wealth with that of the Qin family. Lun Xuan thinks that it was a wise choice for her to abandon the Qin family. Then Qin Feng comes in to give his grandmother a gift. He gives her high-quality 9-point body-strengthening pills. Feng says it's a simple gift for her. People are shocked by such a gift. Lun Xuan says that this is truly rare. But compared to her family's gift of 300,000 gold, Feng's gift was nothing at all. Guan says that it would be better for Feng not to give such a small gift because it is very awkward. Feng asks Xuan why she started bragging when he hasn't finished yet. He asked me to bring something else. He is given 200 body-strengthening pills, reaching 9 points. This is his gift to his grandmother. No one expected this from him, because 200 pills cost millions of gold. Xuan can't believe it. Feng tells Lin Xuan that she abandoned his family when she won the prince's heart. Now that he has become an alchemist, he asks her not to regret her choice. Lin Xuan is very angry that Feng is trying to disrespect her. Feng did it again. The Yi family has been suppressing the Qin family for many years. Since his return, the Qin family has been proud of him. Grandma says this is the best gift she has ever received. People ask about Feng if he deserves a reward since he gave so much. Grandma Lu says she can grant one request. Feng has the great honor of asking Elder Yu for a reward, so he should think carefully. Feng's request is small, because Elder Yu already provides him with many favors. He wants Elder Yu to go with him and stay there for a few years. No one expected such a request from him. He is told that he has exceeded all his capabilities. Qin Feng says he is doing this because he knows he has less than 3 years to live. Elder Yu asks if he is really dying. Feng confirms this and says that his alchemy master saw it. He also says that there is a way to increase lifespan. Feng says that in his previous life, Elder Yu died after 3 years, and the loss of the elder led to a lot of pressure on the Qin family. Before becoming strong, the family has to rely on an old man to support them for a while. Feng is asked if this is true. If he can increase Yu Lao's lifespan, it will preserve the great power of the Qin family. Yu Lao says that he also wants to live a few more years. Grandma says Feng got what he wanted. Feng thanks her. Feng thinks that Master Yu is a great help for them in the misty forest. Feng says he has one more request. Include Qin Fengjian in the tournament since he is his right hand. The grandmother agrees but says that adding a stranger to his family will cause resentment from other family members. Feng is confident that he can handle this. Feng actually said this. Feng tells Fengjian to prepare for the competition with the other students tomorrow. Fengjian is happy that he can contribute to the Qin family. Feng is asked to go out with this stranger. Feng doesn't understand what's happening. He asks people what happened. Experts came to him and said that he had repeatedly violated the rules and asked his family to give him a place to participate in the tournament. Feng tells them to wait until tomorrow if they want to challenge them. Feng is asked if he wants to wait until tomorrow to get his ass kicked. They ask him one last time and show the beaten Sankyu. Feng and Fengjian stand in shock. Feng is told that if he wants them to bring his brother back, they must either defeat them here or provide seats in the tournament. Sanqiu tells Feng to leave his forces to participate in the tournament and not fight them. Feng is told that he will not dare fight them. They also think that he will take Fengjin with him to the tournament as a bodyguard. Otherwise, Qin Feng would have been beaten to death by them. Feng asks if they are really capable of beating him to death. Feng attacks and the experts don't understand what's happening. Feng says he didn't want to teach him a lesson. The expert flies away from Feng's blow. Feng says that since he is so determined, he deserves it. Other people were scared because they didn't think he was so strong. They were told to only beware of Fengjian. Fengjin jumps out and asks if they are sure they should watch out for him. He asks if they can do it. Fengjin breaks up the remaining crowd. They say they underestimated his power. Fengjian says he's not the only one they underestimated. He tells them to take a closer look. They still don't know who is the great master and who is the junior. Feng remembers that they told him to defeat them all. He says he fulfilled their request. Experts don't understand why everything happened so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng was able to defeat them all single-handedly. Feng asks if they want to see Fengjian's strength now, and the experts beg him for mercy. Until this moment, they thought that Qin Fengjian was the strongest, and they were only afraid of him. But everything turned out to be not so simple. They realized that Qin Feng was the strongest. Half a month later, a tournament began between the 5 major families. The Qin family has been at the bottom of the rankings for 20 years. These 20 years have been a disgrace. The winners are promised to be rewarded with the opportunity to master the family's secret techniques, and they will also be able to receive the position of leader of a youth team for land development. This was a great motivation for the participants. Feng says that he is already guaranteed leadership, but he must reach the highest level possible. There are a large number of people with high levels of body strengthening. Although he trained hard these 2 months, he was unable to reach the same level. The tournament to conquer the wasteland of the 5 great families has begun. At the beginning of the tournament, the disciples of the 5 great families will be sent into the depths of the wasteland on a carriage without a coachman. But the monsters there are extremely ferocious and compete with each other to kill people. There are very few craftsmen who can survive every year. The competition for development is much tougher than one might imagine. Qin Feng accidentally saw the expert that he defeated and invited him to be together throughout the entire journey. He says that it was just an accident that Feng defeated them that day. This time, he decided to follow the masters of the Yi and Bai families. He tells Feng that he will be left alone in the wasteland. Representatives of the Yi and Bai families approach the Qin family, calling them weaklings. They say that joining them is the only way for weaklings to survive. Feng says he doesn't think they are very strong. It would be better for him to stay with him. Representatives of other families are angry that he despises them. The cart continues to move on. Suddenly it jumps sharply on something and people fall out of it. It turns out that this is a ferocious monster. Feng saw the monster. A giant swamp crocodile approaches them. Feng calls Qin Fen to follow him. The Qin family is being called weak again. Feng is told that they have no right to retreat so easily when faced with a monster. Weak members of the Qin family are offered to look at truly strong men. The expert says that even when faced with a giant crocodile, They are not at all afraid of it. Only now they all fly apart from the crocodile's blow. They land straight on the ground. No one understands how it happened that all the influential members of the Yi and Bai family are dead. A crocodile tries to eat an expert. He is very afraid that his life will end here. They have just entered the wasteland. Suddenly, Qin Feng crushes the crocodile. The crocodile falls after the fatal blow. The expert is shocked by what is happening. He can't believe that Feng killed the giant crocodile single-handedly. This was actually done by Qin Feng. He jumps off the dead crocodile and returns to the cart. He grabs the expert and leads him along. Feng tells him to run. The expert does not understand why they cannot take the crocodile skin for themselves and why they need to run away. Feng says that the swamp crocodile is allergic to blood. You need to hurry up and run away as soon as the blood appears. Otherwise, he will become a snack for these crocodiles. Swamp crocodiles crawl to the surface. The expert tells Qin Feng to run faster. Fen thought that he was the best of the best in the family, much better than Fen. But he underestimated Feng, even without knowing about his abilities. Fen asks why he saved him if he said he would leave him alone. Feng replies that he did it because they are family. Qin Fen is surprised that Feng recognized him as a member of his family. He suddenly had a strong desire to recognize him as an older brother. The third prince says the competition comes down to how many monsters each person kills. He wants to focus on hunting, and he also announced a reward for the destruction of the Qin family. The best killer in the tournament agreed to this mission. Situ Xuan agreed to do this, saying that killing was his favorite pastime. He will not leave behind anyone from the Qin family. The third prince thinks that this will make Feng regret going against his family. Feng and Fen are walking through the forest and hear screams. These are cries for help from two people who were attacked by monsters. These are members of the Nanggong family. Feng is sad for them. He suggests leaving. Feng says that they can't leave because the Nanggong family is the only one who is friends with the Qin family, so he wants to give them a helping hand. Qin Fen asks how he will help them. Feng wants to borrow Fen for this. He pushes him down towards the monsters. The monsters eagerly look at Qin Fen. Qin Fen cries and thinks he is going to die. He closes himself with his hands. Qin Feng pets the panther monsters and tells them to never bite anyone again. Fen doesn't understand how Fen managed to tame them. Feng said that he brought monster-taming pills with him and threw them into the panthers' mouths while Fen distracted their attention. Qin Fen is very scared that Feng used him as bait. Suddenly, another angry panther appears behind their heads. Fen freezes in bewilderment. Fen asks if Fen has any more monster-taming pills. Feng says that these pills are only effective for small monsters. Qin Fen is so scared that he can't even move his legs. Feng gives him a sword and orders him not to let go. Fen takes the sword from Qin Feng. Qin Feng begins to attack the panther. The panther itself doesn't even understand what's happening. Feng uses spin, and the final blow. Qin Fen flies high into the sky from such a blow. The panther falls dead. Qin Fen shouts that Feng is treating him like a tool. Qin Feng says that they killed the monster in the end. Fen replies that he cannot use it as he pleases. Representatives of the Nanggong family thank Feng for saving them. Feng says it was his duty to help them. The Nanggong boys say they always tell their family what they have done for them. They will never forget this. Suddenly, something happens to the representatives of the Nanggong family. Qin Fen and Feng stand in horror over their bodies. Feng says someone just killed them. Suddenly, Feng hears a voice behind him. This is Situ Xuan. He says that he did not imagine it as an insect that had not yet developed its body. Situ Xuan says that he doesn't need to do anything to kill him. He will leave him with the Nanggong family. He wishes them a pleasant time. Someone is working their magic on them. They don't understand what it is. Someone approaches them and asks how they dare to kill members of the Nanggong family. Qin Fen says that they didn't do it. They are told not to try to lie because the Nanggong family can definitely handle animal bites. The magic is directed towards the panthers. Feng says that no one will believe them, considering that there were no bite marks on their bodies. Fen says that there is someone around, but they can't see him because of the camouflage and maneuverability. This must be Shuiqin Nanggong. She is called a ghost because she leaves no traces even in the snow. She can also fly using her fast movement skill. A collision with her means inevitable death. Qin Fen runs away and calls Feng, because if you don't hide from her quickly, you might die. Then Fen thinks that he won't worry about Fen after all because he is so smart that he will surely find a way out. Feng just smiles. He tells her to act because she can easily kill him. Qin Fen thinks Feng is crazy. Shuiqin Nanggong is the most powerful of the new generation. She is invincible. To have at least a chance to survive, he may try to escape. Feng says that Shuiqin is indeed very strong, but her power does not affect him. He finds Shuqin in the forest. He finally found this beautiful lady. An explosion occurs at the site of their struggle. He has mastered the art of transforming into God to enhance his 6 senses, so he will be able to figure out exactly where she is. Feng now wants to explain to her what happened. Shuqin lies there, not understanding the situation. Qin Fen does not believe that Feng caught Shuqin. Shuqin also doesn't understand how he could find her. She tells him that if he wants to kill her, he should do it quickly. He says he didn't come here to kill people, but she was the first one to start it, and so she fell into the sin of her deeds. Qin Tianshun and Qin Shu are walking through the forest when they suddenly notice someone in front of them. Qin Tianshun is clearly injured and someone is chasing them. It's Situ Xuan, telling them not to blame him for being so cruel. He says to blame his Qin family for this. He hits the blade of another weapon with his sword. It is Feng Jiang who jumps out to help them. He asks Situ Xuan if he's the same bastard persecuting his family. He throws it away with a punch. Situ Xuan is injured. He doesn't understand how someone with that level of training could hurt him. People ask him why Qin Fengjian suddenly saved them. He says that this is what Qin Feng taught him. Situ Xuan asks him if that means Feng is dead. He reveals that he framed him and he died at the hands of Nangong Shuiqin. The others confirm that with her agility and strength, those who encounter her are definitely doomed to death. Feng Jiang says that Qin Feng would not have died so easily, it is impossible. Feng Jiang attacks Situ Xuan again. Situ Xuan suddenly disappears from view. Suddenly he appears behind him and says that he should take more care of his life. There is no point in worrying about Qin Feng's life and death. He deals a fatal blow to Feng Jiang. Feng Jiang falls dead. Situ Xuan says that when participating in the tournament, there is no need to worry about other people's lives. You have to think about yourself. Otherwise you will end up losing your head. A voice is heard from behind Situ Xuan. It was Qin Feng who came. He says that if he kills Feng Jian, Feng will kill him and throw his body to the monsters. Qin Feng is very angry. The Qin family is very surprised that he is alive. Situ Xuan says that Shuiqin should have killed him, and she is very weak for not doing so. Representatives of the Qin family turn to Feng, saying that he needs to run away from Situ Xuan. Situ Xuan is already aiming at Feng Jian's head. Feng runs up to Situ Xuan a second before the murder. Feng hits him in the face with all his might. He says he warned him not to touch him, otherwise he will die. Feng hits Situ Xuan. Situ Xuan doesn't understand where he got such great strength. The Qin family is shocked that Feng simply threw him into the air. Situ Xuan tries to recover from the blow. As soon as he gets up, he runs away from the place. Feng thinks he has disappeared, but suddenly he jumps out at him from behind. Feng doesn't even have time to understand anything. They shout to him that Feng Jiang was defeated by just such a trick and he must be careful. Situ Xuan says it's too late. He says the Qin family lost because they care about each other too much. Feng suddenly flies up. Situ Xuan doesn't understand how he did it. Feng asks him why caring for each other is considered a flaw for him. Feng asks if he thinks he knows him too well. Feng directs his magic at him. The Qin representatives ask whether Feng was truly able to defeat Sita. Fen says not to be too surprised by this. Feng lands next to Situ's body after the attack. He asks Situ if he thinks Feng is just a jerk who only knows how to use brute force. Situ thinks Feng was using his reflection to make him think he was still down there. Situ Xuan says that even if he cannot fight directly, he will use long-range attacks because the knife technique has been passed down from generation to generation in their family. This is the most powerful among light weapons. Feng uses his attacks to throw away all of Situ's knives. The knives fall to the ground. Xuan is shocked that Feng knocked his weapon away. Qin Feng's hidden weapon technique is clearly superior to Situ Xuan's. The Qin family still doesn't understand how Feng can repel all of Xuan's attacks. The Situ family's light weapon skills were simply nothing compared to Feng's moonlight skill. Even Xuan's physical skills are not equal in front of this. Xuan thinks about how to get out of here before he gets killed. But Feng's powerful blow is already flying towards him. Xuan flies away from such a strong blow. A column of energy carries him upward, and then an explosion. Feng says this is his lesson in not blaming Feng. Situ Xuan is seriously injured. If he dies, everything will be over. Wolf smoke rises up. Qin Fen watches this. Situ Xuan says he underestimated Feng. He never thought that he would be the strongest person in the Qin family. Suddenly, other armed people appear around them. Xuan asks not to blame him for this. Suddenly, the third prince arrives. He asks why Xuan called him since he didn't finish his work. Everyone is surprised to see the third prince here. He is the most powerful opponent in the wasteland. Xuan says that Feng is not as weak as they thought, so he needs the prince's help. The third prince did not expect to be beaten like this. The third prince orders Feng to take Fang Jian with him and flee, because his guards are much higher in level than Situ Xuan. They do not have the strength to defeat them, but the Qin representatives want to buy some time for Feng and Feng Jiang. Feng asks them what is the difference between them. They are all from the same family. Feng tells them not to worry because they will all get out of here alive. He releases the smoke of the Qin family. The third prince tells him that he is crazy because armies are not allowed in the wasteland. The third prince orders them killed. They are surrounded by warriors. Representatives of the Qin family say that if they do not escape now, it will be too late later, because they are much stronger than the members of the Qin family. Feng says he will take care of it. He throws all the guards away from him. Qin representatives do not understand how he does all this. The guards fall to the ground. All of the third prince's guards have been defeated. The third prince asks what happened to his people. Feng asks him if he really thinks he is stupid enough to call the Qin army into the wasteland. The murdered members of the Nangun family appear behind them. Shuiqin is also with them. The third prince and Xuan are confused as to whether Shuiqin really came here to help Feng. Feng asks if they wanted the only families that were friends to suddenly start fighting. He says that he was able to explain it to Nangong Shuiqin. He didn't kill her. He asked her to look at the weapons that killed her people and realized that it was a trick by Situ Xuan. After this, Shuiqin decided to help Feng. She said that if he got into trouble, he could call her. So, when they attacked the Qin family, she came to help them. Shuiqin is suddenly about to attack the third prince and Xuan. Xuan asks the prince what they will do. The prince, since he supposedly doesn't care about Feng, offers to sort this out and go their separate ways. Feng says that the third prince kills anyone whenever he wants. But when it comes time for him to die, it is no longer fun for him. Feng orders Nangun's men to shoot arrows. The third prince asks if Feng really just wants to kill him. He is a level 4 body strengthening expert. The prince feels the arrows on his body. He is shocked by this. He says that he can usually dodge arrows, but for some reason he can't do it now. Feng chuckles because the third prince can't believe he couldn't escape from the arrows. He doesn't yet know that Feng remembers his secret skill from his past life. He must defeat him in one fell swoop. Blowing out the smoke and calling out to Shuiqin was just a disguise. The purpose was to make the prince think that he was just blowing out the smoke. But it was damn wood smoke from the misty forest. Its effect does not appear immediately. This slowed down the third prince's movement. The prince asks Fen what he wants to do with him. Feng simply hits him and says that this is more than enough. The third prince falls into the ground from the blow. He screams in pain. Xuan asks him how this happened. Feng says it's Xuan's turn. He must pay for the murder of his family members. Feng defeats Xuan. Everyone is shocked that Feng was able to cope with such strong opponents. Feng was very pleased with his work because now his main enemies were dead. Now they need to catch as much prey as possible to increase their ranking. Feng has eliminated the biggest problem and can now finally focus on hunting. Suddenly someone jumps out from behind him. It was the third prince. He asks Fen if he still wants to go hunting. People were worried about him. Feng didn't expect the third prince to attack him because he thought he was already dead. The third prince attacks him from behind. Another person joins them. This is the rebel Xuan. Feng definitely didn't expect this. The third prince draws his sword. His face changes. He says that he didn't expect such a loser as Feng. Force him to show his trump card. Shuiqin asks the third prince what he wants to do. The third prince replies that they were lucky enough to see his secret skill. An angry crowd attacks their opponents. People don't understand what's happening at all. Feng wonders if he is missing something. He thinks that the third prince's secret skill is caused by death. According to his memories, this skill could turn someone who had just died into a warrior who was not afraid of death. Although the cost of this skill is the user's lifespan, its effect is very powerful. The third prince says that he will destroy them all. He says that now it is Shuiqin's turn. Shuiqin tells him that even if he is still alive, he is only at the 4th level of body strengthening expert, so he will definitely not be able to keep up with her. The third prince is ahead of her, and she does not understand how he did it. The third prince defeats her. He stands over the body of the victim. He says that they all think that he is just an incompetent prince who only relies on his army to show his strength. In reality, these were simply troops that he brought in to show weakness in front of the enemy, because in fact he is stronger than all of them combined. Shuiqin Feng is shocked that he is actually at the 8th level of body strengthening. The third principal turns to Feng and says that now it is his time to repay the shame he caused him before. He throws Feng up with the force of his blow. His blow is very powerful. Feng says that the prince is so strong that he cannot face him, and until he reaches the next stage, he will not be able to fight at all. The third prince asks him if he doesn't like protecting his family. The Qin family talks about letting them go. The third prince is asked what he wants to do with them. With his sword, he cuts down the representatives of the Qin family right in front of Feng. He is very cunning. The third prince asks Feng what he thinks about this. Feng is in a state of shock and does not understand anything. He tries to get up. Feng is extremely angry over the deaths of his people. Feng says he promised his men that they would all get out of here alive. Feng flies up again due to the third prince's blow. The third prince already seems to me to be the same person he was before. The third prince says it's over. Feng thinks this is the end. A blow is heard. Qin Fen turns out to be alive. Feng thought he was dead and he doesn't understand how it happened. The third basically says that it looks like someone didn't die from his first blow. Fen addresses Feng one last time. He says he actually recognizes him and trusts him. He also says that the future Qin family is in his hands, and Feng is the one who deserves to lead this family. Qin Fen says that he protected him from death. He tells Feng to run away. Feng calls for Fen, afraid that he is about to die. The third prince is very angry with Qin Fen. Feng tells Feng that when they fought the Panthers, he said that he did not want to be his tool. He asks him who he wants to fight for in the end. Fen says that he will fight for someone he trusts to support and protect the Qin family. He says that when he finds such a person, he swears that he will devote his whole life to him. Feng tells Feng that he was scared to death of panthers. He asks him how he gets so much courage to sacrifice his life for someone. Fen replies that this is a completely different matter, and if such a person was in danger, he would definitely intervene. Feng asks Feng if he thinks Feng is the person he would give his life for. Fen lies down after saving Feng's life. Feng regrets that once again someone died before his eyes in this life. Shuiqin tells Feng to run away so that Qin Feng's sacrifice will not be in vain. The third prince says that it is a very touching feeling that Fen sacrificed himself for another person. The third prince says that Feng must catch up with him. The third prince aims his sword at Feng's head. Feng managed to hold off the third prince's blow. The third prince does not understand what is happening. Feng says that's enough. This time he prepared something different. Feng breaks the third prince's sword. He says he won't run away. The third prince is shocked by what is happening. Feng calls the prince a bastard and aims at his face. Feng punches the third prince in the face. The third prince dies. The third prince wonders why Qin Feng's strength has increased so much. Situ Xuan is already rushing to help the third prince. Qin Feng aims to hit Xuan. Feng hits him in the face with all his might. Xuan falls to the ground from the impact. Shui Qin is shocked by Qin Feng's cultivation level. The third prince cannot understand how Qin Feng was able to kill Situ Xuan. It seems to him that his strength has increased very quickly. The third prince suggests that Qin Feng has become stronger than Situ Xuan. The third prince is shocked by Qin Feng's speed. Qin Feng slaps the third prince in the face. The third prince falls to the ground. The third prince thinks Feng is going to do it again. Feng grabs his hand. The third prince doesn't understand how someone like Feng could win. Qin Feng strikes again. The third prince has a certain feeling. He believes that if he continues to fight him, he will soon die. The third prince orders his guards to destroy Qin Feng. He asks them to help him escape. Shui Qin tells Qin Feng to forget about the third prince and run away. She says that he has just been seriously injured, and if she continues to fight him, he will die. Shui Qin's eyes are wet. The guards attack Qin Feng and surround him. The third prince asks Feng why he didn't run away. Feng says that he ran away many times when faced with strong enemies, but later he felt regret. He asks the third prince what the meaning of life is. He says that even if he dies today, he will drag the third prince with him. The guards are perplexed by what is happening. Qin Feng grabs the third prince by the collar. The battle between the third prince and Feng begins. Feng scatters all the guards. Feng tells them to attack because he will destroy them all. He asks which of them can kill him. Feng attacks the guards. He has a lot of power to attack. The third prince doesn't understand why Feng won't die. He thinks that death is eluding him. The action moves to the Imperial training room. According to the memories of the third prince's childhood, he asks his father if he is the king of the whole world. The father tells him that they are kings only by status, and the real kings are those who give off the aura of an emperor. His father tells him that even if he meets someone who is weaker than him, the main thing is that he sees his aura. He asks his father if he is afraid of such people. The third prince suggests that Feng is one of those people. Feng tells him to raise his blade. He thinks Feng has the aura of an emperor. Shuiqin is afraid that Qin Feng may die from exhaustion. Shuiqin says there is clearly another solution. Feng says that the third prince killed his family members, so he must take revenge on him. He asks Shuiqin what decision she is talking about. Feng attacks the third prince again. Shuiqin didn't expect this. Qin Feng suddenly stops. Qin Feng thinks there is another way after all. Feng says that he will not kill the third prince. Feng tells the third prince to do as he tells him. The third prince says he will do anything. He swears to him if he saves his life. Feng tells him to get lost. Shuiqin doesn't understand how this happened. It is unclear whether members of the Qin family are still alive. They look like they're dead. Shuiqin sits in disbelief. She tells Feng that his wounds are bleeding again. He thanks Shuiqin for reminding him that he can use the third prince's secret method. Shuiqin doesn't even know what to answer. Feng says that this could save the lives of the Qin family members, even if only for one day. Shuiqin had witnessed the death of many of her family members since childhood until she became indifferent to it. She thinks he really cares about his family members. Feng asks her to take care of them at least for one day. He goes to the endless sea of flowers. Shuiqin says that this is a very dangerous place and he should not go there. Feng says he has enough reasons to go there. He says that there are legendary medicinal herbs with which he can prepare medicine for the deceased members of his family. He says this is his only way to save everyone. His people run up to the third prince. They ask him how he earned such injuries. For some reason, the prince thanks the guard. He squeezes his face. It sucked the life energy out of him. The third prince wants to get rid of Qin Feng in a roundabout way. They came to another location. The representative of the Bai family fights monsters in the forest. He says he couldn't imagine this. He doesn't understand why he can't cope with these monsters. Qin Feng notices him and comes closer. He heads towards Bai Ling. Bai Ling addresses him by name. He asks Feng why he came here. He doesn't understand why Qin Feng is ignoring him. He tells him to retreat, otherwise the monsters will attack him too. Qin Feng walks straight towards the monsters. He grabs one of the monsters by the throat. Bai Ling is shocked by what is happening. Qin Feng says that he is in a hurry and attacks the monsters. The monsters were surprised by what was happening. Qin Feng knocks the two monsters' heads together. He says that whoever gets in his way, this will be the end of him. Bai Ling reflects that Qin Feng didn't just kill those monsters with one move. His aura looks different. His aura scared the monsters. Qin Feng approaches some signboard. Qin Feng is told not to touch this toxic formation because it cannot be hacked. He is also told that a level 4 alchemy master and his men once tried to hack it, but they all turned into rosemary monsters. Qin Feng approaches this formation and thinks why no one managed to break through it. Qin Feng tells Education to open up. Education opens up before him. Bai Ling did not expect that Qin Feng was able to crack it. He says that even a 4th level alchemist could not do this. Legend has it that at the end of the endless sea of flowers grow rare medicinal herbs. Feng thinks that the end of this sea should be in this place. Once he gets the necessary herbs, he will prepare the medicine. But an unexpected picture opens up before him. He sees that there is nothing in this place. He didn't expect this. He says that if there are no medicinal herbs, his family members may die. He runs and thinks that he must find them. But then some kind of vine wraps around his legs and arms. He thinks that this is the Dingtao formation. Someone turns to him and asks how he dared to break into this place. Feng replies that he came here to find medicinal herbs to save his friends. The voice replies that he would believe it if he said that it was his greed that prompted him to enter here. Feng says that he really wants to save his friends, so he will do anything to get the herbs. The voice asks if he is then ready to sacrifice his life for them. Feng replies that this is impossible. The voice says that this is all empty talk. The voice said that he was a very talented person for being able to get to this place. He won't kill him, he said to just leave. Feng says that if he dies, no one else can save his friends. He also says that he is the only one in this world who can save them. Feng says that the plants can inject their poison into him, but they will have to wait until he heals his comrades, and then they can kill him. The voice asks if Feng really thinks he can't cure his friends. The voice says that he will inject a combination of poisons to test. Feng is ready for the challenge. The voice would kill him if it found even an ounce of regret in him. Feng says he didn't expect this after already being reborn. He thinks he can turn into the rosemary monster. He thinks he can at least cure his friends. This is what makes him happy in this situation. Feng falls to the ground. He finds himself in the middle of a flower field. Suddenly everything bad disappeared. He passed the test because in fact it was just an illusion. The real endless sea looks different. The spirit of the owner of the Sea of Flowers says that finally there is a person who has passed the test. The spirit tells him to take whatever he wants. Feng thanks him sincerely. High-quality medicinal herbs grow everywhere there. He got everything he needed to prepare an antidote. The spirit says that it is ready to help him. He gives him a stove as a gift. This is a ground-level alchemical furnace. Feng says that the alchemy furnaces are divided into several levels, and his family's furnaces never exceeded the lowest one. When using this furnace, the quality of the antidote will be much better. He says he will never forget his kindness. The spirit says goodbye to him. Bai Ling sits on a tree. He thinks that Qin Feng is most likely already dead. But suddenly he sees something terrible. He doesn't understand what it is. This is a crowd of angry monsters. On the western border, they are wondering who will win this tournament. All heads are betting on their families. They are told that something is happening in the wasteland. Qin Zhan is shocked by this information. The messenger says that there is a wave of monsters and members of all families may die. Qin Zhan thinks about what to do about it. Huge monsters rush in the middle of an endless sea of flowers. Qin Feng returns alive. Bai Ling tells him to stop or he will die. Feng says he can't stop. He hits the monsters because he is in a hurry to get to his friends. It scatters monsters with one hit. Monsters fall to the ground. Bai Ling wonders where Feng gets so much strength. It seems that the real monster here is Qin Feng. Bai Ling doesn't understand how he got through the monsters. Bai Ling says that Feng is very strong. Bai Ling tries to catch up with Feng and follow him. Qin Zhan wants to go into the forest to investigate, but he is not allowed there. They tell him that no one will survive after so many monsters. Qin Zhan breaks free and aims to go into the forest. He is asked if he thinks any of his family are still alive. The third prince returns and says that he is the only one who survived. People are happy that the third prince survived. Qin Zhan is shocked that he is the only one who survived. The third prince says that he escaped the wave of monsters only by pure chance. He says he brought some loot. He brought crystals from fierce monsters. He is told that his return is priceless. He is told that he gets first place in the tournament. Qin Zhan thinks that someone from his family has survived after all. Zhang is asked what he's doing here. Members of the Qin family arrive and ask for help because they are injured. They are all alive. The others didn't expect so many people to survive. Qin Zhan asks how they managed to survive. Qin Fen says that in fact no one in the Qin family died thanks to Feng. Qin Feng came back for them to save them. People say he didn't hesitate when he saved them all. Representatives of other families say he saved dozens of their people. He is asked why he didn't save the Ye family and Sita. The third prince does not understand how this could happen, because he deliberately caused a crowd of monsters, and in the end his family suffered the most. The third prince asks them to retrieve the crystals of the monsters they defeated. The Bai and Nanggong families collected 25 and 28 crystals respectively. Feng reveals that each of the Qin family has 5 crystals. Qin Zhan says that the most important thing is that they returned alive. The third prince says that the crystals he collected will help him defeat the others. The Qin family members thank him again for saving them. The Qin family says that they have 300 monster crystals obtained by Fen. Representatives of the Bai and Nanggong families act as witnesses. No one believes that Qin Feng was able to obtain so many crystals on his own. Qin Feng just grins. Bai Ling says that he picked up most of the crystals from Feng. He thought that Shui Qin was also picking them up. Feng says that regardless of the outcome of the battle, the most important thing is that they returned unharmed. Elder Ye was asked to announce the results. Elder Ye says that Qin Zhang is deliberately reaching out to him to humiliate him. First place is taken by Qin Feng with 300 crystals. The third prince takes second place with 30 crystals. Nanggong Shui Qin from the Nanggong family is ranked third with 28 crystals. Bai Ling takes fourth place with 25 crystals. No one in the Situ family survived, so they are ranked fifth. Qin Feng is congratulated on his victory. He has become the best in his family. He will be appointed the first commander of a youth expedition to discover new lands. Feng thanks the head of the family. The Qin clan is happy that Feng will have his own spiritual lands. Qin Feng asks the head of the family to return to Cloud Shadow City. The head of the family asks Feng if he would like to have his own lands in the capital. Feng says he wants to open a new area in Cloud Shadow City. The head of the Qin family says that since the tournament is over, they are returning home. The third prince and the head of his family are very angry about this. The Qin family members happily return home. The next morning, Qin Feng prepares to leave the capital. He is going to leave quietly because they are not such important people. He says that thanks to this visit to the capital, he has met many people, some of whom he will find difficult to let go. They are a little sad to leave the capital. Suddenly they hear a voice saying goodbye to them. Other voices join them. The heads of the families also say goodbye to them. The Shui Qin family joins. The Bai family too. Feng didn't expect this from them. The Qin family members wonder why they all came. They tell him that it is unfair to leave so quietly. Fen asks if he can use the sword without him. Feng clearly didn't expect to see them. It was the disciples of the Qin family, Fen and Tangxiong. They asked to join his team of explorers. Feng clearly expected this from them. Feng tells them to listen to his orders. Feng tells them that if they join the team, there will be many dangers awaiting them. They say that they are ready to go through thick and thin until the very end. Feng agrees and tells them to follow him. Together, they want to achieve success and earn recognition from the world. Half a month later, Feng returned to Cloud Shadow City. Feng began building defenses in the city, as he knew that a wave of monsters would descend on Cloud Shadow City in the future. The old man who followed Qin Feng into the city consumed the pills created by Feng, prolonging his life. However, the information that Qin Feng had taken control of the Misty Forest, bringing a lot of benefits, also reached other clans, causing attention. Now, the other 4 major families and powerful forces had also begun to explore Cloud Shadow City, and now it had begun to have a real mixture of different interests. Now all the big families are starting to develop the Misty Forest, and whoever is the first to occupy the spiritual land inside the forest will receive a huge advantage. Fortunately, thanks to Feng's memories from his past life, he knows the location of the spirit lands in the Misty Forest, and now he has all the strength to capture them. Today, great families have gathered in Cloud Shadow City, so they need to demonstrate their strength and determination. They say that they must conquer the entire territory in the Misty Forest and establish their order. They hit the road, but someone stops their team. It turns out that this is the Situ family, and the path that the Qin family wants to take was borrowed by the Situ family. They say to hand over their cards quickly. They are told that otherwise they will be lost in the Misty Forest. Feng asks if they are a large group of exploration of the Situ family. Members of the Qin family say that they will not give up such an important route. Situ's family representative says that if they want to start, then they shouldn't blame him for it. Feng asks them to wait. Feng says he doesn't want to offend them, so he will give them a route map. The Situ family representative tells him to consider them wise and will take a different route today. Feng is called the family's fool. Everyone is shocked that Feng gave up so easily. Feng says that a long way will also be suitable. 6 hours later, they had traveled several times further. Feng is told that the resources in the Misty Forest belong to whoever finds them first. In fact, Feng gave them a map to reveal the route and avoid encountering enemies. He says that on that route he felt the presence of a demonic aura. The powers of the monsters in the forest are not at all the same as those of animals. They have enormous strength, and the chances of surviving next to them are not great. Feng has some guesses. It seems that the Situ family is currently fighting monsters. The representative of the Situ family cannot cope with them. He sees a lot of monsters around. The monster grabbed someone from Situ's family. Qin's route moved a little to the side. A target zone of spiritual lands is expected ahead. No one expected them to get here first. There, spiritual lands have not yet been developed, and there are no problems with poisonous gases. This is an ideal place to grow spiritual herbs. Now they can constantly be inside the spiritual forest to significantly save time. Feng orders everyone to spread animal repellent powder. They are going to build a base here. The Situ family had a much shorter journey, but they are still missing. They think they have encountered monsters, but now a monster is approaching them too. And with what kind? Feng Jun tries to protect them. They don't understand what kind of monster this is. Feng tells them to run and he will take care of it. An aura surrounds Feng Jiang. It appears to be a poisonous gas. They call Feng Jiang by name. Feng attacks the monster. He tells them to be careful of the zombie monster. They had never heard of such a thing. Feng asks them to move away and he will sort it out. Feng does not understand how such a monster could appear on the outskirts of the forest. He thinks that this monster was simply scared by people. Feng fights with him. He takes out his weapon. He throws it at the monster. The weapon breaks on his neck. The monster roars throughout the forest. Feng wonders why the monster wasn't hurt at all. Suddenly the monster hits Feng. Feng says that this monster is much stronger than he expected. He most likely has the strength of a Tier 1 Grandmaster. He hits Feng again. His people fear for his fate. Feng tells him not to come closer. Could he die from a zombie monster? Feng says he definitely can't fall here. He needs another chance at life. He remembers all the sad events in his life. He says that he came into this life to fight. He won't give up so easily. He attacks the monster. He tells the monster not to think he matters. Feng grabs the monster by the head. He tells the monster that he cannot defeat him. The members of his squad are very worried about him. Everyone is afraid for his fate. Feng asks to bring iron chains. They tie the monster to a tree. His team is surprised that Feng was able to defeat such a powerful monster. Feng tells them to be vigilant because it is impossible to defeat this monster with ordinary strength. Feng says this is similar to what happened in the Badlands. His energy will help him overcome some difficulties. He says it's not that bad. He says that now is the time to build a base and they will leave the monster for later. The action moves beyond the foggy forest. Everyone is surprised that the Situ and Qin families have been there for a very long time, but there is still no one. But Feng and his group return first. The representative of the Situ family crawls out of the forest and asks people to save him. People say that Qin Feng's team is the best and most powerful. Situ's family member says Feng deceived them about the route. The Qin family says they also encountered the monster, but escaped unharmed. The young master was able to defeat him. Situ's family member has no idea how this is possible. They see a stone wall. The Qin family plans to build fortifications here. Yu Xiaoxiao says that the Qin family is now the strongest group in the city. Her squad does not understand why they can build fortifications here since this is public territory. Yu Xiaoxiao doesn't understand this either. The Fire Mercenary Guild runs with weapons. They attack the stone wall. A man flies out from behind the wall. Yu Xiaoxiao says that there are Qin family people upstairs and you can't shoot. Qin Wanli does not understand who dared to raise a hand against them. He runs, frightened by the situation. Guild Commander Lin Xing asks how they dare to build walls in the city of Cloud Shadows. Qin Wanli says that he is the protector of Cloud Shadow City, and building stone walls is the only way to defend. The Guild Commander says he will tear down this wall tonight. Fire Mercenaries. Experts in strengthening the body of the 6th level and above. Qin Wanli's son asks who dared to touch his father. This man is clearly very brave. A knife is thrown at the Guild Commander. Yu Xiaoxiao says that someone was able to kill the level 6 experts using a throwing knife. Feng says that he will not forgive those who dared to touch his family members. Feng is determined to fight. Yu Xiaoxiao asks if this is the same person who just threw the knife. The Guild Commander says that they did not become the strongest by killing several people from his squad. The Guild Commander says that he only injured a few members of the Qin family, and he thinks that payment of 1 gold piece will be enough. But the one Feng killed is worth 10k gold. Feng slaps him in the face. Feng says that in his eyes their lives are not worth even 1 gold. He must pay him 100k gold for his efforts. The guild members are discouraged. Yu Xiaoxiao asks who this person is. The Fire Mercenary Commander asks how they dared to kill his men. He asks if they can withstand his fury. Feng grins. He says that a third-rate mercenary guild dares to face his family's wrath. The guild commander swings his weapon. He goes on the offensive. He begs for Feng and says that today he will make food for wild dogs out of his head. Yu Xiaoxiao is afraid that Feng will not be able to win. The weapon is already above Feng's head. The guild commander does not understand where he gets such strength. He gritted his teeth. Elder Yu appears in front of Feng. The battle has begun. Elder Yu says that as soon as he stepped away for a moment, chaos began. The guild commander does not understand how he is able to easily cause serious damage to him. Great Master Yu comes to Feng's defense. The commander thinks that this is the same legendary old man from the Qin family. The guild commander apologizes to him and says that he has no evil intentions. Master Yu says that he hurt a major member of the Qin family. He says that the guild commander hurt Qin Feng himself. The guild commander asks if this is the same Qin Feng who took first place in the tournament. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't expect to see such a famous person. The guild commander says to spare him, but kill his people as they wish. Feng orders him to go to his spiritual lands and cleanse them of wild beasts. The guild commander asks how their family was able to find a spiritual place. Qin Feng asks why this is strange. The guild commander is disheartened that the Qin family easily took over the spiritual land. Yu Xiaoxiao thinks that the Qin family is stronger than she thought. Yu Xiaoxiao jumps off his horse. She runs up to Qin Feng. Yu Xiaoxiao asks if she can join him to explore new lands. Feng says he accepts her because as long as she has no evil intentions, they are all happy to welcome her. Yu Xiaoxiao says that she is very weak physically. Feng says that there is nothing wrong with this because almost his entire team is at the same level. Yu Xiaoxiao says that Feng is really strong. Yu Xiaoxiao pledges to devote himself to the benefit of Feng's team and serve them until his last breath. 3 days later in the city medical garden, Feng asks how the squad that recently joined them is doing. He is told that the new squad was badly wounded in a recent battle. Feng asks what happened. Chengjiang says that this is the work of the fifth group of the Situ family. Yu Xiaoxiao's troops accompanied them, and Yu Xiaoxiao was captured by the Situ family. Yu Xiaoxiao steadfastly defended them and was severely injured. The Situ family told them to hand over the spiritual land within a week, otherwise they would take away its powers. Feng says that they are taking out their anger because their team was destroyed by a zombie monster. The Qin family member says that there is no other way because the Situ family is too strong. Chengjiang says that if the Situ family wants to rob their spiritual land, it will be difficult for them to resist them. Feng is asked if they will really have to give up their land. They tell him that they understand his doubts. Feng replies that 7 days will be enough for him. His team members are extremely surprised. They ask him again if he really meant to transfer the spiritual lands in 7 days. Feng says he meant to prepare for the battle in 7 days. Feng says they won't be scared by Situ's family alone. His squad members say that Feng is very impulsive this time. Feng asks if they doubt the captain's decision. They answer no. The warriors stood in front of the man and announced that they fully supported him. The guys were very militant and ready to fight in the thick of it to the end. The man followed the captain and asked what they should do next. The captain put the girl to bed and said that it was time to find out. With a menacing look, he said, "Find out who is now the king of the Misty Forest." After these actions for 7 days, the people of Qin settlement noticed the strange actions of Qin Feng's group in the city. They still continued to transport materials from the spiritual land back and forth, not taking the threat from the Situ family seriously. Everyone thought that the Qin family was just pretending to hold on, but people were determined to break up the Qin family. But soon, after 7 days, the Qin family did not submit, although everyone thought that it would be so. The Situ group, who had been smilingly awaiting the transfer of the land, is now furiously preparing to seize it by force. Deputy Commander Yun Xiao was angry because the little Qin family was too brave. He immediately shouted that there was only one master in the Qin family, and while he began to act, they would enter and completely destroy the family. Holding his sword forward, he shouted, "Forward!" and sent troops. But then a scout appeared before the commander and reported that the Qin family abandoned the ground and ran away. The scout led the commander through and pointed out something that the Qin family thought would make them scared and run away. In front of them were huge walls that stretched into the clouds. The scout showed the top, laughed, and said that the Qin family built fortifications, thinking that they would resist the troops, but they themselves ran away. The commander began to walk, grinning and saying, "It looks like the cowards from the Qin family are still afraid of us. They are all just trash." However, one of the warriors discovered a strange thing, which surprised the commander. People stared at something that was wrapped in chains. The commander was happy. He believed that this was the treasure of the Qin family, and ordered the entire squad to go in and dismantle this thing. Immediately, a crowd of people rushed to the entrance. The captain believed that from now on, this land would be assigned to him, and would be a great feat for the Situ family. But then the captain heard a scream. This alarmed him. A huge monster broke out of the chains in front of the warriors. The face of a monster hung over the captain's head, and he realized that it was a zombie monster. But he did not understand how he got here. The attack began. Red energy was everywhere. The warriors flew in different directions. Everyone fell to the ground. They could not do anything because they were trapped. The captain ordered the soldiers to run faster because this is a zombie monster. The entire detachment ran as fast as they could, the captain urging them on every now and then. But then, just before leaving for the cutting, the gates of the fortress slammed shut. And then the captain realized that they were now locked with a zombie monster. He began to throw them around without any problems, all of them flying in different directions. Just above the fortress, the leg of someone watching this was visible. The guy who kept an eye on it thought the squad was fools for getting in so easily. The captain stated that this squad clearly did not respect the Qin family and it was worth their efforts. The captain was thinking about his idea of how he chained the zombie monster to a tree. The guy approached the captain and asked what they should do next. He believed that they needed to let the warriors inside become exhausted. But the captain said that this is not enough, because a rabbit can also bite, and one zombie monster cannot cope, so the moment has come. The moment was that the tiger was released into the mountains. The gates began to open. The warriors noticed this and immediately ran outside, the zombie monster following them. The commander was happy and shouted for the soldiers to run and hurry. The captain stood at the entrance and was already rejoicing with his men that the zombie monster had not caught up with them. But then a voice was heard asking, "Ha, did you really get out?" The captain and his group began to run out from behind the wall. He said that this was a surprise attack. The commander was too self-confident and said that these people from the Chin family were not capable of killing even one of them because the old man was not with them. The commander stated that they would put them in their place because they all had a body strengthening level of level 3 and above. The warriors of the Situ family launched an attack and pushed forward. But the captain and his men decided to retreat, so they immediately retreated. One of the warriors declared fire, and they began to shoot arrows at the enemies. Some warriors were killed by arrows hitting the target. The captain did not understand what happened because all the soldiers suddenly disappeared. The commander was angry because the Chin family used a strategy where they killed one of the enemy and then they ran away. Already, on the other hand, from the forest, the Chin family began to attack again. And again the fire, they did not stop attacking. The commander's soldiers fell one after another, and immediately after another kill, all the attackers began to hide. The commander understood that the warriors were again concentrating their fire, and they wanted to defeat them separately. He immediately ordered the soldiers to pursue the Chin family. They followed them into the forest, following on their heels, moving quickly. The guys almost caught up with them, and the commander asked Chin Feng where they were running. The commander immediately launched an attack and asked the enemies to accept death. But immediately he noticed an attack from the other side. He stopped, and with his peripheral vision he realized, with their entire group surrounded, they fell into a trap again. The captain laughed at the guys and told them that they dared to pursue them, knowing that it was an ambush. The captain's assistant said that he was right, and there was no need to overestimate the mental abilities of these fools. The commander angrily asked, Do you think you have surrounded us?" He laughed because 7 Chin only had 4 people with level 4 body strengthening, after which the captain called the group as an ant. He asked his enemies not to look down on them. The captain ordered the soldiers to concentrate in groups of 5 people and keep their focus on one. The commander did not take the words seriously and said that they should start shooting, because for them these are easy injections. And then he raised his sword and said that they needed to destroy the troops of the Chin family. But as soon as they rushed to attack, one of them was shot once. Everyone else followed him, one after another. The warriors fell around the commander. He turned back and did not understand what this situation was and how these weaklings could destroy a team of the best fighters. Here the captain said that even on the verge of death, the enemy cannot understand that 7 days ago, 7 Chin actually had many people of Qi and blood. But during these 7 days, the captain spent a lot of time. He used countless herbs, producing many pills to strengthen the body, after which they forced the team members to take strengthening pills. And if one did not work, then they tried 10, 100. And therefore, even if the efficiency was low, they could still create a powerful force with the help of a large number of pills. The captain continued to think, saying that although most of them are at the stage of strengthening the body of the first level, but they altogether have a chance to win. Immediately a huge volley of attacks was fired at the enemy commander. The last warriors around began to fall, and the captain himself knelt down. He understood that if this continued, he would also die. He believed that he no longer had a choice. He raised his head up in pain and screamed to be saved. Someone else began to appear from above, saying that the captain was trash. They immediately landed on the ground, dust rising around them. The warriors introduced themselves as the elite of the Situ clan. They asked how the outstanding warriors could lose to a group of newcomers from the Chin clan. One of the warriors said that these scum disgraced the name of the Situ clan, and he personally dealt a strong blow with dark energy. The captain rolled backwards in his stance, and a little dust rose. He understood that the masters of the Situ clan had finally intervened. The squad leader complained to the masters that Chin Feng was too cunning, and he killed everyone in the squad. The masters said that they did not want to interfere in the struggle of the young people, but if they interfered, then they would have to exterminate all these vile members of the Chin family. One of the masters approached the captain, declaring that he was the strongest of the young in the Chin family, and he would die today. The captain could not believe that the master was approaching so quickly, but the master's attack was stopped by a gray-haired old man with fiery energy. The elderly man was able to close his penis. He was very angry. The captain immediately ran up to him, but the old man told him not to worry because he was fine. The masters realized that this was the master of the Chin family. They laughed because they had only dealt an ordinary blow, but he could no longer cope. They stated that in those days 30 years ago he was truly an outstanding master. But after what happened in the Ye family, taking a step, he said that after those events his life and strength should have been at an end. The master looked at his caller with a mad look. The enemy master continued his attack, but the old man continued to defend himself. Continuing to press on the old man, the master laughed at the fact that there was a legend about how the old man was invincible. He promised that this legend would collapse today by pointing his weapon at the old man. The commander shouted that the master was very powerful. The Chin family asked their master to be careful. The old man lowered his head, inhaled. Nothing was visible from under his thick eyebrows. The enemy master flew in the opposite direction. He did not expect that he would receive a rebuff. The old man belched very hard. He let the air out of himself. He got into a fighting stance and said that he was glad that this burp had finally come out. With the question of who said that the old man couldn't cope, he went to attack the enemy. The master could no longer resist the old man. It was beyond his power. The defeated master fell to the ground with a great roar, and dust rose from under him. The master's allies were shocked. They thought that their master had died, and they also thought that the old man's strength had been restored. The masters decided to attack together in order to kill the old man. The old man stood up and turned to Qin Feng. He blamed him for the fact that the old man had been overeating in recent days. Clenching the weapon in his fist at the approaching enemies, he said that now his lost strength had suddenly returned. He also noticed that he was not yet used to it when he launched the attack. The blade of the old man's weapon flashed in front of the faces of the enemy masters. The old man scattered the other two masters in both directions without any problems. The old man began to laugh. He said that the familiar power had returned and he had surpassed himself compared to the past, because he was a 6th-level master. The master recalls that at first it was difficult for him to move. Then Qin Feng said that next time they would not let him overeat. The enemy squad leader held his head. Worriedly, he was afraid that the old man from the Qin family had regained his strength. The old man was the captain's trump card. He spent his best spiritual medicine on him. The commander immediately knelt down in front of the old man and said that they did not want to steal spiritual resources, and they only had a grudge with Qin Feng. At that very second, Qin Feng proposed a duel to the commander, not for life, but for death. Then the commander immediately became cheerful. He did not take the captain seriously. People were worried about the captain because the commander had level 9 body strengthening. The commander believed that he would crush Qin Feng because he was a weakling. Taking out his weapon, he urged Qin Feng to begin. They immediately entered into battle. The commander attacked the guy, but he just left. The girls were afraid for their master. They stood scared. The commander asked the captain what happened to him because just now he was very proud of himself. But Qin Feng still continued to dodge the blows. The captain's assistant laughed at the enemy because he was so proud of himself, because he was only fighting the captain's shadow. Then the commander notices something from the side that attracts his attention. And then the commander realizes that he was fighting with an ordinary shadow. The captain asked not to worry, because he was just training to master the shadow style. The commander could not believe that the captain was really just playing with him using shadow images. He knew that if he couldn't discern Qin Feng's shadow, then he would definitely lose. He immediately decided to suggest to the captain not to use various tricks and to fight honestly. Qin Feng said that he only prays for this. Then the commander attacked the captain and hit him with his sword, but he was able to repel the attack without any problems. The captain's people stood, watched what was happening, and worried. The commander asked Qin Feng not to underestimate him, because his survival was not an accident. He stomped his foot and said that his family's secret technique was the art of the energy of the dead. Last time he injected energy to improve his skills and escape from pursuit. At the moment he began to absorb the power of his squad members and masters. And thanks to this technique, he managed to achieve the first stage of a master. Qin Feng watched what was happening while covering his body with his hands. The members of the captain's squad asked the master to save Qin Feng, but the master asked the guys not to worry and asked what they were so worried about. The master said that Qin Feng told him about this earlier. At the moment, he is deliberately immersing himself in a state of mortal danger in order to find special sensations. The captain's eyes turned red. He was gaining some kind of energy, after which he stood up, looked at the commander from high, breaking the blade of his sword in his hand and calling him a bastard. The guy asked about what he thought could kill him. The captain delivered a strong blow to the commander's face with his fist, causing his teeth to break. The squad was surprised that their master finally responded to the enemy. The master also reported that Qin Feng said that he had discovered that he had secret powers. And he suspects that this can only appear on the verge of death. Therefore, all this time, Qin Feng was using the enemy to train his skills. The commander was angry that Qin Feng was using him as a training doll because he had reached the master level. He did not understand how he could lose to someone at the first level of body strengthening. Then his hand reached out to the weapon. It flashed a little. Saying that this was impossible, he ran to attack because he must put all his strength into killing him. This angered Qin Feng. He asked the bastard why if he saw that he was already here. With a cane face, he screamed about why he hadn't gotten on his knees yet. The commander immediately fell to his knees, his hands dropped, and his weapon fell. He didn't understand what kind of pressure it was because just one word, and he felt an insurmountable fear. He looked at the captain and simply could not resist his orders. The commander began to shout that he was surrendering. He stated that he was the deputy commander for land development from the Situ family, and if he dared to kill him. But then the guy's hand grabbed his throat and began to squeeze hard. The guy said that he not only wanted to kill him, he was very angry. Throwing the commander into the ground, his eyes turning red, he said that this time all members of his team must die. The commander's squad was scared because the deputy commander was killed by Qin Feng. "And I haven't forgotten about you." With these words, he began to destroy the others. Everyone who stood in the captain's way lay dead on the ground. Qin Feng's squad watched him. They were shocked by the strength of their captain. The captain declared that this was the end, and asked that news of the destruction of Situ's 5th group be spread today. He stated that they must warn anyone who dares to fight the Qin 7 that it will be the end for them. The old man stood aside, laughed, and said that this is the real power of the Qin family. Looking at his fist, the captain said that success came when he was on the verge of death, and this power not only makes him stronger, but also instills fear in his enemies. Leaving the battlefield, Qin Feng continued to think about what kind of power this is, because when he has it, he becomes a completely different person. The news of the defeat of the 5th detachment of Situ spread around everyone. No one knew how the small detachment of the Qin family was able to defeat stronger people. People were discussing the defeat of the Situ family detachment. The Situ family began to forcefully seize spiritual lands and were eventually destroyed in a retaliatory attack. Now they had no choice but to admit defeat. The heads of the Situ family, they were discussing the news. They thought it was a shame because the whole country knew about it. Previously, many in Cloud Shadow City did not respect the Qin family group. But now, after the latest events, everyone knows that the Qin family is a rising lion and should be respected. When people saw the Qin family, they began to behave more respectfully. He asked about what's new lately. The girl reported that this was the biggest event, and now they are known. The guys sat at the table, ate and drank tea. One of them thought it was very good. The girl also said that there were other important events, but they had nothing to do with them. The captain asked to tell him, and while pouring the soup to his subject, he said that it was very tasty. The girl said about another event, that the Yee imperial family carried out a coup against the immortal palace of Yue Yao. And now the palace belongs to the family. Yeah, from such news the captain spilled hot soup on his hand. The guy screamed in pain and asked Qin Feng what to do. The girl asked what happened. The guy said that it was nothing, and added that no one could have thought that the changes in the Yue Yao palace, which were supposed to happen several decades later in a past life, happened earlier. He was interested in what would happen to her. A few days later, the Qin family gathered to seal their spiritual lands. The captain walked around and thought that the development was going too easily, and this led to the accumulation of a large number of spiritual herbs, and they are partially sold. The captain was informed that the one who runs the mine has brought an alchemist who wants to buy elixirs. Walking along the road to the delighted captain was the elder of the Baicommon clan, Li Mo. He knew that the Qin family had cheap prices for pills. The guests passed by, examined the area, and said that it was a poor and wretched place. The captain was stunned by this statement, but the captain saw the girl, he recognized her, and this plunged him into even greater shock. While the captain was thinking, a man approached him from behind and called out to him. The guy found out from the elder what he wanted to buy. He said that pills to stop bleeding. Feng apologized and said that they did not have pills to stop the bleeding. The elder was at a loss because such pills are the base. The captain told Elder Li Mo not to worry because they have other pills, to which the elder replied that these were all really rumors, because where did such a small Qin family get good pills? But the captain offered him vitality pills. The elder was shocked by this because these were second-class pills. The elder knew that such pills were more valuable because they not only stopped the blood, but also restored strength. The elder was shocked why they didn't have bleeding control pills, but so many vitality pills. The captain said that they have too many second-class herbs, so they shouldn't even collect first-class herbs, to which the elder was surprised, because even their clan is not so generous and self-confident. The elder examined the pills. He realized that they were not made by professionals and he could bargain. The elder started bidding, trying to reduce the price due to the quality, to which the captain replied that their pills were excellent and he could arrange a competition. The elder asked what the pill captain could do, to which he said that he was the strongest pill maker here. The captain proposed a duel, and if he wins, then the eldest buys pills at the market price. If he loses, then he sells them at half price. The elder agreed and said that this was their proposal, and his assistant said that then the Qin family would definitely go into the red. The elder thought about the fact that although the quality of the Qin family is lower, these are still second-class pills, and if he can buy them at a low price, then he will become a distinguished member of the sect. The places for the competition were prepared. The sun was shining. The opponents stood up, and the elder said that they would start and see who could make the most pills in half an hour. The elder was confident in himself. He had been making pills for decades, and preparing them in half an hour was his unique skill. He also used a portable, high-quality stove to make pills even faster. He looked at the guy and thought that today they would have to sell at a huge discount and suffer huge losses, but then he saw how the guy was making pills, which made the elder's eyes pop out. He didn't understand how, in the blink of an eye, he was able to obtain the base for the pills, and also make many pills so quickly at the same time, as if he were frying vegetables. But the old man noticed that the guy was very tired and might not be able to cope with the cooking. He continued to do his job. The elder believed that he just needed to have time to prepare the pills, and he would definitely win. But before the elder could finish, the captain declared that everything was ready, causing the elder to drop his stove on his head. The elder looked at the pills and was angry because he himself had just started. The captain swears at his subordinate for bringing him a small saucepan. The guy said that he would cut his salary this month. The elder was shocked that the guy expressed his dissatisfaction with the size of the pan during cooking. Half an hour later, there were 2 containers containing Qin Feng's pills and Li Mo's pills on the table. The elder said that Qin Feng's pills were of perfect quality, but because of the elder's attitude, his pills were defective. The elder accused the guy of showing a batch of low-quality pills last time. He didn't understand how he could suddenly create perfect pills. After which Qin Feng laughed and said that his disciple prepared it because he had a lot of herbs, so he gave them at her discretion. The elder was infuriated by this. He could not believe how the guy would allow a student to train on such pills, because such an attitude does not exist even in their clan. The elder's knees hit the ground with a crash. He knelt down in front of the guy and said that he would buy his pills for double the price. If only he would take him as his student. The guy helped the elder to stand up and said that he would not accept the old man as a student, but he could teach him cooking methods, but he had a condition. The elder asked what his condition was. The captain pointed over the old man's shoulder at the girl, and he asked him to give this servant to Captain Qin. There is a crash in the Qin family home. The girl puts the jug down and screams that it's bad that he brought a woman right in front of my eyes. She sat and said that she was losing her young master. Her friend calmed her down and said that she had drunk too much. In Qin Feng's room, the servant stood in front of the captain. He asked her that she was just a servant who was bought along the way to look after the elder Li Mo, to which she asked why the guy needed her. The guy asked him not to pretend to be Lu Xiaochuan because even if she dyed her skin black, he would still recognize her. The girl raised her hand. She was scared. She asked what the guy wanted to do because he was the supreme mistress of the lunar grotto. The captain asked the girl not to worry because she killed members of the Ye family, fled to Beit Salmon, and now she is wanted, but the guy wants to help her. In the captain's past life, this woman saved him, and so he must repay her in this life. The girl was angry. She asked how the guy would help her. She shouted that the Yi family had forcibly seized the Moon Grotto Palace and she had to run away now. The captain was told that members of the patrol guards from the Ye family had rushed in, and that they were saying that they had come to arrest a wanted woman. The girl immediately took out a dagger and angrily said that the guy had deceived her, asking if he had informed the Ye family she attacked him. But he stopped her hand without any problems. The guy said that the girl is now seriously wounded, and she will not be able to oppose him, so if she wants to survive, she must listen to him. After which he ordered the girl to undress, which made her embarrassed. A woman was walking down the steps asking where the girl was. The guard officer of the Ye family said that a foreign woman had arrived at the Chin house, and if she discovered that she was here, then the Chin family will be considered a habitual lawbreaker. She burst into the door, kicking it down, asking her to quickly leave. The captain opened the tool, asking who came there. The woman introduced herself as a guard officer. She said that she had come to look for the criminal Lu Xiaoshuang, and that girl on his bed arouses great suspicion. The guy waved the guardsman's hand away and asked what right she had to break into his room and insult his woman, and he also asked what if it wasn't her. The woman said that they would find out, and if it was not her, then she would kneel before him. The woman said she would watch him die. She tore the blanket off Lu Xiaoshuang and was surprised. She was surprised that there were no wounds on her, because they could not disappear. She also checked the girl's development, and there were no traces of training on the girl either. The captain stood behind the girl and asked if she had calmed down after she had trashed his bedroom. The officer said that this could not happen. The captain simply stared at the officer and grinned. The wounds also didn't disappear, he just applied a special powder that hid severe skin damage. The guy also gave the girl a healing pill, which did not appear in this era, and it also hid the level of training. The officer said she would go, but the guy stopped her, saying that she had broken into his land and now just wanted to leave. He said that the promise she made has not yet been fulfilled. Taking out her sword, she said that the dog guy from the Chin family dares to challenge her family, and she is just acting in accordance with the law, and he is not worth it for her to keep her promises. Slashing with her sword, the girl said that it was better for them low-grade members of the Chin family not to turn up their noses. The guy effortlessly struck back at the patrol woman. He asked who she was grinning at because he had easily destroyed Situ's detachment, and he would not be afraid of some patrolmen. The guy began to raise the girl's sword. She saw this and stuttered and asked what the guy wanted to do. The captain raised his sword above his head and said that the officer had scared his girlfriend, and she should bow down to her and apologize, otherwise her head would be separated from her body. Starting to get up, the woman said that she, a representative of a noble family, would not apologize to this girl. Without hesitation, the guy said 3 and immediately gave her a pike each, after which he raised the sword above the woman's head and said 2. The girl looked at him and was shocked that Chin Feng's strength was so great. After which the guy said one thing, he was ready to strike. Suddenly the woman bowed down in front of the girl and began screaming that she had made a mistake and asking for forgiveness. After which Chin Feng laughed and said that it was very simple, and she should hurry up and leave. The patrol woman ran out of the Chin family's house in tears, thinking about what a shame and humiliation it was. The girl turned to Chin Feng and asked him to forget about seeing her body. Also, with tears in her eyes, she asked what kind of excuse was that she was his girlfriend. The guy said that it was just an acting game, but to himself, he thought that 1,000 torments awaited him after her recovery. Running out of the house, the girl screamed about how shameless the Chin clan was. Then she saw something on a tree wrapped in chains. The girl thought that it was a zombie and said that Chin Feng was caught. A huge noise sounded on the street. Everyone heard it, even Chin Feng. He ran outside to the officer and told him what had happened. The girl screamed in pain. She screamed about her face. She asked how he dared to set her up. She said that the guy had just ruined her face and she would definitely make their clan pay. The guy was furious. He immediately grabbed the girl by the collar and pressed her to the wall and asked about who harmed her, and also asked about the fact that she freed the monster. He talked about the fact that she freed the monster that they had difficulty sealing, and whether she understood what consequences could arise, who asked her to do this. The woman asked what he could do because it was just one monster. A call for help was heard behind the woman. She turned around, not understanding what was happening. All together they ran towards the call. The captain asked what was happening. The officer was in shock. She held her face and looked at the horror that happened. She looked at the field where her troops were, but they were all already dead. The captain understood what had happened, and he assumed that, judging by the tracks, the monster was moving towards the city of cloud shadows. He also understood that the stupid old man had gone into the thick of the forest to clear the wasteland and would not have time to return. Qin Feng believed that only if this monster went to the city alone would he be able to deal with it. But remembering how he sealed it, he realizes that he has secret skills. And the last time he managed to stop him in a timely manner so that he would not show them. But if he suddenly used his skills in the city, at the same time the monster was already walking in the forest. He was approaching a huge wall. There was very little left to it, and this could lead to big trouble. The woman asked Qin Feng not to talk about the fact that it was she who freed the monster that destroyed her people, because otherwise I could drive her away, to which the guy told her to get out. The captain informed his warrior that Senyu was still in the city of cloud shadows, and he needed to send a dove and report that the monster was approaching because he needed to protect the people. The guy himself went, saying that now he needs to prepare materials for the confrontation. The captain told his girlfriend that after this she must be with him for the entire time, and he will protect her. She looked at him and thought about protection, because initially she thought of hiding her identity by hiding from being wanted. But Qin Feng discovered her. She turned back, thinking of something. Looking at the huge walls, she thought that she needed to find a safe place. The monster approached the city. People tried to run away. They shouted that a monster was coming towards them. The city gates did not have time to close, so the monster was about to enter the city. He passed, scattering everything in his path. The boxes that stood at the entrance flew in different directions. The monster stood at the entrance. People tried to escape as best they could. They were saving their lives. But suddenly the people were blocked from entering. They were told that this was the end, and those who tried to leave would be killed. In front of them stood 4 young guys and many warriors. The guy with the crown said that he accidentally decided to look into the city for fun, and then the city was attacked. He offered to help him kill the monster. Young guys from different families, 7th and 6th levels of body strengthening, decided to give the monster an opportunity to enter and then kill him. The citizens were afraid because they were not allowed to escape, and the gates were not even closed. One of the warriors asked the prince why not organize the evacuation of people. The prince looked with a grin and said that this was a dog from the Qin family, and noted that they were afraid of even one monster, justifying their bad reputation. The 3 guys who were with the prince rushed after him into battle. The prince rushed into battle and said that he was going first, and the guys would support him. The monster noticed them. He stood up, ready to attack. He began to growl. The guy from the Qin family said that he was too strong, and they couldn't handle it unless they were at the level of a great master. Immediately, the guys began to attack the monster from all sides, firing arrows at it. The prince was coming towards him from behind, from above. He began to strike his head with his sword from top to bottom. After this, the monster fell to the ground, and the prince put his sword to its head. People were surprised that the monster was already lying down. It ended very quickly. The guy from the Qin family shouted that it was dangerous and he was not so easy to kill, and if his mouth was not closed, he would activate forbidden techniques. The prince began to humiliate the guy, saying how cowardly the Qin family member was behaving and that the monster would not use any techniques, when suddenly the prince's sword ended up in the monster's mouth. Dark energy began to appear around him, and the monster began to growl, its eye glowing red. The monster began to roar, and the prince and his friends noticed this. Sweat began to flow down their faces. Such a monster created a lot of noise and dust throughout the city. The guy said that the monster had done something after all and asked to take people away. The prince put out his sword and looked at the monster without fear, after which he stated that it was okay that he was screaming, and no one was allowed to leave because if they could not kill him, he would show how he would kill him today. But an even larger monster began to appear behind the prince's back. This monster was more terrible. It had a horn on its head. The prince saw the monster. He felt fear and began to stutter. He did not understand where the new monster came from. Without any tension, the monster threw the prince out with one blow of his paw. From such a blow, the prince flew into the building. Dust rose. The guys who were with him looked at the monster and asked what it was. The prince stood there. There was blood coming out of his mouth. He didn't understand how it happened that he lost the ability to move from one blow and assumed that the monster was at the level of a second-level great master. Immediately, the guys who were with the principal shouted, asking how the monster dared to raise his hand against the third prince. But having struck the monster's body, they realized that no weapon could harm it. This was immediately followed by a retaliatory blow from the monster himself. People and warriors began to run away, because they realized that the third prince and others had failed to defeat the monster. The first monster immediately stood up. They were together. This meant that the danger was even greater. The monsters began to run after the people, chasing them. Senyu realized that it was too late for the people to escape and something had to be done, so he reached for his sword. Then the monster jumped up to attack one of the citizens. But Sanka was able to stop him, holding the blow with his hand. He saved the guy. The guy turned to him scared, but Sankei asked not to worry about him. He ordered the people to flee and hand over his corpse to the Chin family. People ran away and said thank you to Commander Sanka. Sanka tried to restrain the monsters, realizing that the master had sent him a dove, ordering him to protect people. The guy began to try to move and somehow injure the monsters in order to protect people. His feet were slipping and he was moving very quickly. The commander launched an attack directly at the monster, saying that he would not allow people to be harmed. With all his strength, he stabbed the monster in the back, and red energy appeared behind him. But the monster felt it. He turned his red gaze to the guy, and he threw the commander back from behind with great force. The commander flew from the blow to the residents. They ran away and saw what was happening, sweat dripping from their faces. People were worried about the commander. They asked if Sanka was okay, and the monster was already running through him. The commander's hands reached out to the running leg of the monster. He asked people to run. Clutching the monster's leg, the guy told people to leave him. He said that he promised the master and must save people's lives and wait for his arrival. The monster noticed that his leg was caught, after which he began to hammer the guy into the ground. Blow after blow was struck on the commander's body, but he did not stop letting go. Blood flew in different directions. He was in great pain, and this was his limit. The prince watched what was happening and was surprised that they received a blow and could not fight. But the man from the Chin family received many blows and is still fighting. The monster stopped beating the guy and simply grabbed him and threw him up. People saw the guy flying into the sky. They shouted at the sky and cried from such a sight. His hand was weightless. He simply understood that he could no longer resist. The guy flew straight into the monster's hand. He told himself that he had always been a coward, and this time he decided to stand up and fight. This is perhaps because he did not want to disgrace the master. And then, right from under the monster's blow, the commander is pulled out by a man, pulling him to the side. The guy realized that he was not dead and someone was able to pull him out. He opened his eyes. The commander was held in his arms by Qin Feng. The guy was very happy that his captain had come. The prince was surprised that Qin Feng had arrived, because he even dared to come and save his subordinates. The commander apologized to the captain and asked for forgiveness because he could not restrain the monster. Well, Qin Feng praised the guy and said that he did an excellent job because he bought enough time for them. After which, the captain headed towards the monster and asked to entrust this matter to him. The monster immediately noticed this and went to attack Captain Chun. The guy was very angry. He called the monster an animal because he dared to touch his people. The prince looked at this and believed that it was all useless, because Qin Feng's strength is limited only to the first level of strengthening the body. But then Qin Feng struck the monster with a strong blow. A lot of dust rose around and he asked the monster, "Have you forgotten who defeated you before?" The monster flew into the wall, and from this blow huge boulders flew to the sides. The guy stood still for some time after his blow to the monster. The monster's face was crushed. There was a lot of blood around, and its teeth were broken. The prince was furious. He did not know how Qin Feng was able to defeat the monster with one blow. People were shouting about how strong Qin Feng was, and the commander was happy for his young master. But then a second monster approached from behind, which was activated by a smaller monster. When he was very close, the captain felt his approach from behind. The monster managed to deal a strong blow to the guy. With enormous recoil, the guy flew to the side, collecting earth with him. People were scared. They all forgot about the second monster. The prince gloated that Qin Feng was attacked by a monster. He believed that he would soon die. But suddenly the prince's expression changed. He saw something and it shocked him. A monster was running towards Qin Feng, but that was not what surprised the prince. The prince was surprised that there was not a single scratch on the guy. He shook himself off and was glad that he finally succeeded. He immediately ordered that a pill be brought to him urgently. His subject was carrying a cart with a huge fiery pill, which was studded with many swords. The guy grabbed one sword that was in the pill. He immediately pulled it out of her and pointed the weapon at his enemy. The distraught prince shouted to him that it was useless, and the weapon could not harm the monster. The monster was very close to the guy, and that could mean anything. The guy was decisive and uttered only one word: die. The monster began to burn and scream from the blow that the young man dealt him. He stood in front of the captain and was ablaze with flames. He was in great pain. His screams could be heard many kilometers away. The residents again began to rejoice at the young master's victory because he protected them. The monster fell to the ground dead. It was burning with flames, and Qin Feng stood nearby. The prince did not understand how such a monster was able to kill Qin Feng. Where did he get such strength from? The guy knew that ordinary weapons would be useless against the monster, so he brought prepared pills with him to strengthen the body. And a pill to strengthen the body can cause a special fire that scares monsters. And in the cart, there was a special pill that was made to destroy zombie demons. The little zombie demon stood up with broken teeth and roared. He began to run away. People shouted that it looked like a zombie demon wanted to run away. The captain asked the demon that, having seen the death of his brother, he decided to run away. But the guy was not going to let him go because Sanka's accounts, they had not yet been paid, so the guy released another sword towards the zombie demon. The sword reached straight to its target, heading towards the ass. The demon fell to the ground from the burning sword and continued to scream. The guy began to approach him. He said that they dared to seriously injure Sanki. Taking off from his spot to finish off the demon, the guy declared that he would repay him twice. He began to strike multiple times at the zombie demon's body. Qin Feng began to take out swords from his pill because he was not finished yet. Each sword began to fly out of his hand towards the demon. The guy was very angry and thirsted for revenge. The swords reached their target and caused enormous damage to this monster. His flesh was burning, his scream was piercing. The guy stood and looked at the burning zombie demon and did not understand why, if two zombie demons were dead, then he felt even more dense demonic energy. The prince was shocked that two zombie demons were killed by Qin Feng. He could not believe that he had become even stronger. People immediately began to thank Qin Feng for his power, for protecting them from the zombie demon. But the guy ordered people not to approach him because he felt more demonic energy approaching them. People were puzzled by his statement. Behind the guy, a black silhouette of a man appeared from behind a tree. Lu watched this and was equally amazed by the power, but she decided to take advantage of the chaos and escape. She immediately took a step to quickly leave and hide from everyone. But the girl's path was blocked by a huge black and white monster with red eyes. He looked at her. The monster was higher than the clouds. On his head there were 3 horns, huge teeth, and red eyes. The girl immediately realized that there was still a zombie demon here, and she could not cope with him. The zombie demon grabbed the girl and lifted her to arm's length, looking at her. People immediately noticed that another zombie demon had appeared, and began to point to the black silhouette at sunset. Qin Feng stated that this was the king of the undead. He asked everyone to go into the city and hide. The monster squeezed the girl. She felt very bad from this. Sweat began to flow from her. She understood that she had become a target. The girl understood that she could activate the power of her skill and escape, but then she would be immediately arrested. The monster had already lifted the girl above his head, pulled out his tongue, and began to open his mouth. And the girl decided that she had nothing to lose and death awaited her anyway. She began to activate her power. And then a huge red energy appeared. Qin Feng shouted that he had already said that he would not allow anyone to touch his woman. He hit the monster, causing it to let go of the girl. The guy was very angry. He managed to catch Lu, catching her under her delicate waist. The girl was surprised that Qin Feng saved her again. He carefully placed her on the ground, releasing her from his arms. The guy began to scold the girl and ask her not to reveal his level of skill because he would protect her. The guy explained that the girl suffered a lot of injuries, and this king of the undead was attracted by her blood because he needed to eat her to increase his skill level. The monster began to stand up after Qin Feng's blow. It made very loud sounds. The guy told the girl that if she really wanted to escape, then she should choose routes that did not lead through the forest. The guy told her not to worry. Although the king of the undead was targeting her, he would help. The girl was touched by this. The monster began to attack the guy. They were facing each other. The captain looked at the pill and realized that the swords sealed in it had already lost their properties. Qin Feng took a fighting stance and thought that he would have to try. But immediately the undead king's fist was right in front of Qin Feng's face. He had already launched an attack. His strong blow was right on the captain, and the story rose from such a blow. The guy was in a lot of pain. He began to groan in pain, after which the king sent the man upward with one blow. The girl stood and shouted to Qin Feng to run, and asked why he was risking for her. While the guy was on the flight, he wondered why he was helping this girl. Red Moon and Qin Feng's past life. A wave of monsters is approaching the guy. Lu shouts to Qin Feng to leave because he is an alchemist and will not be able to leave without her protection. The guy is afraid to leave the girl. He worries about her. Lu said that the world needs an alchemy who will resist the clan of demons. The girl said that after the last battle she was already dying and the monsters were coming. If she stayed here, she could hold them off for him. She asked the guy to leave, but Qin Feng mumbled only her name, Xiao Shuang. The guy thought that in a past life he left a girl for the good of the whole world, but he lost both the girl and the whole world. But this time, the monster's face was right in front of the guy's face. He was growling right at him, but the guy didn't give up. And then he clenched his hand into a fist. He was ready to fight to the last. The captain stood up and thought that he would never lose the girl again. He stuck his hand into the pill that saturated the swords. His eyes turned yellow and his veins began to bulge. With the words that the guy would not leave the girl again, he swung as best he could, and he dealt a decisive blow to the body of the undead king, and flames appeared. Qin Feng's blow sent the monster flying backwards, its body engulfed in fire. The guy still continued to strike the monster's body, blow after blow landing on the king of the undead. The girl stood and looked at what was happening. She was shocked that the guy enveloped himself in the flame of the pill. The girl saw how the guy fought for her even at the cost of his life. There was a huge explosion, and a lot of fire appeared, which was visible and far away. The guy stood and looked at the monster, the king of the undead, lying on fire. The girl was scared for the guy. She looked at him and said his name. The prince hiding behind the stone also watched this. He was angry. All the residents were shocked. They could not believe that the young master had dealt with this monster. The officer turned to a member of Qin Feng's squad and asked why they didn't intervene, because their captain had just been nearly killed. The guy grinned and asked about the fact that who said that I could beat their captain to death. He said that their captain was deliberately on the verge of death. Lu stood a little far away and thought that all attention was focused on Qin Feng, and she could escape from the city at any moment, but one of the guys began to help the captain. He asked him if everything was okay with him, to which he replied that he was a little tired. After which Qin Feng turned towards the girl and thought about whether she, his girlfriend, was okay. They stood in the middle of the forest. There was a monster's head nearby, but the girl was not visible. The captain's eyes sparkled. He was upset because he thought that the girl had left. But then the guy's hand was grabbed by gentle, fragile hands. Lu approached him and asked permission to help the captain. He looked at the girl in surprise and asked if she hadn't left. She said why should she leave because the guy bought her. And the young master also told Lu that she was his woman. The girl wondered that she had the opportunity to leave, but why didn't she do it? Previously, the girl always strived to become the next lord of the palace, and she always trained because her mother forced her. Having been born, the girl had never experienced a moment of peace, but this time she was protected by Qin Feng. She understood that the guy had some unknown power that calmed her heart. Although the girl will have to take revenge on the Ye family in the future, for now, she wants to stay close to the captain. People rejoiced and asked if everything was okay with the gentleman, to which he replied that nothing could happen to him. A huge shadow appeared over the crowd of people. The guy turned around and thought that outside the city there was a vast plain. He did not understand where the shadow could come from. But then the guy's eyes widened. They became small and intense. There was a huge purple man in front of the captain, and the captain was asking only one question: when? He was interested in when this mountain appeared. People did not understand what Mr. Feng was looking at. They saw how he was looking up. People said that there was nothing there, and one of the people suggested that Qin Feng was too tired. The girl was also worried about the gentleman, to which he replied that everything was fine. The guy understood that this was not a hallucination. The mountain simply disappeared, and people tried to bring the guy to his senses. And then Qin remembered that this was the earthly Mother Mountain, a great monster, and that's why demons have been appearing so often lately. In her previous life, the Earth Mother was a species of monster superior to demons. It had the ability to control poisonous insects and undead. In addition, the earthly one can arbitrarily take on the appearance of the area. It was a great monster that was capable of skillful camouflage. The birth of Mother Earth in a previous life also marked the awakening of the great demon who destroyed the city of demons. The guys thought that perhaps the great demon who destroyed the city of demons was about to complete his resurrection. In a past life, Mother Earth unexpectedly attacked humanity. When the demon was resurrected, it was after this battle that the vitality of the human race was seriously undermined. But he did not understand why Mother Earth appeared and immediately disappeared. He believed that in order to cope with a catastrophe in the future, he needed to prepare in advance. A few days later, the scandal that the third prince almost killed the inhabitants of the city of Cloud Shadows in order to attract attention spread throughout the dynasty, and the news of Qin Feng destroying 3 master-level monsters with his strengthened body also shocked the dynasty. The main Qin family was delighted when they heard about this. The great-grandmother wanted Qin Feng to return to the capital in the future for his development. But Qin Feng refused and made 2 requests. Qin Feng's first request was to ask the Qin family to propose to the 5 great families to speed up the strengthening of military power to counter the upcoming demon invasion. And the second request was to be able to enter Danjie. Danjie Pavilion was the largest alchemical organization in the dynasty and had strict rules, and usually those who wanted to enter it began to train from childhood. And the grandmother helped the guy, because she saw that Qin Feng would bring glory to the family. A month later, he got to the academy and was introduced to people. The guy greeted everyone and introduced himself, who he was and where he was from. The disciples began to laugh, because the Qin family was the weakest among the 5 major families. The teenagers did not understand why the warrior wanted to pretend to be an alchemist and why he came to the academy as an adult. Qin Feng understood that in the alchemy pavilion, 5 large families send their students there to become alchemy masters, but that is not what he came there for. He wanted to go there to get the treasure in the cave under the pavilion, the demonic sword Luo Shen. The guy knew that in ancient times this sword belonged to the demon emperor, and if Mother Earth and great monsters attacked, then they could only be resisted with this sword. But at the moment, no one could lift the Luo Shen sword, so it is used to temper the spirit of students. The captain believed that this time he must get this sword because the future of humanity depends on it. The teacher began to scold Qin Feng, because they made an exception for him and added him to the class, but he does not listen to the teacher. The woman was angry. She asked about the guy's attitude towards alchemy, calling him the scum of the Qin family. But the guy said that he was just thinking about how to get into Danjie's crypt. The students began to laugh because only high-level ones could show their mental strength there. The teacher became even more angry. She said that the student must be trained for 3 years before entering the crypt. She pointed her finger at the guy's face and said that he wants to do what people have been doing for years. Qin Feng said that he also listened to what the teacher was teaching now. The woman screamed and asked the guy to tell him the method of refining the qi and blood pills that she had just taught everyone, and if he couldn't, he should kneel down. The students started shouting because Teacher Yang scolded Feng well. The teacher thought that most of all she hated this bunch of losers who used their power to enter the pavilion and live a full life. She wanted to destroy it. The guy said that since the teacher doesn't want to save face for him, then he won't be polite. The guy stood up from his seat, apologized, and stated that the teacher was not worthy of retelling him because he only listened a little and discovered that there were more than 20 mistakes in her instructions. The woman was furious and said that Qin Feng was arrogant and humiliating the teacher is a great crime, and asked to name where she made a mistake. The disciples grinned at Qin Feng like hyenas. They called him a fool because he had the courage to insult the outstanding young alchemist Yang. The guy came down the stairs and said that there was no point in showing. He suggested simply refining the pill and showing it off. The students were delighted because Qin Feng knows how to brew pills, and after studying for 10 years, they only learned how to purify the medicinal liquid. The ladies at their desks shouted to the captain so that he would not disgrace himself and leave the stage. The teacher looked at the guy and thought that if he couldn't, he would humiliate this arrogant boy. Qin Feng folded his hands in front of him and stated that the teacher's first mistake was to light a small fire because she was afraid of burning the medicinal material. After which the guy pointed his hand forward and lit a large fire. The woman and the disciples were furious that the guy made such a big fire at once. He also stated that a small fire would not produce medicinal properties. Moreover, adding the elixir took a long time, and she missed the best time to add it. Those watching did not understand why the forest grass was being treated this way, because it was a waste of natural resources. The girl began to sweat and think that the guy was just showing off because she was following a recipe that had been passed down for hundreds of years, and she could not be wrong. And she didn't believe that the guy could improve the pill, but he immediately said that everything was ready. The girl was shocked that it was done so quickly. She went to the guy and said that it was impossible, because she would need several hours of refining to produce a good quality pill, and she thought that it must be an empty pill if he did it so quickly. The girl came closer to evaluate the pill. The girl collapsed on her tender knees. She looked at the pill and declared that it was of ideal quality, and the students were surprised at this. The students were shocked that Qin Feng actually knew how to make pills, and also surpassed the ideal quality of a teacher. The guy looked at the girl and told Teacher Yang that at her level it is difficult to teach and educate people because she has room for improvement. This angered the girl because the guy humiliated her in front of everyone. He grabbed the girl and asked her to show him respect if she wanted to survive. The teacher began to insult the guy. She wanted to break his face because he dared not to honor and appreciate the kindness of the teacher. Qin Feng told the girl that she had trouble sleeping and often had diarrhea, and her hand stopped. The girl immediately began to tremble, and the entire class of students began to laugh. The guy bent down a little towards the girl and told her that after visiting the toilet, she had an unbearable smell and often felt tightness in her chest, and until now the development had become more and more painful. The girl did not understand where he knew all this from. The guy looked angrily at the teacher and said that she should already have had a premonition that she was not far from death. The girl sat and asked how the guy knew so much about her illness, and the class was surprised that Teacher Yang, who is smart and beautiful, was sick. The guy turned around and said that he had a medicine to cure her illness, but the girl mocked the guy, and he was thinking of forgetting about it. The girl clenched her teeth. It made her angry, but at the same time she was scared. She grabbed Qin Feng's leg and began to beg him to forgive, calling him a master. She stated that she was ready to fulfill any conditions that he asked. The guy grinned and asked that this was her way of asking for help, because before the girl wanted him to kneel before her. The girl answered no, but the class did not understand what this meant. The teacher bowed her head and began to bow. She asked Master Qin Feng for forgiveness and stated that she was wrong. The girl was on her knees with her head bowed and asked to be saved. The guy grinned and said that this is approximately how it should be, and one of these days he will write out a prescription. She began to nod her head and thank Master Qin Feng for his great kindness. Qin Feng sat down at his desk, and the students were dumbfounded that the guy could make pills, and he forced the teacher to bow and apologize. One of the students asked his brother if the new guy was too pretentious and wanted to talk to him. The guys decided to meet the new guy, and they also wanted to talk about who is the boss in their class. The guy left classes because they were over. He was not yet ready to go to the crypt, but still, he decided to first go and see where the crypt was located. Then the guy heard people calling out to him. His classmates stood in front of the guy. They called him baby, inviting him to meet everyone. The guy was surprised and said that it seems these are his classmates. He asked what it all meant. The guys said that he should know that the third prince is their elder brother's cousin, and if Qin Feng wants to be in their class, then he must lick their elder brother's shoes. One of the students said that he had level 3 body strengthening, and if a beginner does not want to become a cripple, then he should come up and lick his shoes. Qin Feng took a step, surprised that the guy was the prince's brother because he seemed very familiar to him. The guys grinned and said that he should get ready to lick him, because everyone would fall at the feet of our boundless brother. Qin Feng walked closer to the guy, raised his leg and brought it above his head, after which he stomped the asshole's face with his soul into the floor with great force. The guy's face was crushed into the floor, causing it to break. The guy's henchmen were dumbfounded by what Qin Feng did. The captain asked the guy that he thought he could scare him and even dared to insult him. Immediately the henchmen said that Qin Feng allowed himself to step on the boundless elder brother, and they were going to break his limbs. They took out their swords and headed to attack the guy as best they could. Smirking, Qin Feng looked at them and said, "If you decide to break my limbs..." The guy repelled the attacks of these weaklings without any problems. He stated that he would send them to a meeting with their forefathers. The captain began to attack one after another without any problems. They didn't even have time to do anything. The boys began to cry from the pain and cried. They all shouted that Qin Feng was using dirty methods, and he said that they needed to continue the attack. Qin Feng simply stood there and easily knocked back every henchman who attacked him. They lay around the guy, and he stood in the center. Some made sounds, and some said that they were in pain. The guy looked at the people lying down and said that everything was fine and they were just resting. The disciples who came saw how Qin Feng was able to deal with and beat up the Ye family gang. The brother was able to get up and stated that Qin Feng had secretly attacked him, and therefore he believed that the first level of Qin Feng would not be able to overcome the third level, after which he raised his sword and declared that if he did not cut off his limb today, he had no right to bear the surname Ye. People just laughed and said that a hooligan without limbs would appear in the pavilion. A girl called out to the guy and asked him that he was still pursuing those who had talent in alchemy. She advised the guy to stop and not harm anyone. This was Yi Xueru, the head of the courtroom, the first disciple of the first-level body-strengthening pavilion. The guys were surprised that big sister Yi Xueru would actually come, but she likes to protect the weak. The guy told her that the girl had just received a position in the pavilion, and he would not listen to her. And then he rushed to attack Qin Feng, saying that he would cripple him today. The guys were jubilant. They wanted to see this show. And the girl, in turn, tried to stop this chaos. The attacker had already rushed towards Qin Feng at the speed of light. Before he could hit Qin Feng, the attacker was hit on his testicles and immediately felt pain. All the girls who watched this were shocked. Ye's sword fell to the ground. He could no longer hold it in his hands. The attacker's face changed. Tears began to flow and his complexion turned green. The guy fell to the ground and began to flounder from side to side in pain. Ye was kneeling on the ground, clenched in pain and screaming, "No!" People looked at him, and he said that he would not have children in the future. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, alas, he had used this trick many times, but they did not remember it. The captain began to leave, saying that everyone saw how he was attacked, and he simply defended himself. People didn't understand that everything would end like this, since he also defeated Ye Wuzhang's gang. The girl thought that alchemy masters were always weak, and Ye Wuzhang was a headache for the pavilion, but Qin Feng was able to deal with him. Yi Xueru caught up with Qin Feng and said that he had insulted Ye Wuzhang, and if he wanted to be safe, then he needed to join their hall. The guys began to envy Qin Feng because only women are accepted into the courtroom, and it would be difficult for anyone to touch him after that. Qin Feng turned to the girl and thanked her for her kindness and said that he prefers solitude. The guys were surprised that he rejected her proposal and considered him blind. The girl was upset because the guy is not only a good alchemist, but also has martial arts, and she will definitely get Qin Feng. The entrance to the pavilion's dungeon, dark energy emanates from it. The guy stood next to the entrance and felt incredible pressure even on the surface. He wondered if this was the power of a demonic sword. He was also tormented by the fact that in order to enter there, he needed to pass a test and become an advanced student. He knew that the test for senior students, which takes place every 3 years, was being held in 3 days, and that in order to deal with the demon's revival in the future, he had to hurry up and get the demon's sword. It's deep night, lights are burning in the windows. The guy sat cross-legged and spoke out loud about the fact that he needed to pass the exam for advanced students no matter what. The teacher said that senior students spend 15 years in the pavilion before passing it, but he is here for several days. Qin Feng said that he doesn't care, and if she wants him to cure her illness, then she should give him such an opportunity. She agreed with the guy's condition, and remembered that there was an elder who always had a good impression of her. As Qin Feng left, he thanked the teacher and waved his hand. A large number of students stood and looked at the lists and were outraged. After all, to take part in the advanced student exam, students must enter the pavilion at the age of 3 and study hard for 15 years to qualify, and Qin Feng only stayed here for a few days and is also on the list. Ye Wuzhang was angry about this, although he also got into the test after 3 years of study due to his connections with the Ye family, but he couldn't understand why Qin Feng got there after a few days. A man approached the guys and asked that they were angry with Qin Feng, who refused Xueru's invitation. He guessed that they were probably not happy with the fact that this boy had been there for a few days and got the opportunity they had been waiting for over 10 years, and he also dared to flirt with the woman he liked. But he said that fortunately, he was a member of the commission for this test, and if Qin Feng could pass it, then he would kneel before Qin Feng in front of everyone. The guys were happy. Ye Wuzhang was the most happy, because Tijiang was the son of the owner of the pavilion and has enormous power. Tai Jiang also turned to the guy and said that the third prince asked to look after him so that he could raise his head with pride, for which he thanked him. Red flags fly in honor of test day. There are many people in the stands cheering. They are waiting for the start. The elder declares the 3-year test open to everyone. It was the lord of the pavilion. The elder said that this is the dream of any student, because this is another step towards becoming a real alchemist. Also, becoming a senior student means that better materials will be available to them. Members of the commission sat in the seats to observe the older students. The disciples stood in front of the alchemy flasks, and Qin Feng was among them. The guy did not expect that he would be able to take part in the alchemy test 100,000 years ago. He was wondering how difficult this test would be in this era. The elder announced that the first stage would be a test of furnace control. Students must demonstrate fire control skills. The elder also said that he and the teachers would watch, and Teacher Yang had to sit with the old man. The Lord raised his hand, waved it, and said that the test was starting right now. All the students began to work diligently, causing fire on their stoves. Disciple Ye knew that his furnace had been strengthened and something had been done to Qin Feng's furnace, and so he was confident that this time he would return the face that Qin Feng ruined last time. The students were watching the test takers and saw the fire of the guy from the Ye family. It was big, taller than the others. The elders also watched and saw that the skills were really good. Disciple Ye was very pleased. He believed that it was his biggest, and because of Qin Feng's modified furnace, he looks like a complete joke. Qin Feng masterfully handled the broken stove. His fire was huge and beautiful. Wu Jie was furious. It made his eyes pop out of his head because even so, the guy was better. People saw that Qin Feng's fire was about 5 meters high. But the elder brother could not understand how this was possible because he had set the stove to the smallest fire. Qin Feng was surprised that the fire control technology was so outdated because the tallest fire was only a meter high, and he had put in very little effort. But Qin Feng's art of controlling fire was the best in the world. A drop of fire was enough for him, and he will be able to create miracles from it. A fiery dragon appeared from the fire. He appeared to all the students, which made them scared. The guy didn't understand what was happening and how Qin Feng got such a fire because his stove was damaged. The eldest student turned her attention to Qin Feng. She was admired by his abilities. The Lord's son was starting to get nervous because he didn't want Qin Feng to stand out in front of Xueru. The son asked his father to pause the test because most likely the son did not check the furnaces correctly if Qin Feng could control such a large fire. The father listened to his son and agreed for him to check the stove. The guy immediately ran to the test subjects in order to sort everything out. The guy ran up to Ye Wujin and said that he would exchange furnaces with Qin Feng. The guy immediately went to Qin Feng and talked about the exchange, to which the guy agreed, and the Lord's son believed that he had messed up something in setting up the furnace. Ye Wujin began to shout and attract everyone's attention to show that he would surpass what Qin Feng was showing. The guy decided that now, with this huge fire, he could prove himself. The Lord's son asked Xueru to pay attention to Ye Wuzhang because he would now show his class, but the girl called the guy a lazy person without skills. But the guy said that Ye Wuzhang was his own trained and talented student. And the fact that the guy is actually stronger than Qin Feng, Ye Wuzhang believed that the time had come for his amazing performance. Suddenly there was an explosion, a lot of fire and noise. This explosion threw Ye Wuzhang several meters away from the furnace. The guy flew to the side. Blood started coming from his nose. His body was wounded. It flew straight at the older students and would have hit the Lord's son. The Lord's son managed to move away, and Ye Wuzhang fell to the floor and smashed it under him. Xueru asked the guy if it was his talented student who controlled the fire before the furnace exploded. After which the guy began to make excuses and say that it was a mistake, and in fact Qin Feng is not that strong. He was just lucky with a good stove. The girl's attention was attracted by something large, which she asked to look at. A huge fiery phoenix flew over the test subjects. The older students were immediately frightened. They did not understand what it was. It turned out to be a fiery phoenix that Qin Feng controlled without any difficulty. Xueru was surprised, and the Lord's son was angry. He did not understand how this was possible because the guy increased the fire after replacing the stove. Qin Feng had no idea that Ye Wuzhang was such a cunning man because he reduced the fire, and after replacing the stove, he was able to play with Phoenix. The elder also supported that this is the best fire control technique, and Teacher Yang was right to add the guy to this test. The girl was also amazed by Qin Feng's fire control technique. He was so beautiful that he intoxicated people. The first test ended, and half of the people moved on. The next stage was the battle for the pill. The elder said that in this competition, the elders will try to knock down the student's pill with iron balls, and if it falls, then the student has failed. Everyone was happy about this test. They had fun. The Lord's son said that they would have to try to avoid their balls. The guy had a plan. He wanted to destroy Qin Feng because Xueru had a very high opinion of him. The disciples began to create their own pills by making fire and purifying. Qin Feng understood that this was a classic alchemist game, and he was going to provide interesting opportunities for the game. All the participants finished cleaning their pills and held them up. The elders raised their balls up to begin knocking down the pills. Many pills began to fall the same second the elders began to release their balls. The test takers were upset because their pills were broken, which meant they failed the test. One by one, the students were deprived of their pills because the blows of the elders were swift. The Lord's son was determined because in order to make Qin Feng lose face, he chose the most powerful ball. But this was just an appetizer because his next goal was to make Qin Feng look like a fool. The guy took action and began looking for Qin Feng's pill to attack. His pill was very high and large in size. The guy was scared. He didn't expect to see such a huge pill. Qin Feng held a huge pill above him and asked why no one was attacking her. The elders didn't understand why he made it so huge, because everyone makes them small to make it easier to dodge, and Qin Feng wants to be a target. The Lord's son believed that Qin Feng was too arrogant and bold, and this would lead him to be criticized by everyone. The guy asked everyone to get out of the way because he himself wanted to deal with Qin Feng's pill. He immediately launched his powerful metal ball at test subject Qin Feng's pill. Xueru was worried that Tizian, a second-class alchemy master, would destroy Qin Feng's pill, but the iron ball simply bounced off Qin Feng's huge pill. He fell right under Tijiang's feet and broke on the pill. Qin Feng asked who controls the small broken ball. He was not afraid of these attacks. Tijiang was very angry. He did not understand what kind of pill it was that could be harder than iron. Xueru admired Qin Feng's tricks, which made Tijiang even angrier. Tijiang said that everyone should attack Qin Feng's pill, and whoever manages to break it will receive a generous reward from the Lord's son himself. Many iron balls immediately flew towards Qin Feng's big pill. Xueru was worried that there were too many seniors working together, and there was no doubt that the guy would lose. Qin Feng simply continued to smile sarcastically and watch people's attempts. Each iron ball that reached the target was smashed by a pill and flew back in the opposite direction. The elders did not understand how he succeeded because he broke all the iron balls, but the pill was still intact. But only Qin Feng knew that this was a stone pill, so he was not afraid of the attacks of his elders. The guy created a pill that, in its purified form, was harder than iron, and he was going to open the eyes of these primitive people engaged in alchemy. Qin Feng raised his pill up to the level of the elders' iron balls. She began to fly from iron ball to iron ball, breaking each one on her way. The elders were shocked that Qin Feng started hunting for their iron balls, and they would be ashamed that they were being crowded by the younger. People watched in shock at what was happening in the sky and what Qin Feng's pill was doing. Spectators said that this was the first time they had seen someone chasing iron balls. Xueru was even more delighted and praised the guy, which made Tijiang even more angry. The guy believed that he could no longer allow Qin Feng in front of Xueru. He looked at the pill and decided to act. It stopped and people noticed it. Tijiang decided that if he could not destroy Qin Feng's pill with an iron ball, then he would do it by controlling it. Qin Feng realized that someone was trying to manipulate his pill. He realized that this someone wanted to control the pill. He waved his hand and let it go. The pill began to fly straight towards Tijiang. He noticed this and immediately got scared and waved his hands. He was able to escape from the pill, but in this way the guy opened Xueru up to a huge pill that could harm her. The frightened girl stood and looked at her approaching. She was very scared. And only then did Tijiang realize that Xueru was behind him, and he opened her to attack. The pill was right in front of the girl's face. She asked someone to help her, but Qin Feng was able to stop her. With one blow of his hand, he smashed his pill into the floor. The pill lay flattened on the ground, smoking from the impact. Xueru looked at the guy with great delight because he saved her from death. The guys were surprised that Qin Feng had just saved Xueru from death. Qin Feng told Tijiang that if he was secretly trying to control his pill, it did not mean that the girl should be exposed to attack. Such words shocked Tijiang. He became angry and sweat began to flow from him. All the people were surprised that Qin Feng's pill was being manipulated by someone. Ti Jiang began to ask Qin Feng on what basis he was saying this in front of such a large number of people. Tai Jiang also noticed that Qin Feng's pill was on the ground, which meant that he lost. The elder also joined them and asked how he could slander his son against such a large number of people. Ti Jiang told Xuerao that it seemed to him that Qin Feng was trying to set him up, and it was clear that he was deliberately trying to attack her in order to win her heart. People began to condemn the guy because Qin Feng turned out to be such a hypocrite, after which Ti Jiang stated that Qin Feng failed the test and falsely accused him. Qin Feng was very calm and asked if Ti Jiang was sure that the guy had set him up and he could provide evidence. The guy asked if everyone was familiar with the art of divine knowledge. The pavilion master said that he had never heard of such a thing, after which Qin Feng said that he could tell. When Qin Feng spoke about the art of divine knowledge, he began to say, "Suppose you bought a pill from an alchemist and you want to know whether he is exactly the creator, then you can use the art of divine knowledge." Qin Feng continued to talk about how spiritual power remains in the pill, and while the technique is activated, the spiritual power will return to the body, and then it will be possible to find out who is influencing this pill. The master said that then he would now try to produce the technique and find out who influenced the pill. The old man channeled his power into the pill to activate the technique. The pill began to emit two energies. One was fiery yellow in color and the other was small demonic purple. Qin Feng said that everyone would look at the fact that his spiritual strength had returned to him, but another spiritual power returned to elder brother Ti Jiang, but he was not ready for it. The guy immediately changed his face and began to say that it was not him and this was all a setup by Qin Feng. But then he got hit in the face by his father. His father said that he, as the son of the pavilion master, was doing evil and because of him he lost face. The father grabbed his son by the collar and told him that he was slandering the man and dared to laugh in his face. The pavilion master suggested that his son apologize to Qin Feng. The guy was crying because his father humiliated him right in front of Xueru, and he also had to kneel in front of Qin Feng. People were shocked that the pavilion master actually asked his son to apologize to Qin Feng, because the pavilion master had always been famous for his iron and selfless character. The pavilion lord apologized to Qin Feng for his son and said that his results would not lose their significance and he would still have the best result in history. The students were shocked because no one had ever achieved a better result since the creation of the pavilion. Xueru began to take steps in her pink heels. The girl approached Qin Feng from behind and asked him what he liked to eat. The guy said that he doesn't like fish, otherwise he's not picky. The girl was happy. She immediately ran somewhere while Qin Feng looked at it and wondered what this child was doing. People couldn't believe it because Xueru had once said that she would cook for someone she liked. Tai Jiang began to roar at the explosion because Xueru confessed her love and he wanted to be killed. Dark sky, thick gray fog outside. The next day, Feng came to the underground cave because now he could go down there because he had become a senior student. The guy looked around and understood his expectations, that all the older students would be here. The guy turned to his older brother and asked how to get down into the cave and whether there were any rules here. But the man immediately knocked Qin Feng's hand away and shouted at him, asking how dare he call him big brother. Doesn't he know who this man is? The man said that the only rule is that you need to buy clothes from this seller, otherwise he will die going down inside. Qin Feng wondered why he could die there if he went down. The man began to laugh and beat his chest, asking Qin Feng if he was a fool. He began to explain that an ominous creature was suppressed in the pit, which radiates powerful demonic energy, and therefore an ordinary person who goes there only needs 1 hour to either die or go crazy. But the man said that in order to stay in the cave longer, he needed to train his mental strength, and wearing clothes that the man designed would allow him to stay in the cave an hour longer. Qin Feng inquired about how much the clothes cost. The seller stated that he sets the price depending on the person. He may or may not take the money, but from Qin Feng. The seller wanted to get 1,000,000 gold coins from Qin Feng for selling him clothes. People immediately started laughing because no one could afford clothes that cost 1,000,000 gold, and then Qin Feng would never go down to the cave. The seller laughed because the clothes cost only 10,000 gold, but Ti Jiang asked him to take care of Qin Feng. The man continued to mock the guy, saying that he couldn't afford it, and if he couldn't, then he should leave. Qin Feng immediately grabbed the seller's hand and asked, "Do you think you can afford to talk to me like that?" The seller began to sweat, snot came out of his nose, and he shouted that Qin Feng had broken his arm. The guy took out some piece of paper which he threw in the seller's face. He held a paper in his hand saying that it is only 1,000,000 gold and who cannot afford it. People began to look, and they realized that it was a 1,000,000 gold bill and it had a stamp, which means it was genuine. People did not understand how the Qin family could be so rich. But Qin Feng could afford to earn that much and even more by selling pills. The seller immediately handed the clothes to Qin Feng and thought that he would rather sell him the clothes and become even richer. But then a foot approached the seller's face and flew straight at him. Qin Feng hit the seller, dropping him. The clothes also flew in the other direction. Dust rose, and people stood in a stupor. The guy stepped on the seller's clothes and asked who needed this garbage. He went straight to the cave and said that he didn't need it at all. The seller was surprised that Qin Feng wanted to go downstairs without these clothes, because he was the only person who dared to do this. The master of the pavilion appears, only he could afford to go down into the cave without clothes. A huge amount of demonic energy was coming from the cave. The guy looked down and tuned in, thinking about his plan to move down. He put his hand in front of his face to see what was below. A lot of energy came out into the open. The guy had to close himself off from it. He wondered if it was the demonic spirit of the sword. The seller began to shout that Qin Feng was scared and he should go back, bow to the man and ask for forgiveness so that he could sell him the clothes. But the guy just smiled very broadly. He jumped straight into the center of the cave, not afraid of anything. All the people were shocked by what they saw, because Qin Feng had actually jumped into the cave. Qin Feng held onto the chain and went down. He understood that the power of demonic influence is very strong, and if a person is not protected and is corroded by evil spirits for a long time, then he will go crazy. But Qin Feng was the god of alchemy, and in his previous life, he relied on his spiritual power to reach the pinnacle. Although Qin Feng's current spiritual power has not yet returned to the extreme level, but it was an ordinary demonic influence, and he did not understand what it could do to him. People looked down and thought that this was impossible because he went down 10 floors at a time, and the demonic energy was not approaching him yet. The guy continued to descend. He felt good because he had psychological resistance, because demonic energy would not be able to corrode him. When suddenly something happened, Qin Feng's eyes became round. A demonic vine appeared below him, which was in the forbidden area. People began to gloat that Qin Feng had gone down to the forbidden area on the 15th floor, where there were monsters. The vine began to envelop the guy. Each leg he could not move, and perhaps this was the end. The guy understood that this plant carried demonic energy, and that it was possibly a demonic vine. Qin Feng knew that the demonic vine originated from the depths, and if it was allowed to grow spontaneously, it would become powerful. The demonic vine can make an area 10 kilometers away uninhabitable. Loa completely enveloped the guy, and therefore he could only take one action. The guy was completely in the cocoon of this demonic vine, compressed and motionless. The seller and people laughed at the guy because they thought Qin Feng was a fool who died for everyone's attention. But red rays began to appear from under the vine as if it began to heat up. Qin Feng released his energy and ordered the vine to release him, tearing its branches into pieces. The seller screamed in surprise because he saw that Qin Feng was actually able to get out. With the dagger in his hand, Qin Feng continued to descend lower and lower. He was not ready to stop because of some demonic vine. Qin Feng cut down the branches of the vine, and people were surprised that the guy not only got rid of the monster, but he also managed to drill 3 floors down. But even the pavilion master managed to drill down only 2 floors. The guy realized that it was actually a demonic vine, because it actually forced him to use his power to cleanse it. But the problem was that the cave was 49 floors, and there were still 31 floors to go down, covered with devilish vines. Qin Feng did not want to use his strength to reach the bottom, but he remembered that the demonic vine loves blood and flesh. The guy got out of the cave and decided to contact the pavilion master to solve the problem. The seller could not believe that Qin Feng did all this, because it took decades for the pavilion master to go down to the 15th floor. But Qin Feng managed to go down to the 18th floor, even deal with the monster, and return unharmed. Conversations could be heard in the main building of the boarding house. Qin Feng asked that the Lord let a cart filled with the flesh of a ferocious animal enter the academy every day. The guy said that the Lord understood him correctly, and then he would be able to get rid of the monsters. The Lord of the Pavilion says that every year there are such students who subsequently remain at the bottom of the well. Immediately, Qin Feng stated that he had already been there, in this well. The pavilion master asked the guy to shut up, because he doesn't even have enough time for himself going down to the 15th floor, and asked him not to be arrogant. Teacher Yang ran into the Lord's boarding house and reported that the student had broken the pavilion master's record for diving into the well. He was very happy about this and began to ask who could break his record. He assumed that it was Zhueru. The teacher stated that the record was broken by her student Qin Feng. The pavilion master was shocked because he was a complete beginner. The teacher also said that in addition to the fact that the guy went to the 15th floor, he opened 3 more new floors. At this moment, the pavilion lord felt very bad from the information, from the fact that the guy was able to go down to the 18th floor of the restricted zone and return unharmed. Qin Feng asked a counter question to the master that if something happened to him, then everything was fine with him, after which he turned the topic back to the animals. The master shook hands with the guy and agreed, but asked him to tell him how he was able to get in. The next day, Qin Feng already brought a cart with animals. People asked him what it was for. He lifted the animal's carcass on his shoulder in order to lower it to the vine. People watched the guy with curiosity because it took normal people a month to go down into the dungeon again. Qin Feng began to go down into the dungeon, and in order to be able to go down into the well every day. The guy had just given the pavilion master a big gift, but it was worth it, he thought. Qin Feng was climbing down with the help of chains, carrying a huge, ferocious beast. The main character noticed that although only 1 day had passed, the vine had already grown a lot. Its ends reached towards the body of the ferocious animal. The guy noticed that the vine wanted to eat the ferocious beast, but the speed of its rise slowed down very much. He thought that it was afraid of him. Qin Feng threw his body into the demonic vine so that it would begin to eat him. The main character turned to the vine and asked if it wanted to eat the flesh and blood of this ferocious beast. He ordered that if she listened to him and skipped to the next level every day, then he would feed her. But if she did not do this, then he would leave her hungry and also beat her. The vine immediately slid across the floor. The guy noticed that the vine understood his words, which meant that it had achieved spiritual intelligence. The main character thought that in this case he could try to tame the vine. Qin Feng began to walk up the stairs, and he told the vine that he would return tomorrow, and the road that had opened today would not have to be closed tomorrow. He understood that if he managed to tame the vine, he would not only receive a sword, but would also be able to obtain the vine advanced combat power. It takes place in the main building. Ti Jiang walked and was angry because he heard that Qin Feng was popular again and Xieru wanted to cook for him. The guy believed that anyway, Qin Feng could not be stronger than him because he was the successor of the pavilion. He dreamed that when in the future the guy becomes the receiver of the pavilion, Xieru will again discover his talents. But suddenly he notices that his father's conference room was still lit, and it could be a meeting. He immediately began to eavesdrop and heard that the meeting was called to discuss the successor of the pavilion. The elder stated that they are at the initial stage of development, and if the pavilion passes to his incompetent son, then he will disappear with him. Therefore, he wanted to discuss the future of the pavilion with everyone, and wanted to hand it over to Qin Feng. The son of the pavilion master was shocked. He could not believe that the pavilion could become Qin Feng instead of him. But the elders were against this because Qin Feng was just a beginner. And then Ti Jiang calmed down, because he knew that Qin Feng was an outsider, and without making any contribution, he would not be able to become the pavilion master. But the pavilion master stated that Qin Feng gave the recipe for a level 6 pill, and he also has an alchemy master whose level is difficult to estimate. The elders were very surprised that the 6th grade pill recipe appeared. They began to rejoice because the pavilion has a history of hundreds of years, and during this time they only had one 5th level recipe. The elders immediately changed their minds about the guy, and on the contrary decided that they would need to make friends. The lord of the pavilion stated that in order to preserve the heritage, the rights to the pavilion were transferred to Qin Feng, to which everyone unanimously agreed. Tai Jiang fell to the floor from such news. He could not believe that his father was really doing this. Qin Feng is standing near the entrance of the well again with a ferocious beast on his shoulder. The guy, in order to prove his strength, wrote the pavilion master a prescription for a 6th level pill. But he only remembered today that in the era they are in, there are a maximum of 5 classes. And perhaps he went too far in offering a recipe for such pills. The main character went down to the 25th floor, to which during this time a demonic vine let him in. He threw the body of a ferocious beast onto the demonic vine and said that all the same rules. Thanks to Qin Feng's plan, he was already able to open a large number of floors. The guy thought that everything was going pretty well because he only fed her for a few days, and she immediately became obedient. And over these days, the vine began to show some affection for the guy. The guy told the demonic vine that it was time for him to go and said that they would see each other tomorrow. The main character will soon reach the demonic sword, but his body development was not enough to cope with the great demon. He went to the top and decided that he needed to find time to get a pill that would improve his skills. Tai Jiang practiced his punches on a dummy, letting out his anger. Ye Wujian ran towards the guy. He shouted that he had news about Qin Feng. Ti Jiang was not happy about this. The guy hit the mannequin hard and said that if the news is that Qin Feng is again in the spotlight, then he is not interested in it, because he is already going to take over the pavilion. Ye Wujiang reported that Qin Feng took out a pill worth 1,000,000 gold and then ran over the mountain. The guy assumed that he stole it. Tai Jiang was shocked by this news. The guy immediately came up with a plan on how to remove his competitor. He wanted to tell everyone about his action. He believed that as long as Qin Feng could be caught, everything could be returned to his hands. So he went to bring him to justice. Ti Jiang began to gather people on the street. He asked them to leave their rooms. Ye Wujian and Ti Jiang reported that Qin Feng stole the pill and ran away over the mountain, so they came to call them all to restore justice. Tai Jiang stated that after Feng is caught, he will become the next head of the pavilion, and he will remember everyone's contributions. People immediately turned against Qin Feng. They were ready to go catch him. Everyone thoughtlessly went to catch the guy, and Ti Jiang was happy, because this way he could remove the enemy. The night is dark. The moon shines very, very bright. A bright yellow light can be seen behind the mountain. It was Qin Feng who was about to brew a 6th-grade pill to overcome the obstacles. The guy began cleaning and lifted the necessary herbs up. He immediately began processing, and was glad that the 6th-grade pills were not complicated, and it would not take much time. But suddenly people appeared from above and shouted that they had found the guy. They decided to immediately surround him to prevent him from leaving. Ti Jiang began to charge Qin Feng for the stolen pill. He asked him to tell him about his crime. The guy looked at him and asked that he was here to create problems. Ti Jiang accused Qin Feng of stealing and said that he was on the verge of death and ordered him to be caught. Everyone began to jump off the mountain in order to quickly catch the guy and make their contribution. People stood behind Qin Feng, but he continued to prepare pills at this time. One of the brave men jumped on the guy from above and shouted that he should die. But he immediately received a powerful blow to the jaw. He ordered the attacker to leave. The body of the attacking guy flew towards another student, who did not expect this. Qin Feng easily demolished another group of attacking individuals with one blow. They could not even approach him. Ti Jiang was angry and surprised that Qin Feng could fight and refine the pill at the same time. The guy was afraid that he would lose, because he came that night to assert his authority. Therefore, he ordered all the elders to follow him, and he personally jumped off the mountain. Tai Jiang was confident of his victory, so he asked if Qin Feng could defeat so many high school students. But then Zhuoru appeared. Afraid for the guy, she blamed herself for being late. The girl was shocked. She covered her mouth with a gentle palm. She was surprised by how Qin Feng dealt with so many high school students while still brewing the pill. The guy beat everyone who tried to approach him and cause any harm. Tai Jiang fell to his knees, exhausted from the fight. Qin Feng asked that a bunch of bastards came to get from him, and then all the people saw that there were 2 Qin Fengs below. The guy said that in order to cope with this bunch of pampered people, it was enough for him to use his afterimage. Ti Jiang was shocked that even one afterimage of Qin Feng could kill them, and he decided to increase the reward. He began shouting to the indifferent students of the pavilion to come down and help. After all, after he becomes the ruler of the pavilion, he will give everyone thousands of gold pieces. All the students began to descend to start fighting. They believed in their future pavilion master. There was a large crowd of people behind Qin Feng, but he was not criminal. Ti Jiang believed that this was a victory because there were many of them, and even if they failed to win, he would still be despised. But then, 3 black silhouettes appeared on the mountain and ordered everything to stop. It was the lord of the pavilion. He shouted at his son and asked what he was doing. The guy said that he was detaining Qin Feng, who stole a pill worth 1,000,000 gold. The elder looked at his son with great anger and silence. He took a step down the mountain towards the guys, after which he hit his son and called him a bastard. We will inform you that he himself gave this to Qin Feng. Everyone was in absolute shock that the elder gave such a gift to Qin Feng. Those who were there also could not believe their ears. The elder stated that Qin Feng gave the pavilion a 6th grade pill recipe on behalf of his master, so he decided to make a gift in the video of 1,000,000 gold pills. Everyone was shocked that a 6th grade recipe existed in their world. The son began to try to accuse Qin Feng of lying because the Qin family is poor. Suddenly they all saw something they couldn't believe. They were able to see Qin Feng making a 6th grade pill. Everyone watched the process with surprise because it was not just an illusion. The elder said that these are pills, and that the legend says that when preparing pills from the 6th grade, they have a spirit. And then a realistic spirit appeared in the form of a dragon, and it was definitely a grade 6 pill. Jiang realized that Qin Feng was actually a 6th grade alchemy master. He realized that he was one level higher than the pavilion master himself. All of these people were lucky enough to be observers of the 6th grade pill refining in their lifetime. It was truly a blessing. Shero did not expect that Qin Feng would be a hidden genius. The elder asked Master Qin Feng if they could continue monitoring the refining of the pill, to which he replied that it was possible if the son of the pavilion master did not cause trouble. The pavilion master ordered everyone to remain silent and watch as Master Qin Feng refined the pill. He also said that if anyone dares to interfere, he will be immediately expelled from the pavilion. Jiang realized that Qin Feng was actually a 6th grade master, and then the pavilion would definitely be handed over to him. 3 days later, the spirit of the pill grew even more, and all the people continued to follow this. Everyone was very attentive. They were shocked by such actions. The pill spirit's fiery eyes began to sparkle. Master Qin Feng immediately shouted that everything was almost ready. The pill dragon spirit began to release the pill from its mouth. The dragon rose up and looked at Qin Feng, its paws spread wide. There was still a pill in his mouth, and Qin Feng ordered the dragon to release it to him. After which, Qin Feng received a 6th grade pill of perfect quality. She was ready in his arms with a small dragon spirit circling around her. The elder was delighted because Qin Feng had not only created a 6th grade pill, but also refined it to perfect quality. Xueru was delighted that Qin Feng was so incredibly strong. Qin Feng thanked everyone for their praise and stated that his master taught him this, after which he thought that he would like to be more restrained, but it did not work out. The elder knelt down. He knelt in front of Qin Feng and decided to ask for one important thing after the entire pavilion was convinced of his strength. But Qin Feng immediately began to lift the master. The pavilion master said that he understands that his master would not like to show his face, but the pavilion needs such leadership. The old man asked if Qin Feng would like to take the position of pavilion master. Xueru couldn't believe her ears. She didn't think that Qin Feng could become a pavilion master. Jiang was mad with anger that the pavilion was being handed over to Qin Feng. The elder said that the one who reaches the top becomes a master, but the elder has reached his limit of understanding of alchemy. The pavilion master begged that Qin Feng agree, because then the pavilion would become famous throughout the country. Qin Feng remembered from his past life that this old man was the last master of the pavilion, although the pavilion had disappeared due to the attack of other pavilions of hostile countries. He recalled that at that time He, in order to preserve the path of Dan, sacrificed himself. The guy remembered that thanks to this, he left the country a legacy of alchemy seeds, which he also used and became the god of alchemy. Qin Feng walked up to the master, took his hands and said that thanks to the pavilion master's great love for the Dan inheritance, he was Qin Feng from the Qin family, accepts the position of pavilion master, and undertakes to spread the tribute path. The old man said that in the future, he will renounce his post as head of the pavilion and take the post of elder. Therefore, after this, Qin Feng will become the new head of the pavilion. The disciples could not believe that Qin Feng was now the new pavilion master. Xueru was crazy about Qin Feng. The elder announced that the new master of the pavilion had assumed his position and asked to pay his respects to the master. Everyone began to rejoice and shout in unison that they were welcoming the new pavilion master Qin Feng. Qin Feng slammed his fist into his palm as a sign of respect, and he said that he would do everything possible for his pavilion. And the elder ordered his son and said that since he framed the pavilion master Qin Feng, he will be punished and will carry fierce beasts to make amends. He didn't understand how he, the son of the pavilion master, would work with his hands. 3 days later, the son of the former pavilion master came again for the ferocious animal, and people recognized him and laughed. He was carrying a ferocious animal, and passers-by noticed this and mocked the guy. Taijiang didn't understand why Qin Feng was so lucky, and now he is the pavilion master. A man approached Taijiang and asked if he needed help, but the guy reacted sharply, swatting away the offerer's hand, saying that he didn't need help transporting the meat. The guy immediately said that he was offering another help, which was to kill Qin Feng, and then he could become the next pavilion master. Taijiang was shocked by the proposal and asked the man who he was, but he said that there are many eyes and ears on the street, and if he needs help, opening the door slightly, he said that they could come in and discuss everything. Other guys were sitting in the room. Taijiang saw the people and realized that they looked like master-level experts, and then asked who they were. The guy, taking off his cape, said that they were a clan of mountain ghosts. It's in the house of the new pavilion master. Teacher Yang gave a massage to the pavilion master and said that the new school year was coming soon, and he should recruit more good students into her class. But Qin Feng pushed the girl and asked her to return because then the students might think that they were having an affair. The girl walked out the door and told the master to have a good rest, and Qin Feng noticed a change in her. But as soon as the door closed, someone began knocking on it again, asking if the pavilion master was there. Xueru appeared at the door. She was holding a container in her hands and said that she saw how the pavilion master was working, so she prepared dinner for him. Qin Feng thanked the student but did not understand why she brought him food 3 times a day, after which the girl sat closer to the master and said that she wanted to ask for advice on alchemy. The guy noticed what a big heart the girl had, and that she did not perceive him at all as an outsider. The girl began to pull the spoon towards the guy's mouth, and he asked her what the questions were. She stuffed a spoon into his mouth and said that she would feed and talk at the same time. The guy did not understand how to answer him then. The door slammed shut. Qin Feng sat on the bed and realized that after becoming the pavilion master, he realized that this was indeed a difficult situation. The guy thought about the fact that there was already less than a month left before the city was destroyed. He understood that his strength would not be enough to cope with the big demon. The main character specially created a pill that has no side effects and will help warriors improve their skills. Although the materials for the dragon pill were rare, the pavilion master helped him collect medicinal materials. The guy put a pill in his mouth in order to improve his skills. She began to act and improve Qin Feng's skills. Yellow energy appeared around him. The next day, the weather was wonderful. It happens in the morning. The sun is shining, illuminating the house. Qin Feng is naked. There's a lot of steam around him, and he sighs with relief. The guy was pleased, because his goal was to break through to the 5th level of body strengthening, but he was given the 9th level. The main character began to get dressed. His only plans were to get to the sword. He stepped outside with renewed vigor. The main character walked confidently, because he felt the strength to fight the big demon. 10 days later, Qin Feng lowers the animals into the well. Today there will be a recruitment of new students, and he has already organized everything. After so many days of feeding the demonic vine, the guy will manage to get to the bottom. The guy went downstairs with the body of a ferocious animal. He understood that great chaos was approaching, and he must get the sword today. In the pavilion, the students were assembled, and recruitment began. Xueru was glad that this year there were a large number of students, and they would be able to select the best for Master Qin Feng. Everyone was surprised. They saw someone who attracted all the attention. The students parted to the sides. People from the Ghost Clan walked along the road. Their weapons were pulled out. The senior student of the pavilion stood in front of them and said that if they were not on the list, they would not be able to pass. And immediately the blade of a huge sword approached the guy's head. The man who approached mercilessly wounded the head of the senior student of the pavilion. The guy fell dead. Everyone began to be afraid, because an unknown person killed the student. Xueru began to intercede and ask what they were doing. Well, someone came closer and everyone focused on him. The stranger said that they were not doing anything, but only wanted to know where Qin Feng and Ti were, and the girl asked why they needed them. The man said that they came here to take the lives of these dogs. The demonic vine began to wrap around the body of the ferocious animal. Qin Feng told her to eat well, and when the vine ate, he was able to go even lower. Qin Feng finally reached the bottom of the well where the demonic sword was located. He looked and saw something that was emitting enormous demonic energy. The demonic sword Luo Shun was stuck in the center of the well. The guy began to move. He felt how strong the demonic energy was. Even with his mental strength, it began to seem tiresome. The guy began to walk towards the demonic sword. Time was running out and was approaching. He could no longer resist this force. But he couldn't leave, because he needed to finish everything today. The guy extended his hand and grabbed the demonic sword with it. He began to try with all his strength to pull it out of the ground. It was very difficult for him. His eyes turned red, and he felt how strong the demonic energy was. The guy kept trying to pull the demonic sword, but he was already on the verge of death from her, and so he needed to release its power to protect himself. But then an inner voice asked Qin Feng why he needed protection, because he was a demon, after which the guy asked the question whether he was a demon. The voice said that he was a demon and he did not need to protect himself from demonic energy. And then the guy realized that he really was a demon, and he did not need to be afraid of this energy. He realized that he was born only to lead a clan of demons and destroy the world. The guy started shouting that he wanted to exterminate the entire human race. But what was even worse was that he could not control his thoughts. Some small green petal was in this darkness. He stood up and ran on his little green legs, shouting the word chirp. This lump rushed straight towards the guy and repeated the chirp scream. Already approaching, the lump revealed its huge, sharp teeth. He sank his teeth into Qin Feng's body, saying the word chirp again. A flower appeared in the guy's eyes, as if he had come to his senses. Qin Feng came to his senses with a small lump sitting on his shoulder. The main character asked the lump if he saved him and whether he was the true form of the demonic vine, to which the lump replied with a chirp. The guy looked at the happy little lump and assumed that the demonic vine, after so many days of feeding, considered the guy a parent and saved him at a dangerous moment by absorbing demonic energy. And then the guy realized that the demonic vine could help him. He asked her if she would help him, to which the lump agreed. The guy asked her to help pull out the sword. The lump immediately stood up and began to pull out its vines. She grabbed the sword and began to pull it up. Qin Feng and the lump merged into one. They shouted together in support of each other. The two of them tried to pull the sword out of the bottom of the well. From their efforts, huge boulders began to fly upward. With all their efforts, the lump and Qin Feng pulled out the sword. It was very difficult for him. And then the sword finally gave in and flew straight out of the ground, and stones flew around. The guy picked up the drawn sword and said that they did a good job. The lump was also on the guy's shoulder and was happy for him. And according to legend, the demonic sword has unprecedented power, and whoever wields the demonic sword is able to resist powerful demons. In Qin Feng's memories from a past life, when the demon and Mother Earth were resurrected, they converged in the realm of emptiness, above the realm of the Great Master. The guy had already fought with great masters. Now he could fight with great demons, but he didn't understand why he couldn't feel the demonic energy. Qin Feng suggested that the sword could obey him. Then the guy heard screams and requests for help on the surface. He immediately rushed up with his new animal to figure out what was happening there. The guy was on the surface at that very moment and heard people calling for help. And then he saw what was happening on the surface. Students ran out of the pavilion and shouted that a man had been killed there, that a murderer had come to the pavilion. At the same time, people were tied up in the pavilion. Ye Wuzhang was also tied up, and he asked how people dare to run away. One of the guys who came to the pavilion pulled him by the rope and told him to be patient. The bound people were in the center, and the bad guys surrounded them. A black silhouette was visible from the window. It was Ti Jiang who rejoiced at the antics of the Mountain Ghost clan. He actually secretly conspired with the Mountain Ghosts to let them into the pavilion and create problems. The Mountain Ghost clan wanted to divide the pavilion's property, and the guy just needed them to kill Qin Feng and his father. And thus, he believed that he could become the new pavilion master. Tai Jiang turned around and saw one of the guys he brought into the room. He started yelling at him and asking why he came, because they still had to kill his father and Qin Feng. The guy swore and said that if now someone finds out that they are in collusion, then Ti Jiang will not share the money. The unknown guy began to take out his blade. He made a sharp thrust with his sword towards Ti Jiang, after which the unknown person asked this fool, "Do you really think that our clan of mountain ghosts is doing this for the benefit of the pavilion?" The guys killed Ti Jiang and left. In fact, these guys' plan was to kill everyone in the pavilion. They wanted Dan's legacy to be destroyed. The bad guy started shouting to the street and calling for Ti He and Qin Feng to hear. He talked about how even though he hadn't caught them yet, if they didn't come out, these guys would kill a student every 30 seconds. Everyone was very scared. Then the elder appeared and said that the guys would let the students go. It was the master of the Ti He pavilion. He said that they should not touch the students but come to him. One guy from this gang immediately began to attack him. He hit the old man with his mace, causing him to immediately bleed. The leader of the gang said that he came out immediately when there was danger for the students. He called Tee a good master. The old man lay on the ground holding his wound with his hand. He did not think that these guys would be so strong. But then he realized that all these guys were experts at the level of a great master. The leader said that the old master of the pavilion had appeared, but where had the new master disappeared, and assumed that he had fled in fear. And then the bandit swung his mace and said that if he doesn't appear, then they have no choice but to kill them all here. Xueru was scared and shouted to the pavilion lord. And then a strong blow lands on the attacker. It was Qin Feng. He hit one of the guys, causing blood to flow out of him and his teeth to break. He stood at the counter and asked about what they were doing in the pavilion. Xueru was immediately happy that Pavilion Master Qin Feng had arrived. The gang leader said that he did not think that the 9th level of body strengthening could defeat the Great Master. The Pavilion Lord told Qin Feng that all these guys were great-level masters, and he had better run away. He said that after the escape, the guy would be able to restore the pavilion in another place. The old man was afraid that if Qin Feng died, the history of the pavilion would be over. But Qin Feng turned around and told the elder not to worry because he was not going to stop the path of the pavilion there. This immediately angered the gang of bandits. Their faces became even more gloomy. They immediately announced that their journey would not end today. The guys immediately moved from their place, only a trace remained of them. They all headed to attack Qin Feng from the air, and he saw it all. Qin Feng slowly pulled his hand towards the blade to take it out, because he knew that they were only first-level masters. He took out his demon blade and began to cut one by one. His look was very decisive. The guy demolished everyone simply thanks to his new skills and sword. Everyone was wounded at that very second. They were bleeding, and then they all fell dead to the ground, bleeding. Qin Feng stood over the corpses of these people and lowered his blade, causing a bit of dust to rise around the area. The pavilion lord lay there and couldn't believe such strength that Qin Feng could do this. Everyone present was shocked that Qin Feng was able to kill 3 great-level masters with just one blow. The gang leader was very angry about this. He could not believe that Qin Feng dared to kill people from his clan. He immediately ordered the rest of his men to kill Qin Feng. The pavilion lord was worried about Qin Feng. He was afraid that he would not be able to defeat so many people. But the guy was calm and said that the elder should not worry, because he would not even have to take any action to deal with these guys. He released from his hand the small ball that he had recently acquired and told him that he knew what to do. But the bad guys told Qin Feng that he must have gone crazy with fear. But his ball became evil and released its demonic vines. The vines grabbed each of the enemies without any problems. They didn't even have time to do anything. The gang leader shouted and asked what was being done. Each of the enemies was wrapped in vines and asked for help because they were in great pain. The glomerulus was higher and held back everyone, squeezing harder and harder. And then the last fingers crawled out of the body of the little lump, and the vines were already going back in. The ball fell to the ground, laughed, and said, "Chirp." This meant that he was full. The pavilion lord lay on the ground and watched this. Bewilderment could be seen on his face. The rest of the people also did not understand what kind of creature it was that could devour so many great-level masters. And then the pavilion lord remembered that this was a demonic vine. He asked Qin Feng if he had subdued it. The guy held this lump in his hand, carefully picking it up from the ground. Qin Feng stated that this little guy is the original form of the demonic vine. Although he had just begun his spiritual development, he already had the strength of a 5th-level great master. He also stated that dealing with these masters of the 1st and 2nd levels is sheer nonsense. The bad guy knew that there were monsters in this pavilion. He put 2 fingers in his mouth and began to whistle loudly as if calling for something. A huge shadow appeared and began to cover people. They also noticed this creature. A huge snake appeared above the people, which had the level of a 9th-level great master. The snake was right in front of Qin Feng, and the pavilion lord understood that this snake was a 9th-level master. The bad guy waved the snake and stated that initially he thought it was a simple matter of killing a bunch of alchemists. But as it turned out, he would have to use monsters and beasts. The snake flew with its mouth open at Qin Feng, and the bad guy said that he surprised him very much and therefore would grant him a worthy death. "Xueru and Tai!" he shouted to Pavilion Master Qin Feng to be careful. But the guy said that no one should worry, because if he dares to use the monsters against him, he raised his blade. It's just that the enemy is driving himself into a trap. The snake flew straight at the guy, and he put his blade forward, from which a lot of demonic energy emanated. It was as if she were absorbing this snake. Demonic energy completely enveloped the snake, causing it to hiss. The enemy who had summoned him followed him. The demonic energy took him too. The enemy did not understand what it was. He fell to the ground. He could not understand what it was, what kind of demonic energy it was, if even such a huge snake could only tremble in fear in front. Tai. He was familiar with this demonic energy, and he assumed that it was Qin Feng. That he pulled out Luo Shun's demonic sword from the bottom of the alchemy well? He held him tightly. The guy was able to get close to the snake, and he stuck his demonic blade right into his head. This immediately caused a green liquid to spray out of the snake's head. Qin Feng asked the enemy if he now knew the strength of their pavilion. The enemy was shocked that the 9th-level monster of their clan was actually killed with a sword. Qin Feng stated that he would give a chance if the enemy told them for what purpose they came to them. But the enemy began to laugh and asked the guy if he thought that, in their clan of mountain ghosts, there was at least someone who was afraid of death and thirsted for life. He pulled his hand towards the blade and declared that he was not afraid of death. And he immediately attacked Qin Feng, saying that he would take the guy with him. But he was immediately hit by a retaliatory blow, which simply cuts him into pieces. The enemy's body flew several meters away and simply fell dead. Qin Feng looked at the enemy and noticed that these people were called the Mountain Ghost Clan. The pavilion master asked if there were still remnants of these people in the pavilion, but the students told him that he had killed everyone. All the girls in the pavilion rejoiced for Qin Feng. They thought that he was handsome, because he was able to kill a gang of great-level master assassins virtually single-handedly. The elder told Qin Feng that he had done enough in alchemy, and did not think that even in martial arts he would surpass him. All the students rushed to ask questions about how Qin Feng managed to defeat the demonic monster in the well. Everyone surrounded the guy, but he offered to start by cleaning up all the mess in the pavilion. After Qin Feng's investigation, he learned that this was a group of people who were brought to the pavilion by the dead Ti Jiang. And these mountain ghosts are the descendants of prisoners exiled thousands of years ago. 1,000 years ago, they were expelled for trying to split the country, and in wild conditions they had many difficulties. But thousands of years passed, and they acquired a strong physique and learned to survive. They taught how to tame monsters, and their power was comparable to the power of a small country. The Ghost Clan hated Daza, and they wanted to destroy her. The guy sat in front of the map and thought that the issue with the demons had not yet been resolved, and a clan of mountain ghosts appeared on the horizon. He understood that with the city of demons destroyed, the big demon would soon be reborn, and all attention should be on him. A few days later, the day of the big demon's resurrection arrived in the capital, and the Qin family contributed a lot of advice. They offered them 3 times to withdraw the army and people from the capital so that the big demon would not wreak havoc. But Emperor Yi Fangxing thought it was funny because this big demon had already been dead for hundreds of years. The prince stood bowing before the king. He assumed that the Qin family wanted them to move troops to capture the imperial capital. The emperor also supported it because they almost killed the prince, and this could be a sign of a rebellion. A warrior came running to the emperor and reported that a strange mountain had appeared outside the capital, and it looked like the arrival of God and Buddha in the world. The emperor did not understand how this desert city could be the place where the gods appeared. He believed that perhaps they would send mercy to the city that destroys demons. The prince said that it makes sense why the Qin family wants them to stay away from the capital. The emperor thought that the favor of the sides could change the fate of the family, and the Qin could recognize the appearance of the gods, so they intend to distract and take all the blessings for themselves. Thus, they believed that Qin wanted to defeat their house and take everything for himself, and they decided to go and look at the mountain, even if it is fake. Dull night, heavy fog obstructs the view. A broken wall next to which a horse stopped, beating its hoof. It was the emperor, the prince, and their troops. They saw everything and realized that it was real. People speculated that this could really be the coming of the gods. The prince pointed his finger and asked his father to look in that direction. They saw the Qin family, and the prince accused them of waiting for a blessing here. The emperor shouted and asked Qinzheng what they were doing here. The man stated that he had repeatedly stated that this place was dangerous and asked what he was doing here. He went down to the emperor and reported that Qin Feng had already said that if the city was destroyed, a large demon would resurrect and cause a great disaster. The emperor shouted and said that Qin Feng could not be trusted, and the Qin family wanted to absorb the divine blessing. He ordered the Qin family to leave the place immediately, otherwise it would be considered a riot. The prince proposed to quickly gather members of their clan to worship the gods. The emperor ordered that all clan members be summoned because the blessing on this day was only supposed to be for his Ye family. The table was filled with food. There were various dishes on it. The emperor and his entire family bowed and said that before them was their family, which was ready to obey. They prayed to the gods to give them a blessing and that their family would survive forever. Some kind of beacon appeared above. The gods' eyes glowed purple. The ground under the people suddenly began to shake violently, and the emperor noticed this. He believed that it was the gods who answered, and that a blessing would soon be sent to them. He began to beat his head on the ground in prayer, telling his family members to follow him and accept the blessing. Then a huge hand with long claws appeared from under the ground in front of the worshippers. She immediately crushed several praying warriors. Some managed to run away. The blood of the soldiers dripped onto the emperor's face. People were afraid and did not understand what was happening. The demonic hand tore off someone's hand and killed someone outright. People ran and asked for help. The prince was also in need, and a hand appeared behind the emperor, and he was thinking about what was killing his people. And so the hand sank its claws into where the emperor was, but he was able to jump away. He looked at the monster that climbed out right in front of him, and then it dawned on the emperor that this was not a blessing, but a demon destroying the city. The demon began to crawl out of the ground and growl. This all happened right in front of the emperor. A lot of dust was raised. Everyone began to run away and the demon attacked. The emperor shouted that this was the great demon of the void realm. The prince was surprised that the Qin family told the truth about the resurrection of the big demon. The demon mercilessly grabbed each person, squeezing them in his hands. The prince was also almost caught, but he was lucky and managed to escape. The undead continued to move. He grabbed handfuls of people and threw them into his huge mouth. The demon didn't like it because it was too small and not tasty. Mother Earth also talked about what she wanted to eat. She said that people should go to the royal capital because there is a lot of blood and flesh there. The earth began to crack, people fell into it, and in front of them stood a demon and Mother Earth. The ground split right in front of the prince and a man fell there. The guy was very scared. Huge and small demons who were also hungry began to crawl out of the ground. The prince saw this and did not understand where so many monsters came from. The emperor was upstairs and saw monsters climbing after his son. He shouted to him to hurry up and get up. The great demons sat on Mother Earth. They bowed their heads. Mother Earth ordered her children not to worry about the ants here and to go to the most crowded place in the capital. She ordered to kill them all and launched a large clot of wind towards them. The emperor realized that all these monsters were heading to the capital. He didn't think that everything would turn out as the Qin family said, because the monsters would destroy the capital. Monsters came from everywhere, and they understood that the capital's army would be in trouble. The army began to evacuate people, and Qin saw the big demon being resurrected. He hoped that the demon would arrive in the capital later. The man noticed something in the distance and screamed in horror. It was the mother demon and the big demon. They were approaching, and Qin could not believe that they were already here. He told people to run faster and evacuate, because a large demon had already entered the city. Each person ran as best he could and asked for help. The demons were also not far behind and had already begun to attack. They have already entered the city and began to catch people. And the big demon said that people without cultivation are not tasty. The demon mother said that she knew about this and asked to leave people to ordinary demons and said that he could go. That a big demon can go and eat those people who have cultivation. The huge army of the Yi imperial family, they were informed that there was a demon outside, and they didn't know what to do. Demons destroyed everything around and attacked people, grabbing everyone. The big demon began to eat the army, strengthening the body because they were at least with some kind of cultivation and were already tasty. He grabbed people in heaps and swallowed them because they were more tasty. Demons wreaked havoc and destruction in the capital. They grabbed people and killed them. Qin, a fourth-level great master, could not kill even one demon. While he was fighting with one, another began to attack him from the opposite side. The demon approached Qin and suddenly stopped, and his eye began to burn with fire. He stood on the corpse of a demon and did not understand who killed him, a master-level demon. This was the Qin family's wasteland exploration team, the Dang rescue team. Qin Feng's team burst into the capital and began shooting their arrows. Millions of arrows flew along it towards the demons to cleanse the capital. Qin saw this and stood in a stupor from such power. The demons began to fall and die. They screamed in pain and could not resist such hail. Qin was on horseback. He gave an order to all the disciples of the Qin family so that they would not engage in battle. They needed to defend themselves and retreat and do everything possible to protect the residents of the capital. Qin saw Qin and immediately walked towards him. He informed the head of the family that he and his entire wasteland exploration group had come to support them, for which the head of the family praised him because in such a chaotic situation, he was able to lead the team to get to the capital. The guy raised his hand and ordered the command forward. Qin provided the master with the pills that he had been cultivating all night. He asked to distribute them to people who have the first level of body strengthening. He also showed that after igniting the pill, it is possible to create a special fire that sticks to the weapon. The master was pleased with this effect and said that he would distribute them right away. Qin believed that the fall of the capital was only a matter of time, so he asked the head of the family to lead the people to a safe place. The master asked Qin why don't they leave together, to which the guy replied that in big troubles, the only thing left is responsibility, and so he asked to entrust it to them, because they would sort everything out. Qin mounted his horse and began giving orders. He said that Dangi's people would save and heal people, and the Qin family's wasteland development team would take the brunt of the blow. The guy was very determined and only victory suited him. The monsters fell from the blows of the horses. Qin team managed to trample them even with horses. They broke through a horde of monsters that were flying in different directions. Qin understood that the capital was under attack, and they had already lost their first move, and the other 4 families were also stunned. Qin went to fight all the monsters. He was asked to be careful as a young master. He began to jump off his horse and dictate to himself his first priority. Qin said the word chirp, and his lump immediately activated. This little fluffy began to kill a huge horde of demons on his way. Qin also did not stand aside and chopped the demons into pieces with his new sword. The house was on fire and was completely destroyed. The girl with the bow stood and looked at these ruins. The guy reported to the girl that the troops of the Nangong family in the west were completely destroyed, and she ordered to retreat. The girl understood that the family's fighting power in the capital was insufficient, and support had not yet arrived. She understood that the Qin family had long warned about these events, but the Ye family insisted that this was a manifestation of the divine incarnation. The demon's foot stepped on the ground. The girl immediately looked at him. She understood that this demon was at the level of a master, and she did not know whether she would be able to survive this battle because her physical strength had not yet recovered. The demon immediately attacked the girl. She managed to dodge his large and clawed paw, but she couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. This caused the girl to bleed from behind her mouth because the demon was still able to catch her a little. He immediately approached her and plunged his paw into her chest, which even caused the ground under her to break even more. After that, the demon grabbed the girl by the neck with his paw and pulled her head towards her with his mouth. He began to squeeze her throat, and the girl thought that no one from her clan would come to her after she offered herself as a sacrifice. But then the demon flies to the side. From a strong blow, he lets go of the hand that was holding his neck. The demon lay dead on the ground, and the girl stood up a little. Qin came to her aid. The guy extended his hand to her and said that she really tried to make it to the end. The girl grabbed Qin hand and said that she was very grateful and would definitely repay the guy for sleeping. The girl ran after the guy and said that the main forces of the Bai family had been found and they needed his help. Qin was also informed that the residents of the capital were evacuated to neighboring villages. The speaker told him that, as expected, neither the undead demons nor the big demon left the capital. Qin said that the big demon had just woken up, and in a few days, once he had digested the food and gained strength, he would go look for the next city to massacre. They had to quickly gather the forces of large families scattered throughout the country in order to jointly defeat the big demon. The girl said that Brother Qin helped her today, and her clan is unable to thank him in a worthy manner, so everyone in her Bai family is willing to do hard work. Qin walked up to her and said that since she spoke out, he actually had a request. He reported that the Qin family had already tried several times to inform the emperor to evacuate the capital, but they were not heard. Therefore, he stated that now the Yi family is neither able nor willing to deal with the 2 great demons, but they cannot give up. He said that now 5 large families are discussing how to confront the big demon outside the city, and the guy hopes that they will send a message to the heads of their families. The next morning, the situation in the Ye family's manor. The assembled people sit, each in their place, and wait for the start. One of the people exclaimed that everyone should be silent and keep quiet. They all greeted the emperor and worshipped him, but he stated that there was no need for politeness, and they needed to get down to business. He said that when faced with a big demon in the void realm, could any of them become the commander-in-chief in the fight against him? Qin Zhan stood and thought about who would dare to do this. The grandmother from the Qin family stated that her great-grandson foresaw the invasion several months ago, and now he is fighting with them, and therefore she asked to be appointed commander-in-chief. The emperor was angry and could not allow this to happen. Dissatisfaction was visible on his face. But the grandmother shouted that they were facing difficult trials and they could not wait. The emperor asked Lady Lu how he could trust Qin Feng, since he was just a boy in the realm of body strengthening. The head of the Nangong family joined Madame Lu's request and said that Qin Feng once succeeded in the wasteland exploration competition, and she thinks that he is truly a young man with a bright future, so her family also supports the role of commander-in-chief. The head of the family and the Bai family also supported Qin Feng as the commander-in-chief. The emperor was unhappy that the 3 families began to join forces and that he made a decision. One of the heads joined in and said that, judging by the words of the others, Qin Feng can be trusted, but if problems arise, the Qin family will be held responsible. The emperor liked this idea because then all the blame could be placed on the Qin family. The emperor made a decision and asked that his will be conveyed to everyone that Qin Feng would become the commander-in-chief against the great demon. A guy ran to Qin Feng and said that the emperor agreed that he would be responsible for the entire situation. Qin Feng was busy and therefore did not even show that he heard anything. He sat opposite the stove and made pills. A newly made pill flew into his hand, which made him very happy. The guy who came said that he had never seen such a quality pill, and Qin Feng replied that it was his newly created pill. This pill could allow any restrictions, after which Qin Feng handed the piece of paper to his brother and said that he needed the herbs from the list. The brother began to read the list and understood that Qinglan and the royal flower could be found. But the bloody spiritual orchid was a product outside the market, so it was also needed in 100 copies. But Qin Feng came up and said that he would convey this to the Ye family, that this was the request of the commander-in-chief, and the guy joked with Qin Feng by asking that he would take advantage of the situation to rob them. Brother left, and Qin Feng sat down and looked at the pill he had just made. Some conversations were heard near this place. Qin Feng stood next to the girl and told her to hurry up so that she could taste his improved pill. The girl replied that she did not have time and could ask Qin Feng or someone else to try her. The guy came closer and stuffed a pill into the girl's mouth, stating that she had not recovered from her previous escape, and if she did not deal with them quickly, it would affect her future achievements in martial arts. The main character said that she would take her in order to restore her development, and he would take care of her protection. They sat down in lotus form, and the girl began to try the pill. Suddenly the girl became enveloped in fire, which the pill gave her. Qin Feng watched this and watched carefully. The girl suddenly became all naked and enveloped in blue energy. She was spinning in it as if relaxing. Her huge heart was also visible. And then the girl sighed and sweated a little. Fiery energy still continued to fly around her. She looked around herself and couldn't believe that she had actually advanced to the 2nd level of a great master. The girl said that this pill, and Qin Feng picked it up and said that it's true that this pill breaks the limit. And also the fact that he added several types of hidden herbs to this pill that will help the girl cure hidden diseases. She looked at the guy and thought that he really was an incredible person. It suddenly dawned on the girl that Qin Feng asked Bai Leng to collect herbs for this. And he said that this is true because he wants to perfect these pills in large quantities. After all, this will help the body-strengthening realm warriors break through this realm as quickly as possible. This way, he can suppress the ordinary demons, and he himself will deal with the big demon without being distracted. Qin Feng left and thought that time was running out and he didn't know how the herb collection was going. Bai Long reported that all the herbs had been collected, and after the Ye family heard that Qin Feng would be refining the pills, they prepared a Xuan-level furnace, which made Qin Feng happy. But Bai Long said that the Xuan-level furnace is very complex, and it is possible that the Ye family just wants to embarrass him. But Qin Feng said that if it is difficult for them, then they do not know how to use it. Qin Feng was sitting in front of the Xuan furnace, and behind him were the heads of the families. The guy was about to make pills for them. The guy understood that the treasures of heaven and earth were all at his disposal. The ancient fire of alchemy burned in the guy. The girl watched this and realized that Master Qin had the best fire control skills. He was great in this art. People watched as Qin Feng created hundreds of high-quality pills at the same time. His skill in alchemy was so great and they had a chance to win the battle. Hundreds of pills flew out of the oven. They were perfect. Each pill went straight into the jug, and Qin Feng announced that everything was ready. He stated that after everyone received the pills, they should hurry up and make a breakthrough, because they were supposed to retake the capital tomorrow. Everyone campaigned that they were ready to follow Qin Feng to retake the capital. One of the people approached the emperor and said that Qin Feng was showing off his excellent alchemy skills in front of people. Perhaps he was trying to win their hearts. The emperor believed that Qin Feng's existence in the Qin family would bring them truly significant benefits. The conversation could be heard a little on the street. The guy believed that when faced with a big demon in the void realm, the realm of strengthening the body was not enough, and it was time for him to prepare for the realm of the great master. The girl stood near the entrance and thought about Qin Feng's words that he would still protect her, and the pill was repayment of the debt for helping to restore his cultivation. The guy sat in the lotus position. His body began to glow. He clearly ate the pill. A great energy began to rage around him, rushing upward. Even the girl felt it, because everything began to shake. The energy that emanated from Qin Feng broke through the roof and went high into the sky. A huge yin-yang symbol appeared in the sky, and Mother Earth saw it. For her, it was an uncertain and majestic aura, and it also slowly spread the pressure of the Lord. And earlier, he was not mistaken in the sensations, and it was really him. The big demon felt fear, he told this to Mother Earth, and she said that all the monsters in the world would feel it when they noticed his aura. When suddenly the guy started coughing up blood, a girl ran up to him and asked what was wrong with him. The guy had a bloody face, his eyes were closed, and there was darkness all around. His head felt like it was splitting into pieces. He held on to it. He found himself in some dark place, where everything was bloody and there were many corpses of people. Suddenly a creature appeared behind the guy and asked him if he recognized this. This was the last bastion of the human race. Qin Feng immediately jumped away from this creature and asked him who he was. This unknown person extended his clawed hand and said that Qin Feng was living his life over again, and he had forgotten his old rival, which was very heartless. This monster began to laugh and ask if it was difficult for him to accept his existence now. Images of monsters appeared in front of Qin Feng. After which, the monster asked the guy if it was possible he forgot about everything. Qin Feng didn't understand who this guy was, and he also seemed very strong and familiar. The guy told Qin Feng to climb the mountain as soon as possible, otherwise this body would become his. Qin Feng did not understand whether it was an illusion, an inner demon, or impurities that existed deep in his soul. Suddenly the guy's eyes opened. There was blood coming from his mouth and he was devastated. The girl cried and asked if Qin Feng was okay, because something was happening to his body. All the people ran away to an incomprehensible phenomenon and asked if everything was okay with Qin Feng, to which he replied that everything was okay, and he managed to turn the situation around. Qin Feng immediately laughed and said that he had actually just tried a new pill and apologized for scaring everyone. He began to push everyone out. Blood was coming out of his eyes and mouth, and he sent everyone to train because tomorrow morning there was a battle. The people outside the door did not understand what had just happened. Qin Feng stood near the closed door, scared, and realized that something had just changed in his body. He remembered the image he had seen and did not know who it was. He wanted very badly to figure this out, but there were no answers yet. It was early morning on the second day. Bearing the expectations of his people and family, Qin Feng decides to lead a team to liberate the capital. The guy asked before the start of official actions to let him tell the battle plan. He said that the big demon had reached the realm of emptiness, and the earthly mother was even stronger than ever. And in their case, they captured the capital and they will not be able to cope with the wallpaper. Therefore, they must defeat one by one. To do this, they need to attack the capital from 3 gates at the same time. The Qin family will be the first to take the stage to lure the enemy. They need to collect zombie demons scattered throughout the city at the eastern and western gates of the capital. and then attack from outside the eastern and western gates, uniting inside the city to jointly exterminate the zombie demons. And finally, Qin Feng asks to be allowed to hold the earthly mother and the big demon alone. The guy asked that while he held them back, the guys should try their best to kill the zombie demons, and then they would need to return and support Qin Feng in killing the big demon. One girl said that this plan was too risky, because as long as they entered from the east and west gates, the Qin family would be alone to face the big demon. He said that it didn't matter as long as he used his body as bait, because only then would they be able to lure the big demon into the game. And according to the plan, Qin Feng led the Qin family's troops into the city first. Although each team is accompanied by the elders of the realm of great mastery, they must not relax. After all, this is still a war that requires everyone to risk their lives. Zombie demons attack. They attack without looking at everyone and are not afraid to die. Qin Feng entered the battle. He ran and said that they should try the new pills that he specially developed. The guy threw away the pills and the demons began to glow and purple energy appeared. Qin Feng fought the demons with his blade. He wanted every demon to die. People saw how Qin Feng fought and did not believe that he was at the level of a great master, to which one of the girls said that the young master always surpasses their imagination. Qin Feng was killing demons and thought that he had already killed enough of them, and the big demon should have noticed him. And now it happened. Everything went according to Qin Feng's plan, and the big demon flew to the guy. The guy also noticed him and was glad that he was approaching him because he fell into his trap. But suddenly the big demon turned around and began to fly away in the other direction. Qin Feng did not understand what happened. The main character looked at the flying demon and did not understand why the demon did not come to him. The demon landed on the ground. A lot of dust and wind rose from it. The prince did not understand why the big demon came to him, because Qin Feng was a bait. The big demon said that this guy's body exudes a delicious smell. The warriors immediately rushed to protect the third prince, and the prince was not so scared because his father had supplied more than a dozen experts of the realm of great skill. The big demon shouted so that people would not disturb him. He began to release a large volley of wind from his mouth, causing people to fly away and some to start bleeding from their mouths. The big demon grabbed the third prince and dragged him into his mouth. He said that he was dying of hunger and would start with him. But then Qin Feng arrived in time and jumped into the monster's mouth in order to strike. He told the demon that he was ignoring him and attacking others. The guy hit the demon without any problems and cut off his upper teeth, saying that he intimidates the weak and is afraid of the strong. From this, the demon's eyes immediately widened. He was in pain. The demon felt that Qin Feng's sword was very strange and strong. He wanted it, and then he shouted about gathering an army. At the same second, zombie demons began to crawl out of the ground in response to the call of the big demon. Qin Feng asked the demon that he thought that using small change against him would be effective. The third prince lay on the ground and cried, asking his father to save him. Qin Feng released his little monster from his shoulder and shouted, "Chirp!" He asked the chirp to remove all the little things for him. The little Fluffy began to envelop the demons in his vines. The large demon was also shrouded in chirp vines. They circled around him. Qin Feng said that the big demon was trapped and he has only one way out: kill the guy or die himself. But the third prince was also in the vines, and he asked to be released. But Qin Feng said that he was still here, and he needed to be careful not to get hurt. The big demon stood over Qin Feng and began to shout that he should not overestimate his strength. The demon tried to strike the guy, but it seemed to envelop his hand and move along it, leaving behind demonic energy. The big demon saw how fast Qin Feng was. Qin Feng managed to get right to the monster's head and hit it, causing a huge surge of demonic energy to appear. But something stopped Qin Feng. Qin Feng was suddenly thrown away from the demon, and armor appeared on his body. The demon began to pull out a weapon from his chest. He took out a weapon and said that now everything is fair because Qin Feng also has a weapon and the demon. But Qin Feng was not going to stop and went on the attack, saying that the demon was a sealed type and should lie in a coffin. The demon crossed his axes and Qin Feng hit them with his blade but did not penetrate. This surprised the guy because Luo Sheng's sword could not cope. Qin Feng understood that although Luo Sheng could fight beyond the borders, the difference between humans and demons was too great. Therefore, Qin Feng suggested that it was possible to avoid close combat. His hands were bloody after the blow. But the demon continued to attack. He asked Qin Feng where that impulse was. The demon made a strong blow with his axe. It was aimed straight at Qin Feng, and he saw it. The guy was thrown back by a shockwave from the demon's blow. It was very difficult for the main character because this axe was very large and the throwing speed was high. The big demon stood right above Qin Feng, swung his axe and declared that it was all over for this little man. The guy began to try to escape from the blow of the large demon. And so the demon hit his axe directly at Qin Feng, but he managed to hide under the sword. His eyes were full of rage, and he asked the demon if he could not cope. And after all, he said that something was wrong with his head. The guy said that he was just pretending to attack, but in reality he planted a fire pill under the ground. A huge explosion sounded within the confines of the vine that contained the big demon, Qin Feng, and the third prince. The demon was burning from the fire pill, and the guy ran with the blade, swung it, and said that he would die. But the demon managed to overcome the fire and throw Qin Feng up, saying that only he would die. Qin Feng was thrown into the boundaries of the demonic vine and could not fly far. The prince began to cry and asked Qin Feng not to die. The main character grinned and extended his hand for the hilt of the demonic blade. Qin Feng said that he wanted to thank the demon for activating his dying power. The guy's eyes turned red and his gaze looked crazy. The third prince watched everything that happened with great fear. The guy immediately went on the attack, was mad, and aimed at killing. He was very nimble, and cut the demon. His gaze was crazy and not scary. The demon lowered himself and asked Qin Feng how he dared to hurt him, to which the guy replied that this was not his final goal, and the guy's ultimate goal will be to rejoice in his defeat. The demon did not understand what was happening, and why this person suddenly showed such an aura, and why he scared him so much. There was a dark, huge aura around Qin Feng in the big demon video. The demon said that this ant should not rejoice too early, and then Qin Feng headed out with great desire and said that the demon would feel shame when he was killed by the ant. Qin Feng attacked the demon, and he did not understand why the guy's techniques were so strong. He believed that his strength had not yet been fully restored. The demon's eyes were scared. He couldn't handle Qin Feng at all. His blows were too strong for him. There was no way he could respond to them. And then the demon realized that his strength had not changed at all, but Qin Feng's strength had increased exponentially. The guy simply glowed with a dark aura, his eyes filled with scarlet red. He cut the big demon without any difficulty and was very fast. He managed to destroy the armor that was on the large demon. The big demon began to fall because he was all chopped up and broken. Qin Feng stood over the big demon like a demon and called him a worthless rat. And then the demon notices the third prince near his head. He grabs his body and says that if a person wants his comrade to survive, then he must throw away the sword. But Qin Feng said that whoever he took hostage, he would be sorry. But it was he who would not be spared, and raised his blade for the next blow. Qin Feng slashed straight at the demon's head with his sword. The third prince was right next to the open mouth of the demon, blood flying from him onto the guy. And Qin Feng stood and watched the purple demonic aura. An old man approached Qin Feng and said that, as expected, he was worthy of becoming the future support of the Qin family because he was able to defeat the big demon alone. The third prince called out to Qin Feng and said that the big demon weapon would belong to his Ye family. The old man turned angrily at him and asked about the weapon, to which the guy replied that on behalf of the Yi family, he decided to transfer the demonic weapon to the Qin family as a reward. The earthly mother stands still in the same place. Qin Feng looked with the old man at the earthly mother and asked that she was still inactive. The old man said that 3 groups of masters follow his command and are ready to block the path of the earthly mother at any moment to help Qin Feng. But the earthly mother continued to stand still, and they did not know why. Qin Feng thought this was strange because no matter what their relationship was, she couldn't just watch, and there was some reason for this. His group came running to Qin Feng and started asking him if everything was okay. The group rejoiced and admired that Qin Feng killed the big demon alone. One of the guys in the group said that most of the zombie demons in the capital were killed, and they don't know what to do next. Qin Feng ordered that they begin the second stage of the plan, because no matter what Mother Mountain planned, she would still resist them. They headed to Mother's Mountain and were ready to use all their strength to win. Qin Feng and his team headed out without fear to finish this battle. Other troops were also ready. One of them thought that the big demon was terrible, and Mother Earth really must be stronger than him. This guy wanted to check it out with Qin Feng's help. Suddenly the earth began to shake, and the warriors flew from their horses. People with horses began to fall, but the guy did not understand what was happening. Qin Feng realized that Mother Earth was ready to take action against them, and her first step was to cut off the path back. Demons with bows immediately began to appear. People noticed them. They deliberately took high places to make it more difficult for people to defeat them. Qin Feng knew that demons do not have intelligence, but Mother Earth can guide them. He had no idea that she had such intelligence. The horse began to weaken its hooves. Demons appeared behind and were about to attack. Qin Feng warned them to be careful and struck with his demonic sword. The demon died immediately. For Qin Feng, such ants were not a problem. The main character warned the guys that Mother Earth is also a demon, and she can transfer other demons using the earth, so they need to be careful. The girl, looking at Qin Feng, thought that she once thought that her physical abilities came first among the younger generation, but now she understood. Qin Feng raised his sword to the top and asked everyone to pay attention. He said that in this battle the enemy would be more difficult to deal with than before. The guy asked everyone to get ready to fight. All the guys were positive. The guys rushed wherever they were told. Qin Feng said that the target would be Mother Earth, and others needed to get rid of all these mice as soon as possible. The warriors immediately began to kill every demon in their path. They were all trying to clear the way for Qin Feng so that he could reach Mother Earth. The main character jumped onto the fence on which there were other demons. He found himself surrounded on all sides by demons with bows. The guy asked Chirp to do something so that the demons would leave him alone. And immediately, the demonic vines came out and pierced every demon without any problem. Demonic vines paved the way for the guys almost to the very top of Mother Earth. Qin Feng said that he would go first, and the girl asked him to be careful. The main character headed up, saying that it was time for Mother Earth to wake up. Another assistant arrived to the girl and asked if the young master had risen. And the friend said that the only thing they can do is not give cause for concern. Qin Feng was already near the head of Mother Earth. He managed to do it quickly. As if in a jump, the guy saw something opening. In this hole, there were many hands of red skeletons, and the guy became interested in what it was. He began to peer into what was in it, when suddenly he seems to fall into consciousness and his eyes open. The main character found himself in some kind of green meadow. The guy took the plant and thought that it was really a purple golden pumpkin vine from which a magical weapon could be produced. His eyes widened. There was a bloody mushroom and a bloody flying swallow that strengthens blood and chi. But then he realized that he had clearly been swallowed up by the body of Mother Earth, and he did not understand where he was. Mother Earth answered the guy that everything was correct. He said that the guy was inside her body. The true appearance of Mother Earth appeared in front of Qin Feng, and she greeted the guest, and he immediately reached for his sword. The main character asked what she was thinking about, but he himself realized that it was a clone of Mother Earth, because he did not feel anything. Mother Earth told the guy that she was going to conduct no hidden attacks, and the ability to conduct a conversation with him in this form was entirely due to the fact that she had a desire to discuss cooperation. The guy asked Mother Earth that she wanted to cooperate. She said that everything was true, and all the precious medicinal materials in front of him were just gifts. The main character said that these are truly luxurious treasures, because even the powers that be will covet them. Mother Earth said that she was sincere and asked Qin Feng if he was interested, but he said that the big demon was also an ally, and she allowed him to be killed, and how can he trust her? She stood up from her throne. Mother Earth declared that she had helped him to resurrect, and in human terms her mercy had been exhausted. But Qin Feng, who is capable of killing a demon, is more suitable for the role of an ally for Mother Earth. She said that if he agrees to cooperate, then not only will these medicines become his, but also the demons will follow her when retreating from the capital, and he will become a hero by throwing her away. Mother Earth added that after this, she can also provide demons to the guy's subordination to perform various jobs. But his task will be help Mother Earth rise to the top of the demonic clan. Mother Earth thought that if she guessed correctly, then Qin Feng's body should have such power. And it's worth exchanging the demon's life for Qin Feng's trust. But she was sorry that his level was still low, and when he advanced into the realm of emptiness, the fruit would ripen, Mother Earth believed. Qin Feng removed Mother Earth's hand and said that he felt bad when she touched him. The guy smiled and stated that he was still interested in the plan of Mother Earth. Qin Feng believed that if they formed an alliance, both medicinal herbs and demons would help the Qin family. And combined with Mother Earth, who could dare to provoke the Qin family, he also thought that they could become rivals for the Ye family. Mother Earth said that this is all great, and then the first thing they need to do is mold Qin Feng into a hero. After that, Mother Earth and Qin Feng came up with a good idea. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Qin Feng quickly beheaded Mother Earth, showing his victory. Whether those who participated in the war saw this, and even influential aristocrats and ordinary people who also followed the events in the battle, everyone was able to witness the birth of a hero in Qin Feng. It takes place in the Qin family estate. People from the Qin family were at the round table and celebrated the appearance of the hero and the return of the capital. Qin Zhan was happy that Qin Feng killed 2 Void Realm monsters in a row and brought a lot of surprises. But Qin Feng told his family that he did not kill Mother Earth. Everyone was shocked by this news. The grandmother asked her grandson if he was planning something again. Qin Feng spoke about his agreement, and the elder was glad that they could receive countless benefits, but the other man was afraid that the demons would not honor the agreement. But Qin Feng smiled and asked not to worry because he would take control of Mother Earth. The grandmother patted the guy on the shoulder and told him that she wouldn't say anything more, since the guy had a plan. She also asked her grandson to get some sleep because tomorrow new troubles would await him. The grandson was surprised because tomorrow there was supposed to be an award ceremony for merit, to which the grandmother replied that Ye Fengxing did not want to give awards in vain. Mrs. Lu asked the guy if Feng knew about the Mountain Ghost clan. Qin Feng reported that he fought against them, and they were not weak. Grandma said that recently the border with the Mountain Ghosts has not been stable, and if everything is not settled, then Ye Fengxing will order Qin Feng to go out to battle with the Mountain Ghost. People were surprised at this turn of events. After the craftsmen worked all night, they finally restored the main hall and began to discuss their merits. In this battle, Qin Feng was awarded Ye Fengxing's highest honor, but there was no other significant award. Ye Fengxing subsequently issued a new order. The emperor said that in recent years they have been attacked by mountain ghosts. Even the pavilion was attacked. The emperor decided that they must fight back, and he orders Qin Feng to go conquer the mountain ghosts. People were surprised because the Mountain Ghost clan had always been powerful, and they were afraid that Qin Feng would die. Qin Feng said that His Majesty has a wise eye and sees heroes, so Qin Feng will be able to destroy the mountain ghosts. The guys sat and discussed what they wanted to celebrate, and they would have to say goodbye, and also they should not underestimate the mountain ghosts. The main character said that if he wins, the country will become more stable, but if he loses, then the strength of the Qin family will be significantly reduced. Such an outcome has everyone tense. The guy understood that this was his fate, and the Ye family sees that the Qin family is strong, and they will try to suppress them. But then the guy exclaimed that there was no need to worry, because this was more of an opportunity for Qin Feng. Qin Fei heads out on a campaign against the mountain ghosts, followed by a large army. The prince asks his father that if Qin Feng manages to win, then the reputation of the Qin family will surpass them. To which the father replied that many powerful people had appeared in the Mountain Ghost clan, and Qin Feng would not be able to return alive. After which the son asked that even if Qin Feng was killed by an expert of the Void Realm, they would not be able to defend themselves. But the emperor said that for Qin Feng it would be enough to simply delay time, and the emperor himself would advance into the realm of emptiness. After all, he only needs to find out how the mountain ghosts manage to raise powerful representatives, and Qin Feng's life will be just for testing. The camp is located 200 kilometers from the border. The girl pours tea for the guy and asks that her master reads military tactics, but he studied history. The guy closed the book and said that they say that the ancestors of mountain ghosts once tried to split the country. The girl asked what happened then. The main character stated that all the records of the Qin family about mountain ghosts were deliberately erased, and this was strange. Coming out of the tent, the guy said that he would ask Xueru to check the information in the pavilion. But suddenly the guy notices something sparkling in the sky and raises his head. He screamed, and everyone immediately came running. He said that these were mountain ghosts. People on huge birds were approaching Qin Feng's camp. They began to try to grab one of the warriors with the help of a bird. Qin Feng saw this from the side and immediately became angry. He took out his blade and attacked the enemy, knocking him off the bird, after which he raised the sword to plunge into the body. And within a second, the sword pierced the body of the bird, on which the enemy arrived and tried to grab the man. Qin Feng immediately reported that this black-winged giant roc is at the first level of great mastery, a monster from the Mountain Ghost clan, and they need to prioritize attacking it. The warriors immediately began to try to beat these monsters as best they could so that they would all die. But then Qin Feng saw a black-winged rock, the level of great skill, and most likely there was a leader on it. Qin Feng ran past all the warriors fighting the birds towards his goal. He jumped up to the leader of this gang in order to deal with him. Qin Feng swung his sword as hard as he could to deliver a powerful blow. He hit the bird right on the nose with his sword. The blow was very strong. The guy was thrown back, stood up again, and the leader remained at the same height. He said that even the trash knows that he needs to be the first to catch the thief. Before his leader, the guy was wondering if Qin Feng could defeat his pet. The main character asked what was so special about the higher demon companions. The guy offered to show the chirp real skill. And within seconds, the enemy was in Qin Feng's vines and his bird was also attracted. Qin Feng jumped up to the enemy, knocked his weapon away from him and said that he was too weak. After which the guy pointed his sword at him and offered to either talk or die. A girl approached Qin Feng and reported that all the mountain ghosts were under control, and the seriously wounded were receiving treatment. This surprised the leader very much, and he asked why the guys were treating them. But Qin Feng cheated and replied that the lives of his guys are in his hands, and the leader does not want the entire team to be destroyed. Qin Feng suggested just talking and telling the information he wanted, and the guy extended his hand and said that he would not cause harm. Qin Feng and the enemy were sitting in the tent. The girl was pouring tea, and Qin Feng was asking the guy if he was from the Mountain Ghost Clan, to which he replied that he was a member of the Wind Group, the Mountain Ghost Clan, Luo Tang Yun. He also said that this is the elite in the Mountain Ghost Clan. In this group, all members are of the level of a great master. Qin Feng said that the Mountain Ghost Clan once tried to split days, so they were driven out by the other 5 major families. But however, except for the Yi family, the historical records of the other 4 families do not record enmity with the Mountain Ghost Clan, so Qin Feng thinks that the Mountain Ghost Clan may have lost the power struggle to the Ye family. He asked the guy if this was true. The guy was dumbfounded by the information he heard. And then the enemy said that he was right, and the Ye family had deceived everyone for too long. After which Qin Feng said that the guy could leave with his people, to which the enemy asked whether the main character was telling the truth. Qin Feng replied that of course yes, because he had already received everything he wanted from him. Border Fortress Sirius. Qin Feng and his squad approached the border fortress. One of the detachments said that no one is guarding the gates. This is such negligence, so it is not surprising that the border fortress is in disrepair. The guy began to run out of the gate and shout that he respectfully greeted General Qin Feng. But Qin Feng, without getting up from his horse, hit the guy and said that he was the only one who greeted him. Could everyone else be dead? Qin Feng ordered the guy to inform the group guarding the gate to gather within a quarter of an hour. Otherwise, the rationing pills would be confiscated. The guy agreed, and as he left, he thought about what was happening. He didn't understand why the new commander was so ruthless. The other members of the group were also unhappy because the important military town was in a terrible state, and yet it was supported by their taxes. Qin Feng said that Sirius has never fallen, so it is clear that the defenders have something to offer. A crowd of people was moving towards Qin Feng, and they were very angry, one of whom shouted at the main character and asked that this boy dared to hold their pills. The main character replied that if they disobey the commander and do not have military discipline, then they will flog everyone according to the law 100 times, and asked to bring a whip. The guy laughed and said that he was a second-level great master and Qin Feng was going to beat him. And he immediately received a whip in the face, so much so that his tooth flew out. The guy fell to the ground holding his face with his hand and asked Qin Feng how he could do this. But Qin Feng did not answer, and simply wrapped the rope around the guy and did not tighten it much. He pulled the rope towards himself, pulling the guy back closer, and the assistant said that this is the border, and these guys only know about changes in the border, but I don't know who solved these problems. Qin Feng's assistant began introducing him to the people while he dealt with the impolite guy. Everyone immediately realized who it really was, and were surprised that Qin Feng came straight to the front line. Qin Feng told the guy that on the way to the town, he looked through the development archives and found out that this guy was from the Ye family. And Qin Feng said that, as everyone knows, he does not have a good relationship with the Ye family, so this guy is now in his hands. The commander of the Wasteland Development Detachment immediately came and introduced himself. He asked to forgive his deputy because despite his mistakes, he had worked well all these years. Qin Feng asked the guy that he was one of the leaders of the Wasteland exploration team. The main character stepped on the guy, and he told the commander that if he could defeat him, then Qin Feng would spare the deputy. Qin Feng understood that the city's defenders consisted of reclamation troops, which led to some relaxation in military discipline. Therefore, they had to take the opportunity to scare the monkeys and let them know who was their boss. The commander immediately ran to attack Qin Feng. He was going to defeat him. Walking around him from behind, the guy asked for forgiveness. He was a great master of the 3rd level. The commander tried to strike, but Qin Feng disappeared. It was clear from his look that he was shocked. The main character stood over the commander's head and told him that he was too slow. Qin Feng immediately jumped from there to hit his opponent. The guy managed to knock the commander down without any problems with his blow. He flew away from such a blow and felt how much power Qin Feng had. And then the commander throws out the black ball, realizing that this battle will not be easy. It was a smoke bomb. It fogged the area in which they were located. Thick gray smoke. The commander began to run and think that Qin Feng was a stupid boy and would not get out of this. But suddenly, a hand appears in front of the commander's face and goes straight to his face. Qin Feng grabbed the commander and asked him that he thought that this thing could interfere with the guy's vision. The detachment commander did not understand how this could be possible because the smoke was thick. After which Qin Feng threw the commander aside, and he rolled on the ground. His body came straight to his subordinates. Everyone was in shock that their commander had lost. The girl informed the gentleman that they had lost according to pre-established rules. And so she collected all the pills stored in the warehouse. The guy looked at the pills that were collected from the warehouses and realized that they were complete garbage. Qin Feng stood up in front of the people and said that while the situation on the border is tense, the punishment for laziness and promiscuity will be so. However, Qin Feng said that if the work was good, the squad would be given bear muscle and tiger bone pills. The warriors were shocked because these were high-level pills, and it seemed to them that the commander was just saying loud words. Qin Feng raised his hand and stated that he only has a door request, and the first is that everyone must obey his orders. And the second request was that everyone try to get as much military merit as possible, because then they will have more pills. But the warriors began to laugh, because only high-level alchemy masters could refine the pills, and Qin Feng could not do this, and they asked not to promise mountains of gold. But then one of the guys shouted that he had already heard the name Qin Feng, and he was a 6th-level alchemy master, and he could also grab the commander's face and kill the demon in the void realm. And then they all realized that he would definitely be able to lead them to expel the mountain ghosts. Immediately the guys began to shout that they were ready to follow Qin Feng. The girl looked in admiration of Qin Feng's strategy because he first uses force to intimidate and then gives benefit. Another girl was worried that there were a lot of people and the alchemy pavilion might not be able to handle it. Qin Feng announced that Hao Chun would lead the Dong Pill Refinement Pavilion. The girl was shocked. One of the guys had a very strange expression on his face. The warriors sat in the barracks and discussed Qin Feng. They believed that he was a tyrant, but would give high-grade pills as a reward. A warrior ran into the barracks and said that Commander Qin had given the order to urgently gather. The guys were surprised, because their old man Lo had probably gone to the city. The observation deck makes some sounds. There is a man on the lookout who did not look like warriors. He carefully climbed over the fence to escape. One girl from Commander Qin Feng's group noticed all this. She realized that, as Qin Feng had expected, there were mountain ghost spies in the army. The guy who was spying ran away and the girl followed. The spy rushed along the rocks to run to the right place. He ran to the camp of mountain ghosts. There were a lot of skulls and frightening paraphernalia. He was met by his clanmates on huge beasts. They did not expect Teng Feng to return today. The spy asked to be taken to the clan leader. He needed to tell him something. In the hall in front of the leader, the guy got down on his knee to tell everything. The guy suggested that Qin Feng poses a great threat to the clan. The clan head attached in combination with the report to discuss how they would deal with Qin Feng. Luo Huang, the head of the Wind Squad, suggested that while its support is not yet strong, it is necessary to absorb the city. Luo Shi proposed to lure Qin Feng deep into the area and ambush him, and then kill him. The dagger stuck into the tree, piercing the flower, and the man declared that after all, Qin Feng was only at the level of a great master, and he would kill him with his own hands. Luo Xiang said that he had no opinion on this matter, and Luolong simply remained silent without saying anything. The clan leader gave the order that in this case the entire clan would be notified, and the next day at night they would attack. The leader also turned to the man and asked what he thought about this, but the answer was that the old man would not interfere with this tactic. He believed that the main thing would be that they could take the fortress. Qin Feng checks the document, and according to the data, they found out that the spy arrived 4 years ago. The girl was worried about whether the spy could be allowed to return, because if the other side found out about Qin Feng's actions, they would definitely take countermeasures. But Qin Feng was ready and said that there was no problem, because only in this way could they unlock the power of the Masters of the Void Realm, the clan of mountain ghosts. A huge horde of horsemen rode on ferocious monsters. To visit their enemies, they were ready to kill all these bastards. The lookout spotted the approach of the enemy and rang the bell to notify everyone that the enemy was approaching. Qin Feng stood and watched, thinking that the mountain ghost clan was truly impatient. Qin Feng went down to his soldiers and asked them to prepare and act in accordance with the plan. They waited for the enemy to fully approach to test their strength. The clan of mountain ghosts approached the warriors. They stood opposite each other, but the massacre did not begin. The war promised to be brutal because there would be considerable forces on both sides. The deputy squad leader asked if Qin Feng had the strength to fight one-on-one. People began to whisper that if this guy calls for a single battle, it means he is at least a 5th-level master, and usually such people often have pets of the same kingdom, as if it were 1 against 2. The guys believed that fighting this deputy alone was too unprofitable. But Qin Feng was not afraid, and therefore he accepted the battle without any problems, which made the warriors even more surprised. The enemy believed that Qin Feng was just a loser who had just entered the realm of great skill, and killing him would be a great achievement. The bad guy immediately attacked Qin Feng. He jumped right from the top with his pet so that the main character died. The main character only smiled at this decision, because he had a plan for this fight. The monster flew straight towards Qin Feng and he met it with his demonic blade. And with only one blow, Qin Feng managed to pierce this monster through. From such a blow, the rider fell from the monster, and Qin Feng left him on his blade. Then he waved his blade and threw off the monster's corpse. The people rejoiced. They rejoiced at the strength of their General Qin. Qin Feng stood over his opponent's body and told him that such a person as Tong could not even be considered a snack. He immediately stood up and began to run away from Qin Feng, asking anyone to help him and save him. The main character caught up with this coward and stuck his head into the ground with his hand, after which he gave the order that their leader had been captured, and now it was time for the soldiers. They took off and ran to fight with the mountain ghosts. There was no fear in them. The soldiers clashed swords in battle. They were determined, and in this battle anyone could die. And then the mountain ghosts began to run away because their deputy commander was defeated and they had no chance. The girl reported the situation to Qin Feng, that the front line of the mountain ghosts collapsed during the collision, and the remaining soldiers ran away as Qin Feng expected. The guy said that this was very good, and they needed to act according to plan, after which the girl pulled the bowstring. There was a bright explosion of fireworks in the sky. For the warriors, this was a sign that they needed to stop the chase and it was time to implement the plan. Last night before the battle, Qin Feng called the heads of the various groups to a meeting. Qin Feng had a plan that the forest provides shelter for mountain ghosts, and therefore it is full of traps. Because of this, they decided to set the mountain on fire. The commander of one of the squads said that in these mountains and forests there are several types of medicinal herbs that are difficult to grow in Daza, and they need to be transferred to the Ye family in the capital. Qin Feng asked if it was more important to pay tribute to the Ye family than to repel enemy invaders, after which the commander said that they also raised this issue with the emperor. But Qin Feng ordered that he was the commander-in-chief, and as soon as he sent the signal, they should begin to burn the mountain. The signal appeared immediately. After Qin Feng gave the signal, the mountain and forest were set on fire and it began to burn with flames. Qin Feng understood that the mountain ghost troop still did not want to come out and was trying to lure them into a trap. But if they did not come out, he would burn them alive. And then warriors of mountain ghosts began to run out of the burning forest. They ran, and one of them shouted that no one should be afraid of anything, because the guy would fight with them, and today they would take the life of Daze's dog. The warriors understood that everything was going according to plan, and the ghosts, driven into a dead end, were forced to fight for their lives. And so the commander foresaw a way to counter this. Spearmen with shields began to form a shield. The mountain ghosts burst through the fire, falling into the traps of Qin Feng's squad, after which Qin Feng himself ran into battle with the words that he was here and who wanted his life. The guy immediately, without mercy, began to kill everyone who ran out of the forest towards him. There were many bodies of people from the mountain ghost clan lying around Qin Feng. The squad commanders realized that Qin Feng was too strong, and they did not know what to do. They decided to retreat because they had looked at his strength, and it was far beyond imagination. They thought about how they could explain this catastrophic defeat after returning. One of them decided to make a military promise that if next time he could not kill Qin Feng, he would commit suicide as an apology. The guy took this into account and realized that Qin Feng was much more interesting than he imagined. Qin Feng expected a new appearance, but assumed that the mountain ghosts no longer intended to continue the battle. Qin Feng gave orders that the troops would continue to advance, and as soon as they reached the top of the mountain, they would begin to build defensive structures. The main character said that when he is gone, Xiao Shuang will be fully responsible for the command, and Feng Jiang will help her, and whoever disobeys will be punished according to military laws. The girl asked what would happen to Qin Feng, to which he replied that he was ready to break through. The girl was surprised and asked why so quickly because the guy had just recently broken through. But he replied that when the herbs donated by the earthly mother were delivered, they too would have to prepare for a breakthrough. The guys thanked Master Qin Feng. Qin Feng found out that intelligence reports said that there were 4 void realms in the mountain ghost, so he would have to speed up his pace. He began to make a breakthrough to a second-level Great Master. The guy was resting after the breakthrough and thinking about the mountain ghosts, because in his past life, there were none. He also assumed that the emperor knew little about the clan, so he sent him so that Qin Feng would step on a trap. The guy was trying to understand if there was some kind of force behind the clan of mountain ghosts. For the next few days, the mountain ghosts did not cause any disturbance. Taking advantage of this time, Qin Feng helped his people break through. Pills prepared in the dung pavilion were also delivered. The troops led by Qin Feng are completely ready. The other side, the mountain ghost clan. The mountain ghost clan also completed their final preparations. They gathered troops again and rushed to the fortress. Arrows began to fly from the mountain directly at Qin Feng's warriors. The arrow hit one of the people looking at the towers and wounded him in the chest. They immediately rang the bells to announce the enemy attack. Everyone realized that the enemy was attacking, which meant that the mountain ghosts had begun to attack. The captain of the squad said that the curtain opens and they go on stage. The Ghost Clan warriors were on their birds again. They were shooting at the people with their bows. But they tried not to panic and implement according to a well-thought-out strategy. The archers drew their bows and inserted arrows with a smoke bomb. They flew far into the sky and will soon become active. Smoke bombs began to explode, filling the sky with thick black smoke. The enemy looked at the coal smoke ball and decided that this thing was completely useless. But explosions immediately began to appear in place of the smoke ball. The squad leader was frightened by the exploding balls, which were invented by Qin Feng. Qin Feng asked about the situation at the front. The guy replied that his modified checkers and flame pills had excellent compatibility. The main character continued to watch, and realized that they were able to destroy the wind group formation. And soon, in the chaos of the wind group, another group should appear. Qin pointed his sword forward and told those who were brave to follow him in order to tear off the head of the enemy general. But he was not so simple and began to use his magic, taking out his hand around which blue smoke appeared. The enemy general, using his strength, began to lift stones. He stood on the wasteland and waited for the enemy to appear. The assistant asked Qin Feng how the enemy general did this, and the guy noticed that in the group of mountain ghosts there really was a person who could dig holes and make bridges. Then the enemy captain gave the order to his troops to capture the fortress and kill everyone. Qin Feng was ready to parry the blow. He understood his sword to show it. And so their swords joined side by side in battle. Everyone found someone they could fight with, and a fierce battle ensued. Qin Feng said that this was the first time he had seen raising human heads on a pole, to which the enemy general replied that he would repeat these words in front of Qin Feng's grave. And then the enemy decided to remove the blade of his dagger and strike again. Qin Feng knocked out the enemy's dagger and informed him if he was too arrogant, then he will die, and at that very second, Qin Feng made a wound on the enemy's chest. He began to bleed as Qin Feng struck again. And so he raised his sword for the final decisive blow. And he thrust his sword into the general but did not hit because he was missing. Qin Feng told the general that he had already guessed that they would use surprise attacks, so he organized shelter for many soldiers. After all, those who climbed the wall should not have come down from it. Qin Feng also prepared a gift for monsters who can fly. Qin Feng stated that as long as he was here, the fortress would not fall. The general suggested that in this case it would be better for him to kill him. A huge poisonous centipede crawled out of the ground, which the enemy general ordered to eat the guy. Right at that very second, she went underground, tearing it apart with her huge paws. The general reported that his centipede was known for its strong poison, and that Qin Feng would completely dissolve in the poison. One part of the centipede did not have time to crawl underground, and a lot of dust rose. And then she was cut open, her body parts flew, and there was a lot of blood. Qin Feng did this and declared that this pitiful pet was not even in the void realm. The general couldn't believe that Qin Feng could actually kill his pet. Something long and white appeared behind the general, and all around there was smoke rising from the carnage. It was a man from the Mountain Ghost clan who arrived. He apologized to the captain for being late because his team was defeated. The general said that it was not too late and that the guy would help him, and then they would kill Qin Feng. The wing of the bird on which the guy arrived flapped. Qin Feng dodged and felt how sharp the feathers of this bird were. The general told Qin Feng that he would not be able to withstand the meeting with the two mountain ghost captains. The enemy was about to attack, and Qin Feng stood in a fighting stance, always ready to repel the blow. A blow flashed in front of Qin Feng and hit him. The general managed to wound Qin Feng, and he fell to his knees. A little blood came out of him. The enemy came closer, put a dagger to his neck, and said that he would take Qin Feng's head as a trophy. When suddenly Qin Feng began to dissolve, he was simply carried away by the wind. And then the general realized that something was wrong, because the guy simply began to disappear. And then Qin Feng found himself next to the general and asked him how he could fight the afterimage. The air attacker shouted that Qin Feng had been caught. He was very happy that he had caught him, but the guy was easily able to catch the arrow that the man shot at him. He turned it with the tip and swung it. The arrow was shot back with great force from Qin Feng's hand. This arrow quickly reached its target and pierced straight into the attacker's heart, piercing right through. The general believed that he had a great opportunity to strike, because Qin Feng was not careful. But the guy at that very second grabbed the general right by the face with his hand. He trampled him with his head and body into the ground, thereby leaving an imprint. The general wondered how Qin Feng managed to do this, to which the guy replied that the general was too weak for him. His face was crazy. The ally general could not believe that Qin Feng could be so strong. All the warriors who climbed the wall during the attack also failed and were defeated. One of the squad captains understood that his group was completely defeated. He felt that they urgently needed to leave, so he immediately sat on the bird. The guy looked at how Qin Feng held the general pinned to the ground. And so Qin Feng lets him go because he notices that the other guy wants to try to escape. He immediately jumped into battle to cut the bird and the guy apart. Qin Feng struck from start to finish with his demonic sword. The bird began to scream in pain and bleed, and Qin Feng climbed onto its head. The beast collapsed along with its rider to the ground. The horsemen said that the battle was over because their group was completely defeated. The girl ran to Qin Feng and said that they had destroyed the Mountain Ghost plan with very few losses. Qin Feng said that this was very good and ordered that the two mountain ghosts be found and handed over to the court. A man wearing a black cape and gold accents on his shoulders appeared behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned around and didn't understand how it happened because he didn't notice his appearance at all. The master who appeared behind Qin Feng began to kill his clanmates with the help of dark energy. Qin Feng realized that the master killed him so that he would shut his mouth and not say anything in court. This master had his face hidden and his hands had iron claws. Qin Feng decided to introduce Chirp into this matter so that he could help him. Chirp made a protective dome over the body of one of the generals to protect him from the master's blow. The master stated that if Qin Feng is able to block his attack, then he is truly an amazing talent. Warriors began to run from the fortress, shouting that they needed to protect the commander and kill the mountain ghosts. The warriors surrounded the master and shouted that they would kill him by pointing their spears at him. The master smiled and said that they should consider themselves lucky today, and he began to go underground. The warriors immediately rushed to attack but could not. The master going underground said that they would continue to fight. After all, in the future, not only the fortress, but the whole thing will be destroyed anyway. Having successfully repelled the attack, Qin Feng began interrogating one of the generals. The general asked Qin Feng why he saved him, and even used precious pills on him. Qin Feng said that the one in the cloak is in a hurry to kill the guy, so he must prove that he will be valuable to Qin Feng. The guy stated that this old man had outstanding Void Realm skills, and Qin Feng asked if he was the real leader of the Mountain Ghost clan. The general said that no one would have thought because they trust this leader, and he is using them as pawns, so he will tell everything to Qin Feng. The guy said that this one in the cloak, Udun, a representative from the Heavenly Temple, is their official ally. From the very beginning, this person has helped the Ghost Clan advance into the Void Realm, and his own strength is even more incomprehensible. And their Mountain Ghost Clan became more and more dependent on him. And by the time they realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. They could not disobey him. Qin Feng remembered from his previous life that the Heavenly Temple was as important a place as the Moon Palace. The Heavenly Temple was considered flawless in every aspect, and their inner secrets were even more terrifying, Qin Feng recalled. And then Qin Feng suggested that the Heavenly Temple was raising mountain ghosts as puppets, and in order to use them as cannon fodder to invade Days. And their ultimate goal will be to capture Days and create a puppet dynasty. Qin Feng put his hand on the general's shoulder and offered him a deal, since he is so disappointed with this respectable man. The old man told the leader that the mountain ghosts had completely failed. Luo Huang, this guy believed that if he had been allowed to go, he would have captured the fortress long ago. And the old man agreed, saying that the guy must lead the attack and he could not fail. To which the guy said that he would definitely bring Qin Feng's head. The next day, on the instructions of Qin Feng, all the warriors gathered and prepared for the campaign to finally defeat the clan of mountain ghosts. Under the leadership of the captured Luo Shi, the army continued on its way about half a day later. The entire army had reached the mountain ghost territory. Riders on birds were approaching the army. They were flying and wanted to avenge the dead of their fellow tribesmen and kill everyone. Qin Feng said that I am attacking the mountain ghosts, and this will be the last battle. The one who performs the most military feats will be awarded with a large number of pills. The guys started screaming. They were ready to turn their commander into a pauper. And then they all headed into battle and galloped to attack. Qin Feng noticed something sparkling on the mountain in the distance. Some huge projectile was flying towards them straight from the mountain and was about to reach its target. He began to crash into the ground, causing the warriors to immediately fall. Some began to fly to the sides. From this projectile, a huge, fiery monster emerged, and also the one who was going to kill Qin Feng. He asked where the one called Qin Feng was. He asked him to come out and fight him. Otherwise, this man will burn all these bastards. A huge, fiery whirlwind began to follow people. It lifted them up, and they asked for help. Luo Huang was very glad that he was able to do something. Qin Feng also did not stand aside and already jumped on this guy, saying that if he was looking for death, then he would help him. Qin Feng threw a punch, but Luo Huang was able to dodge the blow. Suddenly this guy was behind Qin Feng and he was very happy about it. Luo Huang was glad that Qin Feng had finally arrived. He was going to turn Qin Feng into powder to feed the great land of their lands. Luo Huang began to glow with fire. He said that he was the most powerful among the four. The guy wanted Qin Feng to feel the difference between himself and him. He immediately went into battle like the other generals before him. The enemy attacked Qin Feng and hit him with his blade, but the main character was able to defend himself with his sword. Qin Feng felt how hot the sword was, because when he approached, the guy began to feel like he was in a steam room. Luo Huang said that an ordinary sword would break, but Qin Feng's sword is good, but soon it will become this guy. The main character found himself behind this babble and asked how long he would chat. Qin Feng threw a punch, but it went through the guy and he became all fiery, because this was his explosive illusion, and Qin Feng would now take a fiery flame bath. But Luo Huang himself was at a distance from his fiery impulse. This fire consumed Qin Feng, and he disappeared behind a huge layer of fire. Luo Huang stated that anyone who meets his demonic fire will turn into ashes. And then this guy gets hit from behind, causing him to bleed. The guy didn't understand what happened at first. He turned to Qin Feng and looked at him. Qin Feng stood safe and unharmed. He asked the guy that he thought that he would become coal, but not fate. Luo Huang didn't understand how Qin Feng managed to resist such flames. Qin Feng asked that it is difficult for people who do not have alchemists to understand what a fire protection pill is. The guy began to cough up blood and said that it was good, because Qin Feng had awakened the fighting spirit in him, and as part of the fire team of the Mountain Ghost Clan, he had to. But Qin Feng didn't let him finish and was already near the guy's neck. He looked at him and asked if it was true, after which he made a strong blow and said that this guy was not worthy to fight with him. From his blow, Luo Huang's beast was divided into two parts. Luo Huang's body fell to the ground, and a few drops of blood flew out of his mouth again. Qin Feng stood over this man's body and looked to the side, as if looking at something. An old man in a cloak watched all this. He saw how Qin Feng killed Luo Huan in a few blows. He could not believe that the guy was so strong. And then he realized that he could only rely on himself, clenching his claws. The master decided to attack Qin Feng and told him to accept his fate. But Qin Feng saw that he was being attacked and tried to react somehow. He asked the old man that he could not sit still. And Qin Feng also struck for the old man, throwing himself and him in different directions. The master began to stop in a half squat. He was surprised by Qin Feng's strength. The old man shouted that Qin Feng had ruined his plans, so he would make him die and turn him into ashes. He began to fire a huge volley of fiery vessels at him and asked him to taste the equipment that belonged to his palace. Chirp immediately began to defend his master. He made a wall of his vines in front of Qin Feng to protect him from the fire strikes. The old man did not understand what kind of monster it was and how he was able to repel this blow. Qin Feng laughed at the old man and said that his palace's secret technique was not that scary. The master began to shout that he was the venerable Udun who opened and expanded the territory of the heavenly palace. He asked for respect. The main character asked the Chirp to get ready to act. Chirp was able to grab the old man by the corse and immobilize him without any problems. The old man looked at what immobilized him and could not understand what it was. Qin Feng approached the old man and asked if he had any last words. But the old man was not going to give up and said that the guy forced him to resort to the extreme of using his sect's secret weapon. The master began to glow with blue energy and something blue flew out of his chest. It looked like daggers, and they approached Qin Feng at very high speed. Chirp built a huge wall that was supposed to protect his owner, and Qin Feng also placed a sword in front of him. But these blue knives were able to cut through all the demonic vines with ease. They flew out of them and were almost near Qin Feng's face. He had no way to hide. And right next to Qin Feng's throat, a blue color of energy slipped. The knives began to turn back, returning to the direction from which they were launched. The master said that he did not expect that Qin Feng would force him to use this remedy. But if he resorts to this move, then this is the absolute end for the enemy. Qin Feng smiled and asked the old man that these knives were really his trump card. The old man stated that he is the strongest person in the void realm among the mountain ghosts, and all this is the result of growth thanks to the gift of his palace. He's also the true owner of the second level of the void realm. Qin Feng supported that he could not be compared with Luo Huang or the others, but as long as he had his sword in his hands, he was confident in his abilities. The old man said that these swords are the result of multiple tempering of mountain ghosts and many demonic beasts, but Qin Feng's master-level body is filled with demonic energy. It would not be able to bear this and withstand the blows, and the old man launched these swords at Qin Feng again. But he was able to cut these swords with his sword, thus protecting himself. Qin Feng asked the old man that he decided to play with him. The guy was confident in his abilities. The old man did not understand how this could be possible. This sword broke his sword, and the master suggested. And the old man turned around and began to try to run away. Qin Feng watched all this as the old man ran across the sky. But he began to catch up with him. Fear was visible on the old man's face. He was afraid. And then Qin Feng overtook the old man and said that the game was over. He stuck his sword into him. In front of many people, Qin Feng defeated the old man. People saw this and thought about how this was possible and whether the mountain ghosts had been defeated. Everyone immediately started shouting that their captain was the best and strongest. With the death of Udun, the mountain ghosts completely lost hope. According to the agreement between Qin Feng and Luo Shi, the Mountain Ghost Clan would be protected by the Qin family from being persecuted by the Ye family. But the price for this for the Mountain Ghosts would be to serve the Qin family. The leader of the Mountain Ghosts led Qin Feng to the room where all the items of the Venerable Wudong were located. There was a book on the table that caught my attention. Qin Feng went to her and looked. It was a Luo Shun-style book, which meant that these were the guy's sword techniques. And because of this, Wudong recognized the sword and was afraid, starting to run away from Qin Feng. He realized that they really had a manual on the sword. The main character opened the book and still realized that this was just a fragment of the book, and in the future he would come to make a trip to the Heavenly Palace. After the news of defeating the mountain ghosts reached the capital, Ye Fangxing immediately summoned Qin Feng back to the capital, and the mountain ghosts would go to Cloud City after they dealt with matters. The warriors said goodbye to Qin Feng. They loved him and said that they would be ready to serve him again. Qin Feng's friend said that the gentleman had reached heights and would receive awards, but Feng just wanted not to be touched by Ye Fangxing. Entering the capital, Qin Feng sighed and said that he had finally returned. Qin Feng appeared before the emperor, who asked him to tell him more. The emperor was interested in how Qin Feng was able to defeat the mountain ghosts. Ye Fangxing was angry, but did not show it. He said that he knew that the mountain ghosts had a strong person from the Void Realm. How could Qin Feng deal with him? Qin Feng stated that the Void Realm of the Mountain Ghost Clan was created through the use of pills by the venerable Wudong from the Heavenly Palace, and its actual combat strength was not worth mentioning. Ye Fangxing was surprised to hear about the Heavenly Palace, because its supreme power is beyond the desert territory, and its strength is not inferior to that of the Lunar Palace. People began to discuss the news. They thought that the Heavenly Palace was preparing to take action against them. And Qin Feng added fuel to the fire, saying that they would soon invade them and it was only a matter of time. People were afraid. They didn't know if they could survive given their current condition. The emperor listened attentively, and suddenly he slammed his hand hard on the table. The emperor stood up and said that he had an idea. He suggested that they should unite, because they must use all the strength of the families and support the immortal Moon Palace to fight against the Heavenly Palace. This statement shocked all members of different families. Qin Feng thought about it. He thought that Ye Fangxing was trying to demonstrate his courage and absorb the rest of the families. Ye Fangxing asked the Qin family to provide dozens of precious medicines to the palace. The Yi family representative thanked the Qin family for their cooperation. Qin Feng understood that the Qin family, thanks to his efforts in agriculture, had a rich harvest and easily passed on these medicines, but other families... A few days later, the Nanggong family returned to their residence. The woman dared to ask the third prince for what purpose he came this time. The third prince asked about the equipment that the royal house requires, whether it has already been created, because the progress of the Nanggong family is worrying and the prince's father is a little dissatisfied. The girl was angry at this, but they stopped her and answered that cleaning weapons is a craft work, and it cannot be delayed in any way. The Nanggong family hoped that the king would grant them a few more days of respite. The third prince began to say that supporting the Lunar Palace is an important matter, and if the Nanggug family does not hand over the equipment properly, then their Nanggong family might be imprisoned for treason. The third prince began to walk away and laugh loudly. People understood that the Ye family just wanted to use the palace. It's all about enriching your pockets. The guys sat and discussed how cruel the emperor was. Qin Feng guessed that if the emperor had no strength, then he would not dare to blackmail the four families so easily. He must have crossed the limit. The two guys were shocked. In what sense did the emperor overcome the limit? What did Qin Feng mean? They were interested. Qin Feng began to explain that the Ye family used to behave impudently, but at least they knew how to use them for mutual control. But now they are clearly threatening the four major families. And Qin Feng suggested that Ye Fangxing became the first power of the second Void Realm in Daza. Such an assumption shocked the guys. And if this is so, then next time he will definitely take the opportunity to annex families that do not obey him. Therefore, they decided that if they did not obey the emperor, they would be exterminated, but then it would be a slow death. The guys demanded that Qin Feng come up with something and deal with this problem. The guy said that he really has a plan because Ye Fangxing is ruthless and merciless. Then he will have to give up the throne. Actions in a small house at the table. Qin Feng asked the girl if she could complete the task on her own, but she stated that Ye Fangxing could become more serious at any moment, and the capital could not do without the guy. She immediately ran and said that she would complete the first stage of the plan perfectly, and that Qin Feng would wait for news. Qin Feng watched the trail of the fleeing girl, and Qin Feng's plan, which has been brewing for him for a long time, begins here. Qin Feng was summoned to the palace and he arrived, which was reported to the emperor. Qin Feng asked what the emperor wanted, to which he asked if the guy had heard about the attack on the lunar palace, and it was completely destroyed. The guy was shocked by the news that this really happened. The emperor ordered Qin Feng, as the best alchemist in Daza, to go to the lunar court and help restore the spiritual lands. Qin Feng refused the emperor because the Qin family was making pills for the lunar palace, and his capabilities were exhausted. He asked for forgiveness for his inability. The emperor stood over Qin Feng and stated that the spiritual place in the immortal lunar palace is a natural reservoir of treasures, and therefore, at the moment, the main thing is to return the lunar palace to a first priority position. Ye Fangxing said that he believes in the guy, and as long as he restores the sacred lands, then the Qin family does not need to provide pills. The emperor also said that if the guy agreed, he would be able to offer Qin Feng various rewards. The guy said that if His Majesty said so, then it would be difficult for him to refuse, and he would have to take on a heavy burden. But in fact, Qin Feng was waiting for the emperor to talk about the reward. After negotiations with Ye Fangxin, Qin Feng immediately assembled his team and prepared to set off. The support of other families also understood that Qin Feng had already left and they should start preparing. After traveling for several days, Qin Feng and his group arrived at the Moon Palace. The guy sat at the table. The girls brought him food and massaged him, and he ate. The new head of the Lunar Palace, Lu Funyu, came out to the guys. The new head of the Moon Palace bowed deeply to Mr. Qin Feng. The guy stood up, greeted the girl in the same way, and said that they would not waste time on empty words, and asked to take the guy to the damaged lands. The girl agreed. The lands were in a terrible state. There was nothing, smoke and dirt. Qin Feng said that the criminal used special oil to destroy spiritual herbs and soil. The guy also asked Mrs. Fu if she knew who could have done this. The girl stated that this was the daughter of the previous head of the palace, a villain named Lu Xiaoshuang. She told how in the past her mother betrayed them, but the lady saved her life and the girl returned good with evil. But Qin Feng knew everything. The guy, smiling, said that the girl would not worry because he would take care of the restoration of the land. The girl also added that they had previously turned to alchemists, but they could not do anything. The girl was interested in whether Qin Feng had a really effective method. But Qin Feng said that restoring the spiritual lands is not easy, and the head of the palace needs to prepare something for him. They brought the guy a stove and the necessary ingredients. He lit a blue flame with 2 fingers of his hand, and he put both hands forward, fingers extended. The ingredients began to fly off the trays and come together. Qin Feng realized that in order to counteract the remnants of fire poison in the soil, grass with ice elements would be effective. The guy began to combine leg with grass, creating a pill. The girl watched this and did not understand how the guy could do it, because all the alchemists in Daza who tried to do this simply froze. Qin Feng continued to create the pill above the furnace. The girl covered her face with a gentle hand. The main character said that everything is ready, and thus an ice pill is formed that can extinguish the fiery poison. The guy began to place ice pills into the ground in order to restore it. And blue circles began to appear from underground and spread, and grass appeared under them. After this method, the lands immediately began to bloom and flowers came out. The girls noticed that the strange smell had disappeared, and the soil temperature had dropped. Lady Fu looked at Qin Feng and believed that he was the most experienced alchemist in Daza. The guy came up and told the girl that this was only the first step towards recovery, so he would ask her for cooperation in the next few days. The guy sits and looks at the book. Without leaving the book, the guy asked the girl if he had learned anything over the past few days. The girl replied that Qin Feng guessed correctly, and Ye Fangxing was wary of something, so he placed all the looted resources in the immortal lunar palace. There are also many warriors who are secretly undergoing training. Perhaps this is Ye Fangxiang's hidden trump card. The guy slammed the book shut and invited the girl to get to the bottom of it, and then they could figure it out. Qin Feng walks with his assistants and waters the spiritual lands with water. Mrs. Fu called out to Qin Feng to show him her personal disciple Lin, and he can dispose of it as he pleases for his well-being. The girl was very modest. With a big heart, she lowered her head and waited for what they would say next. Qin Feng told Mrs. Fu that if she wanted the guests to leave, then he would say so, after which the guy asked Haochen and Sheru to leave. They said, okay. Mrs. Fu didn't understand what happened, so she asked the guy and what she did wrong. Qin Feng replied that perhaps the lady does not know, but Lin Xuan once annulled their engagement. After which the guy turned harshly on Lin and screamed at her. She was trembling with fear. The girl clenched her teeth. She was in great pain. Lin fell to her knees and asked Mr. Chin Feng to forgive her because she was blind in the past. The guy also stated that a broken mirror is difficult to restore, and the main character stated that they themselves will have to restore the spiritual lands on their own. Mrs. Fu apologized and bowed, after which she stated that she apologizes and is ready to give a piece of land to Mr. Chin. And that's exactly what the guy needed. He smiled sarcastically. The main character immediately turned around and said that he would try, both for the sake of the emperor and for the sake of the palace, doing everything possible. A few more days passed and things finally improved a little. Chin Feng began to prepare to suppress the Moon Palace. Chin Feng's comrade was ready to lead the command and completely blockade the Lunar Palace. Zhueru was going to control the alchemy room and other facilities. And Lu Xiaoshuan will lead a group with the help of which he will kill the newly born warriors of the Yi family. Chin Feng hit the table and said, "Yi Fangxing, you want to take advantage of the chaos and capture the 4 major families, right?" Then the guy decided to play with the emperor himself. A fire started. Everyone was called upon to put it out quickly. Lady Fu was angry because the spiritual land had just been restored, and if that bitch Xiao Shuang was here again, he would cut her into pieces. The girl came running and noticed a fire, and Chin Feng was standing behind it. She started asking about where the fire was and who did it, and whether Lu Xiaoshuang set it on fire. But Chin Feng stated that he simply used fire to attract the lady to him. Madame Fu didn't understand what Chin Feng meant. After which Chin Feng pointed to the girl and told the lady that she had not yet realized that Lu Xiaoshuang was his subordinate. The girl was angry with Chin Feng. She asked why he did this and destroyed the spiritual lands. After which the guy stated that if he had not done this, the emperor would not have sent him here, and he would not have been able to find out the details about her lunar palace. The girl attacked the guy and said that he was a dirty traitor, and he should know that she was. The guy pulled out his sword and knocked the blade out of the girl's hands, asking if she wanted to kill him. Such a blow from Chin Feng caused Madame Fu to fly back and become disarmed. The girl began to ask the guy how dare he do this because she... To which Chin Feng replied that he knows everything, that Ye Fangxing is already in the Void Realm and he wants to make Lady Fu the next warrior of the Void Realm. After which the girl said that then he must understand that if something happens to the girl, Ye Fangxing will kill him. The main character waved his blade and said that his main goal is to completely secretly destroy all the military force that belongs to Fu and Ye Fangxing. Therefore first he will kill Mrs. Fu and then it will be his turn. Chin Feng stood with his team by the river and watched. His comrade apologized for missing Lin Xuan. The guy said that it didn't matter, because even if she ran away, the girl would not be able to disrupt their plans, because they would immediately go to the capital. Chin Feng told Lu Xiaoshan that he was glad that he finally managed to return the Moon Palace, and in the future she will become the new master of the palace. The girl came up behind the guy, hugged and kissed him. Lin, out of breath and tired, was able to successfully reach the capital. She was glad that she was able to get there, because now she believed that Chin Feng would pay with blood. But then an arrow from a bow was placed at Lin's head, which was exactly what she felt. The people who helped Chin Feng met Lin in the capital. Chin Feng also arrived in the capital with his group on horseback. They entered the house and Chin Feng said that they had been waiting for a long time and now they could proceed to the next stage. The girl turned to Chin Feng's brother and asked what to do with Lin. The guy approached Lin and said that the Bai family, Nanggong and Qin, had entered into an alliance and had already secretly isolated the capital, and the girl thought that she could get out of Chin Feng's grip. Lin began to cry and say that she was ready to serve him and would always be loyal throughout her life. But the guy said that it was already too late because he would never forget what she did to him. The guy ordered that Lin be thrown across the river and finished off. The girl begged for one last chance. Chin Feng inquired about whether something had happened in his absence, to which his sister said that Ye Fangxing did not have the opportunity yet, after which the guy suggested taking him by surprise and asked the guys if they were ready. The brother reported that the Bai family's fighting force was ready to attack. The sister also joined in and said that the Nanggong family did too. Then Chin Feng said that they would go and overthrow Emperor Ye Fangxing from the throne. Ye family manor. The emperor sits drawing and thinks that he is overcome by an anxious feeling. A man ran to the emperor and reported that something was wrong. He said that the Bai family and the Nanggong family suddenly united and attacked the palace. The emperor stood up and walked with an angry gait, saying that the Bai family and Nanggong had gone crazy. From the roof of the Ye family's estate, Qin Feng threw his blade and said that he was the crazy one. The man was able to jump away from the guy's blade, but he almost hit and could have ended everything right away. Qin Feng was on the roof opposite Emperor Ye Fangxing. Ye Fangxing became angry and said that this was presumptuous, and the Qin family are truly rebels and traitors. The emperor ran to attack Qin Feng and declared that tonight he would destroy the Qin family. He tried to hit the main character, but he saw all his actions and was able to dodge without any problems, after which the guy kicked the emperor in the face. From such a blow, he managed to throw the emperor off the roof, causing damage. The emperor fell from the roof to the ground. A roar and dust rose. Qin Feng said that the emperor was beaten by a person who is a level below him, and he is truly a weak emperor. The emperor raised his hands and said that he had ascended to the Void Realm, and he could not lose to a traitor. He stated that he would now show a weapon that could only be controlled by people in the realm of the Void. Ye Fangxing said that weapons would come to him and kill the traitors of the country. The sword was activated by the emperor's call and immediately began to waver. A sword flew out of the ground, which the emperor grabbed in his hands and named it Zhengguo. The old man grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands and immediately attacked Qin Feng, but he was able to parry the blow with his sword. Qin Feng asked that the Void Realm and weapons to defend the country are everything, to which the emperor stated that he would not allow insults to the protective artifact. The swords of Qin Feng and the emperor clashed. Suddenly the emperor staggered from the guy's blow, and Qin Feng asked him if the great Emperor Days was really so weak. The blow was so strong that Qin Feng sent the emperor into the house, breaking through the wall. The emperor flew into someone else's house, and the resident who was there was very frightened. Qin Feng asked the emperor if he still hoped to wait for reinforcements, but no one will come to the emperor anymore, because everyone was taken hostage. The emperor went on the attack and told the guy that he was talking nonsense. Qin Feng said that it was all over and struck a strong blow with his sword directly at the emperor. From such a blow, the shockwave threw the old man far away. The blow again carried the emperor into someone's house and he broke it. Qin Feng could not believe that the emperor was still standing on his feet after this blow. Ye Fangxing's eyes glowed red, and he began to laugh and say that he was wearing armor made from the bones of a large demon. He took off his clothes and said that no one could break this armor. Qin Feng was very angry, because there would be retribution for creating the demonic armor, and sooner or later the big demon would want to take over his body and resurrect. To which the emperor shouted that this was nonsense because a demon could never subjugate a person. Ye Fangxing said that rather than being destroyed by the Qin traitor, he would take risks and take everything into his own hands. The emperor was already like a demon. He attacked Qin Feng and said that he would die as a traitor. A huge sword was approaching Qin Feng, and he did not know how to defend against this blow. The sword hit, the earth shook, huge boulders began to rise up. This blow landed on Qin Feng, who was able to defend himself with his sword. The emperor shouted how he felt the strength in his body, and how easy it was to kill Qin Feng. Qin Feng laughed and asked if this was true, but he was sorry that demonization only adds strength. But it would be necessary to add brains as well. Chirp began to pull out his demonic vines. He grabbed the old man with them. He began to shout that he could not catch him this way. The emperor had already gone crazy and said that he would gain hollow power and they would all die. Qin Feng approached the emperor and said that the human race has been in conflict with the demon race since ancient times, and so he asked to be allowed to send the emperor to another world. While he was still human, Qin Feng pierced the emperor with his blade, and a large blue cold energy appeared. It started snowing on the streets. People saw it and watched with interest. The guys who were with Qin Feng realized that there was no movement in the palace, and brother Qin Feng must have won. The dying emperor lay in his pool of blood and told the guy that he knew that he was using the Luoshen sword. And the emperor has a second sword manual, and if he allowed the Ye family to stay, he could give it to him. At that word, the emperor died, and Qin Feng exhaled. The great Emperor Days Ye Fangxing acted against the law for many years, seeking to absorb the four great families, and was eventually beheaded by Qin Feng Wu of the Qin family. After this, an inspection of the Yi and Situ families began. The main culprits from the Ye family, including the third prince, were executed. Only a few women and children who posed no threat were left behind. The position of emperor should have gone to Qin Fen, but he politely refused, explaining that he was busy with his cultivation. So the head of the Qin family, Qin Zhan, ascended the throne, changed the name of the country to Qin, and took the oath as the founding emperor. 3 families are forever united in their hearts. Actions a few months after the fall of the Ye family. Qin Feng plays a game with a girl. He asks her if things were going well in the palace, to which she answered yes. Qin Feng was saying that now that the overall situation in the country has stabilized, and Qin Feng and Lu Xiaoshuang have advanced to the 5th master level, they should look at a longer-term perspective. The girl asked if the guy had figured out how they would resist the heavenly palace, Tianxiao, to which the guy answered yes. First, he would help the mountain ghosts build their own city on the border with them, and this city will become Daze's springboard against Tianxiao Palace. Also, the guy could not sit idly by, and therefore was going to create a sect specializing in counteracting the Tianxiao Palace. The girl was surprised that Qin Feng had already, he said that for a long time, but he would not be the leader of the sect. The guy appointed Lu as the leader of the Heaven's Destruction sect. She was shocked by this. In the desert between the Qin Empire and the Longlin Empire, the guy studied that Tianxiao Palace has halls in many empires, so he will first go to the hall of the Longlin Empire to collect some information. Qin Feng was puzzled as to how such a weak empire as Longlin still managed to exist, most likely because the emperor is a puppet of the palace. The main character was walking through the desert and heard the screams of some guys who called some guy weak, and the fact that he wants to take revenge on the Tianxiao Palace means he is stupid. Qin Feng sat down behind a large stone and thought about what these guys were saying about Tianxiao Palace. He looked out from behind the stone to see what was happening there, and saw 2 guys beating one, after which a guy with a wild face put a sword to the face of the lying man, and said that idiots who do not know their strength must die. Qin Feng knocked his blade out of the guy's hand and asked a question about what they said, that they were from Tianxiao Palace. The beating guy immediately stood up, asking Qin Feng what it was, scratching his arm. The guys started laughing at the stranger who was trying to be a hero. The guy who was lying there told Qin Feng to run, because these are some of the best students of the Tianxiao Palace. They are level 9 masters. Qin Feng joked that this guy couldn't even hold a sword tightly, so how could he be a master? These guys immediately got angry and said that the guy dares to neglect the Tianxiao Palace. Then they will see what he's like. Qin Feng took out his blade and immediately began to attack, asking whether the guys wanted to see his strength. Qin Feng said that these guys will pay for this with their lives, putting the blade back behind his back. The main character extended his hand to the lying guy and said that he was here for the first time and wanted to ask something. Qin Feng said that it turns out that there are many people who lost their home, country, and sect because of the Tianxiao Palace. And so Qin Feng had a place that perhaps the guy would want to look into. He walked on a camel through the desert and believed that anyone who hated Tianxiao Palace could help him. And the guy had to find a way to attract these people. The border city of the Longlin Empire, the protagonist believed that if he wanted to attract talents, then it was best for him to let them see the power of the Heaven's Destruction sect. The main character believed that it was time to create a reputation. Sunny Day Qin appeared in the city. Fortunately, Qin Feng had the person he saved give him a token. He also said that there were resistance organizations in the border towns, and that he could get help there with the help of a token. And Qin Feng also asked how to find this organization. The main character heard someone shouting that Qin Feng has no eyes and he must give in dearly. The guy turned around. It was a cage on a horse in which a guy was sitting, and the one who was leading shouted that this would happen to anyone who was against the Tianxiao Palace and the emperor. There was a guy sitting in the cage who was wounded and covered in bruises. People were discussing the fact that the prince was arrested, and the current emperor is the dog of the Tianxiao Palace. Qin Feng noticed that this prince might belong to a resistance organization. Qin Feng watched the prison cart all the way, and as things progressed, he understood the situation in the empire more and more clearly. The previous emperor was killed for resisting the tyranny of the Tianxiao Palace. After this, Prince Long Tiange gathered forces to secretly resist, but failed. After this, Prince Long Tiange gathered forces to secretly resist, but failed. The prince is currently being transported to the capital for execution. This is the former crown prince Long Tiange. The transporters laughed at him and said that the prince was very stupid, that he wanted to resist the Tianxiao Palace, and now he would die. One of the transporters suggested that the prince was a 9th-level martial artist. Would he break out? To which he was told that no, because he had eaten the Tianxiao Palace pill. And now He became an ordinary person, and one of the people began to beat the prince. Now these people could torture the prince as much as they wanted, and one wanted to cut off the prince's hand, to which the other said the main thing was not to kill. And then the voice of Qin Feng was heard, saying that he should not be afraid because the prince would not die. The purple fast demonic energy passed. People's eyes were dumbfounded. There was emptiness in them. The prince looked at the attendant and asked what happened to him. Qin Feng came out and informed the guy that he added some poison to the throwing knife. The prince said that he dared to ask whether Qin Feng was an enemy or a friend. The guy immediately replied that he was a friend and started the prince's hands. The prince asked him what he was doing. Qin Feng probed the guy's hand and said that he understood the principle behind the pill that was given to him. The prince asked Qin Feng if he was an alchemist and what he was going to do, to which the guy stated that he would create an antidote. The prince was surprised that Qin Feng could perform alchemy with his bare hands. The guy told Qin Feng that he wouldn't succeed because the pill he was given was created by a highly qualified alchemist. But then Qin Feng said that everything was ready, and the pill came out. He sent it straight into the prince's mouth and then swallowed it. The prince began to ask what Qin Feng fed him, and he answered him that he would see how good he was. And Qin Feng managed to restore the prince's cultivation. He helped him very easily. The prince had a question. Why, if cultivation had returned to him, he still looked as if without it? Qin Feng said that this is just a small addition for Bro Long, or doesn't he want to give Tianxiao Palace a surprise? The location of the execution had a flag hanging to indicate this. This is where all these people gathered. Long Mu Yun, Emperor of the Longlin Empire, thanks for his help in capturing the robbers. He Yue, a direct descendant of the Tianxiao inner sect, the mentor of the Longlin Emperor, replied that there was no problem, and he would help get rid of the remnants of the past dynasty, and he could look for his brother without any problems. The emperor asked about his brother that he was the venerable Udun. The mentor replied that they were responsible for opening and expanding the territories of the sect, and he left the Longlin Empire to him. And he himself went into the wasteland, and now there is no news from him about the results. The emperor said that the empire would cover all the costs of the search. The mentor said that the execution should begin as soon as possible. The former prince was led along the path to the executioner for execution. People walked and thought that this was all an abomination. Some were glad to simply die next to the prince. Long Tianj rebelled against the emperor and insulted the Tianxiao Palace. The executioner brought an axe over him. The axe blade approached the prince's neck, and he was sentenced that he deserved 10,000 deaths, so he would be beheaded. Qin Feng's sword flies out of nowhere. He smashed the executioner's axe with it and shouted for people to stop the event. The emperor and mentor jumped up and began to find out what was the matter. Qin Feng stood on the shoulders of two soldiers and showed everyone his sword. Qin Feng asked to be allowed to intervene in their trial. The guy jumped off the people and stood on the ground. An angry crowd of people who were not happy that he interrupted the trial immediately ran towards him. Qin Feng did not spare anyone and simply killed them all with his sword. Qin Feng stated that getting to the execution site of the Longlin Empire was as easy as going to a vegetable market. The mentor told the emperor to quickly catch Qin Feng and interrogate him. The arrogant warriors ran to say what death was like for Qin Feng. The prince, thanks to his strength, freed himself from the shackles of chains. The prince also jumped from the place of execution. People began to run to fight him, but without any problems he began to beat everyone and ask them whose land this was. The warriors did not expect that the prince would have strength. They did not understand why the pill did not work, and they were already scared. The prince grabbed one of the warriors and began to choke him. He said that his brother had neutralized that useless pill long ago. The conversation between the prince and Qin Feng, He Yue and Wu Dong, were both at the second level of the Void Realm, and he wanted to figure it out himself. The prince said that this is not possible even if you combine the practice of alchemy and martial arts. Qin Feng said that Wu Dong was already dead, and he killed him, after which the prince said that then he would hold back the others. The prince was dealing with the crowd of warriors and shouted to Brother Qin that he trusts him with the future of the Longlin Empire. Then at that very second, the guy rushed to attack the podium where the mentor was. The mentor took out the blade and said that the ants should not look at him from above. The master released a large amount of energy from his blade. Qin Feng was eager to fight, but his mentor shouted that he could not fight against him. Qin Feng reached the top and shouted that this was all the babbling of an insignificant old man. He was very close to him and told his mentor that this was the end. The mentor called the guy a clown and stuck out his finger, which was collecting red energy. He shot close to Qin Feng and said that he would turn into ashes. The prince saw this blow and wondered if Brother Qin had been hurt, because it was a powerful technique for protecting Tianshao Palace. But Qin Feng was able to get out of the attack without any problems and went to attack the old man again. The old man thought that Qin Feng's sword blocked his secret technique, but he considered it a coincidence, after which he began to regather energy. He fired an even more powerful blast at Qin Feng this time. But the guy repelled this blow without any problems with his sword, firing a retaliatory charge. The charge reached the old man and was able to wound him. The old man found out about Luo Shun and about what the venerable Wudong told him, which meant Qin Feng stated that everything is correct. He killed Wudong. The old man began to shout in panic that this was not possible because they were in the realm of emptiness. But Qin Feng stated that Wudong did not think so at all, and his brother would also lie dead on the deserted ground. The mentor began to collect 6 charges. He wanted to grind Qin Feng into powder. The main character rushed to strike because he had already revealed the old man's secret technique. And so he manages to overtake the old man. He tries to block the blow with his sword. A lot of energy is generated. And then there is a splash that presses the old man into the ground. The old man could not withstand such a blow. Blood poured out from behind his mouth, and he screamed in pain. And then the guy raises his blade over the old man's head. She says goodbye to him, holding her leg on her chest. The old man stated that he was the only one who forced him to take the blood-eating pill. There was a red pill in his teeth, which he began to bite. Qin Feng was thrown to the side, and the effect of the pill filled the old man's body with energy. Qin Feng covered his face and assumed that this pill would resolve his body. But then the old man's feet descend to the ground. He had now become the 4th level of the Void Realm. The old man began to laugh wildly and asked the guy how the strength of the 4th level of the Void Realm was. The guy watched as the old man very quickly rose to the 4th level of the Void Realm, but his body was on the verge of death. Qin Feng thought that the best way would be to strike first. He tried to inflict damage but could not even hit the old man. He was able to dodge. Qin Feng felt himself fly past the old man and was shocked that he failed. The old man began to attack the guy and hit him right on his body, which made it very difficult for him. Qin Feng began to fall, and the old man said that he was tired of this guy's ugliness. Volleys of black-red energy were fired from the old man towards Qin Feng. Perrin was lying on the ground and all the blows fell directly on him. He was in great pain. The stones flew and flew down the slope. Qin Feng tried to get up from the ground and asked the old man why the pill made him so strong. The old man called the main character an idiot because this is not an ordinary pill. It makes the body close to death, and if an ordinary person eats it, he will die. The mentor said that only he deserves such strength, a man who endured so much pain and torture. Qin Feng held the pill in his teeth that the old man drank and said that he now understood how this pill was used. The old man was puzzled when Qin Feng was able to steal the pill, but he said that it doesn't matter because if he eats it, he will die. Qin Feng clenched his teeth and asked if this was true and swallowed the pill. A more frightening silhouette appeared in the sky. The guy said that the agony was close to death. He got used to it a long time ago and moved to the 1st level Void Realm. The old man realized that the main character also managed to obtain this power, and he decided that he had to kill him immediately. The old man got too close to the guy and he pointed his blade right at his body. Qin Feng looked at the old man with his demonic eyes and told him that he was too slow. There was a big explosion that began to blind everything in the area. People didn't believe that Qin Feng could suppress their master's power. They didn't want to believe that the master lost. The emperor also opened his eyes and realized that his mentor had lost and he could not be saved. Qin Feng held the old man in his hand and strangled him. No one believed that anyone could become an opponent for him. The old man said that his master was one of the 3 powerful people in the Void Realm in Tianshao Palace. Qin Feng's face was not like that at all. It was terribly insane, devouring the soul. The guy continued to squeeze the old man's neck, but he told him that he couldn't be killed. But then the old man began to crumble into pieces. His body began to crumble into crystals, and the old man's body completely disappeared, and the guy's hands, he considered his words before his death too mediocre. Qin Feng realized that Tianshao Palace's pills could instantly stimulate a guy's latent power. Moreover, these pills could temporarily increase his level, and this was a great trump card for the guy. He believed that he should try to improve them in the future. The emperor realized that He Yue was dead, and he urgently needed to escape to save himself. But the prince caught up with the guy. He stopped him and said that if he wants to live, he must be obedient. The emperor began to shout that he had usurped the throne and colluded with the Tianxiao palace, so he deserved 10,000 deaths. The prince asked Brother Qin why he asked to save the emperor's life. The guy replied that he still had some questions for him. Qin Feng tried to extract information from the emperor about which empires the palace controls and which masters are helping them. In the next few months, in order to attack the Tianxiao palace and facilitate its resolution, Qin Feng and Long Tiange went to several empires controlled by the Tianxiao palace. Just 2 people killed all the Tianxiao palace disciples in the controlled empires. Empire of the Iron Khan, the guys brutally deal with all the warriors. The emperor asked that he be protected. The warriors could not cope with the unbridled power of the guys. But Qin Feng got too close to him and stabbed his blade. The warriors asked who Qin Feng was and how he could dare to kill the emperor. Qin Feng stood up proudly and declared that he was a disciple of the Heaven's Destruction sect, which would ultimately destroy Tianxiao Palace. The warriors immediately pounced and said that they had an order that, when meeting such a student, he must be killed immediately. Qin Feng dealt with all the attackers without any problems, asking them if they thought they had any chance. Qin Feng's new ally watched this and thought that Qin Feng had become stronger again. Qin Feng looked around himself and realized that after the battle with He Yue, he was in the 8th realm of great mastery, and his strength had grown significantly recently. The guy stood next to the stove and thought that he had already destroyed more than a dozen empires supported by the Tianxiao Palace, and the name of their sect had become quite well known. Ali Qin Feng entered the room and said that he had rummaged through hundreds of chests of different empires but found very few ingredients. Qin Feng immediately began to use them from the basket. The guy began to create a pill, and his ally asked him about how he took one pill and already knew the ingredients. But Qin Feng also said that he was going to improve the pill because it had many side effects. The guy understood that Qin Feng's achievements in alchemy were comparable to the achievements of all the alchemy masters of Tianxiao Palace. Qin handed the pill to his friend and said that it was for him. The guy was surprised, holding it in his hands, and Qin Feng said that he was at the 9th level of the Great Master, and he could take this pill to move to the realm of emptiness. The ally immediately fell to his knees and began to bow, saying that his brother's kindness would never be forgotten, because he thought that the kingdom of emptiness was out of reach. But Qin Feng began to raise the guy up, saying that he was exaggerating too much because their common goal was to overthrow the Tianxiao Palace, and 2 more pills began to come out of the oven. Qin Feng held a new pill in his hands and said that it was time to take the next step. It's about the Longlin Empire. Qin Feng's allies came to the empire. They were looking for Qin Feng because he was supposed to be waiting for them. The house in which the action will take place. The guy and his ally approached the guy, who asked what he needed to write. Qin Feng dictated, "Venerable He Yue went to the outskirts of the imperial capital on a campaign against the Heaven's Destruction sect. There has been no news for several days. I asked Tianxiao Palace to send elders to help him." The main character said that everything was ready, and his ally was happy because Qin Feng set up an ambush on the outskirts of the city. The guy greeted the arriving guests of honor, the elders who came to the Longlin Empire. The elders were not very happy about this, because they were participating in the meeting. They descended to the ground and walked towards the girl, which made her tense up a little. The guys asked if it was true that He Yue went alone, and why he didn't report it. One of the elders suggested that he wanted to take all the glory for himself, because that was his style. The elder asked the emperor to show him where He Yue went. He brought them. The elders were not happy with this place. The elder began to doubt that He Yue was in this place, and noticed that the guy was trying to escape. The elder immediately stopped him and asked him why he thought they were idiots. They began to plunge into the fog, and then the elders realized that they had fallen into a trap. It became difficult for them to breathe. They began to suffocate from this fog. One of the guys realized that it was necessary to cover his nose and mouth with his hand. Another elder also added that they were caught in poisonous smoke. It was a trap. He grabbed his weapon and shouted that the rats had decided to ambush them. He began to drive away the smoke from himself with the help of his weapon. It was a demonic weapon, a fan made of thunder vulture feathers. Qin Feng appeared from the smoke. He was very pleased, and told the elder that he had a cool fan in his hand. The guys began to ask where He Yue was, to which one replied that there was no point in asking because he was probably already dead. Qin Feng snapped his fingers and said that the smart guy guessed right, and many warriors appeared behind the guy. Qin Feng took out his sword and said that they would die too. The arrows were released. A huge lamp flew towards the elders. Qin Feng's ally was very happy because these were 2 elders of the Tianxia Palace, and if they died, the palace would collapse. But Qin Feng said that they should not be underestimated, and a tough battle should be expected. The elder raised his shield and repelled the attack without any problems. Qin Feng said that the quality of their artifacts is amazing, so they deserve to be called one of the best craftsmen in Tianxiao Palace. Fen Xiao said that he hunts demons and uses them to forge demonic weapons. Tan Xiao stated that Fen Xiao's strength is slightly inferior to his, and therefore, when faced with them, the guys have no chance. Qin Feng ran towards the elders to attack, saying that they were completely wrong. Fen Xiao again took out his shield and aimed it in order to stop Qin Feng, because his level was too low and he would not be able to break through it. Qin Feng was trapped in Fen Xiao's shield. Qin Feng's comrades were scared. They shouted that they would save their friend. But then they began to be attacked, telling them that the little thing had no right to go on stage. It was Qian Xiao. He attacked the guys with his demonic weapon. The prince understood that it was all over, because Qin Feng was caught. Fen Xiao told Tian Xiao to kill Qin Feng's men while he kept him in prison. Tian Xiao approached Lu Xiaoshuan in order to strike her. He asked Qin Feng to witness the death of his friends. But Qin Feng was not going to give up. He gathered his strength and began to attack the shield. With one blow, the guy managed to break the shield that was holding him back. Fen Xiao realized that this might not be an ordinary sword. Qin Feng was already behind Tian Xiao and asked them if he dared to injure his comrades. Tian Xiao began to attack Qin Feng with his spear. He saw that he was approaching him. The guy said that Qin Feng turned out to be better than he expected, but the tip of Tian Xiao's weapon was made from the horn of the lava demon, and therefore he would not be able to defeat it. Luoshan First Style North Wind Stream, Qin Feng took the sword to attack and uttered a sword technique. The spear and sword touched in a blow. There was ice on one side, fire on the other. The guys were ready to go to the end. Suddenly, Tian Xiao's spear went out, the fire disappeared, and small pieces of ice began to fly around. Fen Xiao shouted to his ally that if he did not want to turn into ice, then he should throw a spear. The guy immediately followed his brother's advice and released the spear, which flew to the ground. Tian Xiao jumped to the side and couldn't believe that his lava demon horn weapon could freeze. Qin Feng stood in the battle drain and was ready to attack Tian Xiao. Fen Xiao politely addressed Qin Feng, calling him his brother, and asked that the skill he was currently using was the Luo Shun sword skill, to which Qin Feng agreed. The guy immediately knelt down and said that he had not come to life, that the young master would turn out to be the master of the demonic sword Luo Shun, and that they were rude. Both elders bowed their knees, and Tian Xiao also asked for forgiveness because he did not expect that he would meet a person capable of subduing Luo Shun. Qin Feng realized that the guy's fighting spirit had disappeared, and he asked what they were doing because he was the #1 enemy of Tianxiao Palace. Fen Xiao took out a flower and said that he knew that the elder would not believe them, and suggested waiting for them to show their sincerity. The guy released the flower from his hand, saying that this object is a pure earth lotus platform, not a demonic artifact, and it not only can heal, but will also increase the speed of practice. He also added that he would give it as an apology for the damage caused. Qin Feng said that healing artifacts are very rare, and it seems that these two people are really sparking. But Qin Feng said that this was not enough for him to believe them, and the guys asked what he wanted them to do. Qin Feng handed them 2 pills and said that these are soul conversion pills. After taking it, just one thought from him is enough, and their hearts will burn. And if they don't trust him, then they will have to continue the battle. The guys, without thinking, put the pills in their mouths and swallowed them. Qin Feng began to leave and said that he thanked them for their agreement and asked them to go to another place to talk. They were sitting in the banquet hall of the Longlin Empire. Qin Feng wanted to know why the Tianxiao Palace was trying to conquer the surrounding desert empires and even the distant ones. Fen Xiao replied that the real goal of Tianxiao Palace is to turn the entire forbidden zone of the desert into its sphere of influence. Then Qin Feng had a question why. Fen Xiao poured tea for Qin Feng and continued to tell him that in the forbidden zone of the desert there are treasures that the palace is so eager to obtain, and this is what they must inevitably get. And then Qin Feng realized that they wanted to take possession of it all alone, and therefore, for the sake of this, they were ready to betray the Tianxiao Palace and use its power and Luo Shen's sword. Fen Xiao said that this is true, and if Master Qin Feng helps him capture this treasure, then he will become his great benefactor. But Qin Feng asked the guy to at least tell him what it was. Fen Xiao turned to his comrade and replied that this is the demonic core and the treasures of heaven and demon earth. The guy also said that these treasures are priceless. Qin Feng was shocked by this information. Then Qin Feng shook the guy's hand and agreed, saying that if the spoils were divided wisely, he would help. After this, Fen Xiao asked to be allowed to go to the Aoki Empire for them. A few days later, on the way to the Aoki Empire, Fen Xiao said that in order to get this thing, he needs to take Qin Feng to Tianxiao Palace. And it so happened that Tianxiao Palace is holding a talent recruitment conference. If Qin Feng can pass the selection, then he can get into the palace without any problems. The conference was taking place. People were shouting and cheering for their favorites. Qin Feng asked that all he had to do was enter the ring and win. Fen Xiao replied that yes, then he could join the team heading to the Forbidden Desert Zone from Tianxiao Palace. The guys also added that everyone starts from low ranks, but since Qin Feng is the person they supported, he immediately participates in the finals. Qin Feng stood in the ring. His enemy stood in front of him who said that he passed relying on connections. Therefore, he was afraid that Qin Feng's path would end there. Qin Feng stood silently and listened to what his opponent was saying. Gu Yu, Qin Feng's opponent, said that he was a second-level genius in the Void Realm, and now Qin Feng would feel the difference between them. People shouted for Master Gu to stop Qin Feng, because none of them made it to the finals, and Qin Feng passed through connections. The elder thanked the person in charge of the selection for helping arrange for Qin Feng to go straight to the finals. The guy replied that the elders destroyed the heaven-destroying sect in the Longlin Empire, and now I know everything about it, and therefore the guy had to do at least this little thing. The elders realized that Lu Xiaoshuang was good at spreading false information. The person from the selection said that Gu Yu is a genius from the Void Realm, and is the elder sure about what kind of opponent they chose, and asked him to forgive his straightforwardness. But the person from the selection also said that if you are arrogant and self-confident, he is afraid that this may lead to a missed opportunity. Qin Feng fought his opponent with all his might. His body flew in front of the man from the selection, which surprised him. He was surprised by this, and began to ask how this was possible. The elders simply smiled maliciously. The man from the selection did not understand how Qin Feng won with one blow, because Gu Yu was the pride of his empire. He said that it was not easy for Gu Yu to go so quickly. He was interested in where this person came from, but the elder said that it was a secret. The person from the selection led all the finalists to the bridge. The guy began to say, "Dear winners of the first round, then the next stage begins, the second round." They needed to enter the forest and kill monsters and then find treasures, all of which would be converted into points. The selector also asked them to be careful, because there are various creatures in the forest, and they also definitely need to act according to the map provided, and not to be greedy. The guy said that the second round was starting, and people immediately ran forward. Qin Feng was in front. The elder asked the senior that a monster had recently come to life due to the activation of spiritual energy, and whether it was dangerous to send people there. The guard replied that they insisted on this at the top, and the restricted areas were marked on the map. After an hour of action, Qin Feng moved actively and managed to obtain several monster cores. Then he realized that his competitors were pursuing him, and most likely they wanted to get rid of him. But if this is the case, Qin Feng stopped abruptly and said that several of his brothers followed him and came to chat with him. These were 4 people in the realm of emptiness. They asked how such a boy could find them. These people asked Qin Feng to give up all his cores or he would die. Qin Feng raised his hand to his face and said that it was in vain that they targeted him. Just because of a few cores, Qin Feng immediately found himself behind one of the guys. He began to throw one after another, and then one realized that Qin Feng was stronger than they thought. One of the attackers began to run up a tree and asked not to relax because they needed to act together. Then powerful charges began to fly at Qin Feng. They reached their goal and caused a great deal of noise. They believed that under their combined attack, even the pinnacle of the Void Realm would not be able to escape unscathed. But then the vines began to approach the enemy. They started stabbing one after another. None of the attackers could resist this force, and Qin Feng said that these guys didn't fully understand everything. He approached one of the enemies, reached out to him and thanked him for the gift, because their treasures would be his. The enemy said that it was not in vain that the elders recommended the guy, but he would die in this place. Qin Feng stood up and couldn't understand what this guy meant. He also didn't understand why these people didn't have anything that could be exchanged for points. Then Qin Feng heard people screaming. They said that no one should go further, and everyone would run faster. These were people who ran out from the depths. They said that the sleeping monster had woken up, and this was the friction level of emptiness. Sharp leaves flew behind them. They immediately reached their goal and wounded the guys right in their backs. A little short of reaching, the guys fell dead in front of Qin Feng. He felt the concentration of power deep in the forest, and then he wondered if there was a big demon there. Qin Feng also saw a green thick fog. Monkeys began to run out of the forest and attack people. They were all ready to attack Qin Feng, and he immediately took out his sword. The guy began to attack the monkeys approaching him, telling them to get out of the way. Then everyone felt a demonic aura in the forest. And then the elders rushed inside, saying that they needed to save the participants, and Qin Feng should not die. But the guard asked for peace, because the great hunt had begun, and the outside world was surrounded by a barrier, so they would not be able to enter now. The elders were angry, and then they realized that Qin Feng would have to rely on himself from now on. Qin Feng moved through the closed area. The monkeys chased the guy, and he tried to hide from them. And so Qin Feng managed to hide from the monkeys behind a tree. He was only able to catch his breath from the pursuit. And then a huge demon monkey appears behind him with a man in his mouth. The guy felt this and began to turn in his direction. This demon said that demonic warriors were amazing. It was the Lord of the Illusory Ridge, the Monkey King. And then Qin Feng realized that this was the big demon of the forest. The demon could speak and was roughly equal in strength to Mother Earth. The guy understood that it would be a little difficult for him to cope with him. The monkey demon moved across the face, and he said that he wanted to eat the warrior man. The monkey launched an attack towards Qin Feng. The guy began to take out his demonic sword. He was ready to fight to the last. Nothing scared him. Their forces were against each other, enormous energy, and the peak was brewing. Qin Feng stood to the last in order to win. He sent an ice blast, asking the demon to accept a gift from him. A huge block of ice flew straight into the face of this monster, but he was able to knock it off without any problems and break it into small pieces. Then the demon jumped at Qin Feng, saying that the human warrior was very stupid. Hitting Qin Feng, he also added that the warrior man was still very tasty. Qin Feng applied another fire style to the sword and asked the demon if this was all his strength. The guy struck, breaking the monkey demon's weapon, and he said that it didn't hurt at all. The demon monkey was very frightened by this turn of events, and Qin Feng approached the monkey as close as possible, after which he began to thrust his sword into its body. Qin Feng cut through the demon and said that he would take his head. The demon monkey screamed in pain and could not believe that a human warrior could be so strong. Suddenly, the demon monkey simply disappeared. Qin Feng did not understand how it happened. The guy began to shake his head in different directions, trying to see the monster's trail. There was a demonic aura around Qin Feng, and there were also monkeys running around. The guy also understood this. He thought that a group of monkeys was hiding in the fog and preparing for a hidden attack. Qin Feng believed that the demon was too dangerous, so he had to kill him here. For this, he took out a pill. I put it in my mouth with my hand. The guy swallowed the pill. His eyes immediately turned demonic purple. The guy decided to use the chance to try out how to be completely absorbed by Luo Shen's energy. The guy raised his sword in order to dispel the fog first. He struck with force and said that he would destroy everyone at once. From the impact, all the fog began to fall down and everything became visible. The monkeys tried to escape, but Qin Feng's attack caught up with them. The guy exhaled after the attack. Qin Feng leaned on his sword and realized that the Monkey King's demonic aura had disappeared, and he must have died. Later, he would be able to find his core. In front of Qin Feng, there were many corpses of monkeys that he had killed. Qin Feng reasoned that the sword was too powerful, and using it forcefully was still too difficult, so it could only be used as a last resort. Not long after Qin Feng killed the demon monkey, the elders felt that the demon's aura suddenly disappeared. Qin Feng emerged from the forest unharmed. The elders asked Qin Feng if he had killed the demon, and were also surprised that he was safe and sound. Qin Feng immediately put out his sword and said that he would not talk about it, and asked the man if he wanted to take his life. This sword was pointed at the person in charge of the competition. The elders asked about what happened and what Qin Feng was saying. The guard rudely answered the guy that it was better for him to have evidence. Qin Feng said that he had just been attacked, and he thought that the other group was planning to get rid of him as a competitor. But they had no loot, so the guy assumes that they are just hitmen sent to kill him, and the only one who could allow the assassins to penetrate was the guard. The guard began to get angry and say how he, a servant of the Tianxiao Palace, could tolerate such slander. Two guards who were angry came to Qin Feng's defense, and then someone asked about what happened because everyone was tense as bows. The elder asked the gentleman why he was here. Palace Lord Yuanhua, the 7th level Void Realm, said that he was passing by, so he decided to look in and find out how the selection was going. Qin Feng said that judging by the reaction of the elders, this person seems to be of very high position, to which Tianxiao replied that all disciples going to the forbidden call of the wasteland must obey his orders. The guard immediately ran to the Lord and began to shout that these villains were accusing him of sending hired assassins to attack the people they recommended. But the Lord said that he should not try to justify himself, because they all already know that it was he who committed the vile act. The guard fell to his knees and screamed that the Lord himself had allowed him to do so. But the Lord did not listen to him and told him to shut up, after which he attacked him. From this attack, the guy fell to the ground, incinerated. The Lord asked if the elders were happy with his decision, to which the guys agreed. Yuanhua said that he had things to do, so he wouldn't bother the guys too much. Qin Feng saw something suspicious in the Lord's actions. After all, he killed the guy and silenced him. Residents of Tianxiao Palace, Qinmu Empire. The guys discussed that the Lord wants to control the selection, and this is most likely done to maximize his benefit. The elder hit the table and said that the Lord wants to kill everyone he doesn't like, calling him an old fox. Fen Xiao assumed that after the hunt, materials are limited, so he wants to take everything for himself. The elders handed the guy cups of tea and said that there was still a month before he left, so he could practice here with peace of mind. Qin Feng also raised the cup and said that then he will ask you to take care of him. The following happened in a place closed from people. The Lord sat and thought that this was all wrong, because when he woke up the demon, he thought that no one would survive. He was angry and broke the cup. He thought that if the hunt was successful, he would have to divide the prey. He planned to kill Fen Xiao, Tianxiao, and Qin Feng. In the following days, Qin Feng continued to diligently practice his sword technique while improving his martial arts. The Monkey King Demon Core was given to Chirp. He ascended to the Void Realm, and he also mastered new techniques. After cultivating without being distracted by anything, Qin Feng broke through to the 9th level of the Great Master Realm. The elders discussed how strong Qin Feng was, and they could not achieve this. Qin Feng made a breakthrough and asked if a team had been formed to hunt monsters. The elders said that this time there were only 3 groups besides them. The team would be led by Yuanhua and Gongsun Chunfeng. Tianxiao stated that Gongsun is the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Void Realm, a master of alchemy and martial arts, and also quite experienced in weapon cultivation, and therefore he will be the leader on this journey. Qin Feng believed that another competitor had appeared this time. On the day of entering the Forbidden Zone, the teams were explained that this journey was extremely dangerous because their enemies were not only monsters, but also the harsh environment. Gongsun Chongfeng stated that if anyone held back, he would personally deal with him because the old man was the 9th level of the Void Realm. Everyone was ordered to take their places. Qin Feng opened the chest and handed it to the elders, stating that the destination was very hot, so he prepared cooling pills for them. The elders were shocked because these pills are very difficult to get and even more difficult to make, but the guy had a lot of them, and they were also of excellent quality. Qin Feng stated that their recipe was inaccurate and a waste of precious herbs. Gongsun asked Qin Feng where a youth like him had such deep knowledge of alchemy. The man came up taking the pill and asked if he had a mentor, after which he said that if he was not there, then the guy would not want to become his student. People thought that Gongsun had never accepted disciples, but today he actually took the initiative to accept a disciple. The elders believed that then the guy would have protection, and Yuanhua would no longer be able to commit mischief. But Qin Feng refused the offer, which left the elders in shock. Gongsun said that it was a shame, and if possible, he would really like to meet his master. The elder said that Qin could pretend, and this would give many advantages, to which the guy replied that Gongsun was not worthy of this. Gongsun understood that Qin Feng had great skills, but if he couldn't use it, and so they reached the skies above the forbidden lands of the wasteland. Gongsun stated that they had arrived, and they all needed to cheer up well and kill the most powerful monster of this wasteland, the Lord of the Burning Sand, which is their goal. The warriors began to fearlessly descend. Their fighting spirit was high. Qin Feng asked if the Lord of the Burning Sand was the most powerful monster in this huge forbidden zone, to which the elder replied that after Qin Feng saw him, he would understand. At this point, Qin Feng's eyes showed shock. He was shocked because he did not know what happened in this area. The elder replied that the Lord of the Sands, passing on the surface, turns it into a desert. It was he who created the forbidden desert, so this is one of the reasons why the Tianxiao Palace is hunting for him. The group understood that the road ahead would be extremely dangerous and many monsters would appear. Monsters were already running towards them. These were huge scorpions. The warriors asked for help. Qin Feng decided to go into battle, but the elders shouted that he should stop because it was too late to save. But Qin Feng did not listen and cut this monster without any problems. The warriors saw how strong Qin Feng was, because in the blink of an eye all the monsters were killed. Gongsun Chongfeng watched Qin Feng and realized that the strength he demonstrated far exceeded his martial arts capabilities, and therefore he could not be careless in dealing with him. The elder felt something. It was a sound coming from underground. He shouted that everyone should be careful, because it seemed that the most dangerous monster in this forbidden zone was approaching. It was a second-level Void Realm desert worm. The elder realized that the appearance of the desert worms meant that they had officially entered the territory of the Lord of the Burning Sand. The monster was approaching Qin Feng. He wanted to attack him. Gongsun saw this and understood that the desert worm had the power of the second level of the Void Realm, so there was no doubt that Qin Feng would die. But Qin Feng was able to dodge this worm's attack without any problem, after which, with just one blow, he cut this monster apart. A red pebble flew out of the monster, which the guy caught. Qin Feng grabbed the desert worm core and realized that it was really not bad. Gongsun could not believe that the guy was able to kill the desert worm, which usually required several students. He did not understand what kind of strength the guy had. Qin Feng's attention was drawn to a noise that made him turn around. It was another desert worm that attacked the warriors. They were afraid of it because the monsters were too strong. The Lord shouted at them and said that they were a pile of garbage and they needed to make a formation for a counterattack. The old man thought that they were useless, because they could not defeat even such monsters. But then Qin Feng appeared in front of the emperor and was ready to attack. He cut apart several sandworm bodies without any effort. They all fell next to the Lord. The Lord was shocked by this. Qin Feng said that he killed all the monsters, and all the cores found belonged to him, because there is no problem in this, he learned. The Lord understood that Qin Feng was only at the master level, and he must be hiding his strength. An hour later, all nearby desert worms were killed and the entire team remained in place. The elder told Qin Feng that he should rest, because he had killed almost all the insects here, to which the guy stated that he was not tired. The ground began to shake and Qin Feng noticed it. He turned to the elder and shouted that something was happening and they needed to be careful. The ground began to split underfoot and the warriors fell down. The elders also fell, and they did not understand what was happening because the body could not be controlled and was pulled inside. And then the elder suggested that there should be a nest of a large monster below. The Lord asked what they should do while falling down, to which Gongsun replied that he looked unsightly. But if you look at Qin Feng coped with the gravity without any problems and carefully went down for himself. The Lord understood that Qin Feng did not lose his head in danger. His strength and mental stability did not correspond to his age. It was impossible to allow Qin Feng to grow. He stuck out his hand and suggested that now would be the perfect moment. And then a strong wind appeared which began to throw everyone away. Qin Feng was carried away from the entire group. The elder was worried about him. The guy stood up and realized that this whirlwind did not look like a demonic force. And could it be? Qin Feng looked around and realized that the desert dungeons were rich, and it seemed that the spiritual energy captured by the monsters on the ground was transferred into the ground. The guy went down to the flower and tore it off. He began collecting herbs in a bag because he could earn a lot of money only from herbs, and the conditions in the cave were unique. But then a lord appeared behind Qin Feng. He said that finally Qin Feng was left alone. He ran towards the guy with a crazy look, declaring that Qin Feng is the strongest opponent and he must die. The swords of Qin Feng and the Lord clashed in battle. Qin Feng asked the Lord about what he could no longer endure, and also inquired that the person who developed the plan to kill the guy in the test was also him. Lord said that wildlife treasures should belong to as few people as possible. The Lord activated the Black Wind ability, and Qin Feng was a little surprised. He said that someone at the master level wanted to fight him. The Lord said that he would crush Qin Feng. But Qin Feng was already behind the Lord and asked that the Lord thought that he was worthy of fighting him only because he was in the realm of emptiness. MANHWA realized that the guy was already behind him, and this scared him. Qin Feng struck the Lord, causing him to fly into the wall and hit himself. The guy said that the Lord's techniques were similar to those used by He Yue and Wudong. He asked if he was their teacher. The Lord asked if Qin Feng had seen them. They were his students. Qin Feng stabbed his blade into the ground with a drawn-out word. Well, everyone seemed to be hypnotized. The main character stated that what the Lord taught them did not help them. The Lord was very angry and scared. He asked who Qin Feng was. Qin Feng pulled out his sword and said that he was from the heaven-destroying sect, Qin Feng. The guy also stated that he guessed that the Lord controlled the wind earlier, and the plan was to lure him out. The blade was near the Lord's face, and he asked about what. It turns out that Qin Feng was going to be left alone and was plotting against him. Qin Feng released a strong blow that froze everything in the area. The Lord was also frozen after Qin Feng's attack. The warriors, along with Gunsun, were near the core and understood that their affairs were bad. The warriors understood that the Lord of the Burning Sand was retreating in order to break through to the 9th level of the Kingdom of Emptiness. They were ready to defeat the monster, but suddenly they began to fall because huge waves of sand began to appear. The warriors were covered with sand. They fell off their feet and could not stop it. The bodies of the soldiers were almost completely covered with sand, and they understood that they would be dried by it. The core with the monster began to absorb energy and become saturated. The elders shouted at the warriors that these bastards wanted them to become bait. Gongsun believed that he could no longer sit idly by. After all, if the Lord of the Burning Sand is allowed to break through to the 9th level of the Void Realm, then they will all die. Gongsun shouted for the monster to die, believing that there was still some glimmer of hope. He wrapped the core with the monster and his weapon with a chain. The old man was ready to look at the weapons specially prepared for him in the Tianshao Palace. But his weapon immediately broke into small pieces and scattered. Gongsun flew down from the core. He could not do anything to this ball. Tianxiao asked the old man if everything was okay with him, and Fen Xiao stated that all this was useless, and only the legendary sword Luo Shun could break through the monster's defense. Fen Xiao was afraid that Qin Feng had disappeared, and the dungeon was an extremely dangerous place, and something might have already happened to him. The monster's core began to radiate its attack. It fell directly on Fen Xiao, but he could not do anything. Tianxiao shouted at him to leave. But Qin Feng was able to stop this attack by protecting his subject. The guy was glad that he managed to protect his comrade. The entire attack dissipated, and Qin asked about the fact that this is the Lord of the Burning Sand. The elder added that the monster is on defense to break through, and the guy said that Qin Feng is the only one who can kill this monster. Gunsong shouted that Qin Feng would not be able to do this at the master level, and they should retreat before the monster broke through. Qin Feng was ready to attack. He asked Gongsun that he was ready to let the monster break through so that it would come out and cause harm to the world. The monster's core emitted attacks to protect itself from attack. Qin Feng also stood in a stance and was ready to attack the monster. The elder and Gongsun watched this closely. Qin Feng was already on his way to killing him and asked that the main attack be left on him, and the others only needed to cover him. Qin Feng was enveloped in sand and walked through it to attack. With the help of his sword, he resolved the waves of sand because it was a trivial trick. Gongsun wondered how a guy could break waves of sand so easily. Qin Feng was already above the ball and shouted to him that a guest had arrived and why the monster had not yet come out. The guy's eyes were red, his sword was in full readiness for attack. The main character shouted so that the monster would not blame him for his rudeness. And with all his strength he thrust his sword straight into the core in which the monster was located. From such a blow to the ball, cracks began to appear, and the monster could be opened. The stones scattered along with Qin Feng. The great energy pushed everything in different directions. Qin Feng was happy and believed that he had achieved success in this strike.